This attack was imbued with the potent power of the divine Tao and was enough to break through the defenses of Enlin's body of the war god. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of stars exploded on the bow of the Starfire battleship, and blue energy surged, creating a vast vacuum at the bottom of the ocean. A cold smile appeared on the Star Dancer's face. Cocky little boy, don't you know what infernal level difficulty entails? It means I can wield the power I had back when I was alive for a short time. This is the price you pay for underestimating me. Boom! A huge gash was torn into the vast expanse of devastating star energy, and a blood-stained white figure rushed through the air at extreme speed. The Star Dancer's eyelids twitched. Star Leap! Streams of wind revolved around Enlin's evil-slaying sword as he slashed downward in one powerful motion. The blade of his sword was unstoppable and tore another vacuum into the water, leaving an inky black trajectory in its wake. The Star Dancer's body suddenly disappeared like a shooting star. Enlin's wind sword missed its target for the first time in a long time, and a pink fan with specks of blue starlight on it flew toward Enlin at an even faster speed. The Star Dancer was able to instantly appear beside Enlin and slapped her fan toward Enlin's head mercilessly. Bam! The space was flattened by the fan before cracking open. Enlin felt as if he had been struck by an earth-shattering slap, and his body flew through the air like a cannonball. Flaming shooting star! The Star Dancer's slender waist twisted, and she waved her fan again as boundless power of the Star Divine Tao merged into her fan, which she used to instantly send a flaming star capable of incinerating all things toward Enlin. The terrifying temperature made the seawater within a radius of almost 10 kilometers seethe and surge. Enlin looked at the oncoming flaming shooting star and couldn't help grumbling to himself. Using the power of flames at the bottom of the ocean? Is she insane? Shouldn't she be using the power of water? A cold smile appeared on the Star Dancer's face. As you wish. She waved her other fan through the air. Cold star. A bright blue star pierced through space at an even quicker speed than the fiery shooting star, freezing the seawater in its wake with extreme frost. Even though there was still some distance between Enlin and this blue star, he could still feel his movements slowing down significantly. Fire and ice were supposed to counteract one another. However, the Star Dancer was able to ensure perfect synergy between her two stars. Not only did they not counteract one another, but they also seemed to form a symbiotic relationship, making the fiery shooting star even more scorching hot and the blue star even more icy cold. And Lin knew that his body would not be able to take this fire and ice two-course meal head-on. All of his avenues for retreat and evasion had been sealed, so he could only bring out the chaotic alloy brick as a shield again and materialize his armor of divine flames and holy flame at the same time. Boom! The seawater within a radius of over 10 kilometers was incinerated before freezing solid. The two stars crashed into the black brick, and a part of the energy from the resulting explosion skirted around the black brick to sweep toward Enlin's body. This was a large-scale attack, after all, so the black brick was unable to completely keep it at bay. Devastating destructive power assaulted Enlin's armor of flames, causing it to crack open. Enlin's body was then struck by the remaining power. Although it had been significantly blunted, the dual assault of fire and ice still damaged his internal organs, causing blood to trickle down the corners of his lips. I really didn't think you would be able to last so long. The Star Dancer had a surprised expression, but her tail did not falter in the slightest as it whipped through the water in Enlin's direction. Enlin stood on the spot and panted heavily. Sections of his body had been charred black, and there were also other sections of his body that had been frostbitten. His hair had been curled from the scorching heat, but it also had flecks of ice in it. It was quite clear this fire and ice attack had been extremely effective. A smug expression appeared on the Star Dancer's face at the sight of Enlin's miserable state. She charged forward, and the power of the divine Tao erupted from her two fans again, as she prepared to land the final blow on Enlin. Die! Her cold voice sounded. She knew that Enlin was already a spent force. She struck in an extremely quick and precise motion, but the way she waved her fans made it look like she was performing an elegant dance. The edges of her pink fans suddenly turned crimson like blood, and the power of the Death Star divine Tao merged into her fans before slicing through the air like a pair of deadly scythes. And Lin's body was sliced into 3 sections by her lethal attack. However, a victorious smile hadn't even made its way onto her face when the 3 sections of Lin's body liquefied and merged into the ocean. The Star Dancer's pupils contracted. A water clone? The space around her suddenly fell completely dark. Origin energy of the netherworld. Shadow Tiger. And Lin's aura surged explosively, and his evil-slaying sword caught the Star Dancer off guard as he unleashed an attack that he had been plotting for a long time. The Star Dancer tried to block and evade, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The evil-slaying sword left a huge gash on her snowy white skin, extending all the way from her collarbone to her hip. If it weren't for that fact that she had unleashed her power of the divine Tao to defend herself at the last moment, she would have been sliced in half by that sword strike. The Star Dancer let loose a pained moan, and she hurtled back in retreat as her blood quickly dissipated in the water. Light returned to heaven and earth, and Lin continued to press home his advantage as he hurled his evil-slaying sword through the air. 6 strikes of the War God 100-sword technique. 99 white celestial swords materialized almost instantaneously. Even at the bottom of the ocean, the peerless sword intent emanating from the celestial swords was still able to slice a vacuum into the seawater around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 99 celestial sword flew toward the Star Dancer. The Star Dancer gritted her teeth and quickly waved her fans through the air to defend herself against the relentless barrage of powerful celestial swords. The peerlessly sharp flying swords crashed into her fans, and the resulting shockwaves transformed the seabed into a lethal realm of annihilation. After the Star Dancer blocked the 99th sword with great difficulty, the 100th sword formed by the evil-slaying sword tore through the water and instantly crashed into the Star Dancer's fan with paramount sword intent. A white sword projection pierced through the water for several kilometers like an unstoppable bolt of lightning. The Star Dancer's body was pushed by the sword projection directly into the battleship, where she crashed heavily through the extremely sturdy ally hull of the ship. And Lin heaved a light sigh of relief at the sight of the Star Dancer disappearing into the battleship. He was just about to give chase when another massive boom suddenly erupted. This boom was like the manifestation of a long and drawn-out exclamation mark, and it seemed as if it was trying to be heard by the entire world. The gargantuan Starfire battleship also lit up with a faint blue light at this moment. You've got spunk, I'll admit that. However, this is the end. I've already fused together with the Starfire battleship, so now, you're going to face the power of the entire Starfire battleship. The Star Dancer's voice sounded again, and this time, it was a little frantic and crazed. And Lin stared at the gargantuan battleship before him with astonishment on his face. You can do that? His voice had only just faded when all of the countless cannons on the battleship swiveled around in an extremely short time to face their impossibly tiny and insignificant human target. The Star Dancer's cold voice sounded, I am a professional at blasting mosquitoes with cannons. And Lin, at that moment, an extreme sense of danger welled up in Lin's heart. He immediately pulled out his brick as a shield. Even though only the cannons on top of the battleship had swiveled to face him, and those weren't as large as the cannons on either side of the battleship, that didn't necessarily mean they possessed less destructive power. On the contrary, the cannons on top of the battleship might be its main cannons. Just as these thoughts were flashing through his mind, one of the cannons released a cannon blast. However, there was no resounding boom as expected. Instead, the blast of energy fanned out in ripples, which instantly enshrouded Lin before releasing an extremely powerful spatial sealing force. And Lin's expression shifted. Realm-piercing nail. A red streak of light flashed through the air to shatter the spatial seal. At this moment, electromagnetic waves surged, emanating a golden light as bright as the sun. Boom, boom, boom. 9 extremely powerful electromagnetic cannons attacked at once, unleashing cannon blasts quicker than the naked eye could trace. Seawater surged in a frenzy, sending turbulent waves sweeping through the water even several hundred kilometers away. Each of these electromagnetic cannon blasts was powerful enough to easily crush a return to void stage mighty figure's body. and Lin had only just broken through the spatial seal and did not have a chance to dodge. The electromagnetic cannon blast struck the black brick with extreme accuracy, and the terrifying power instantly sent Lin and the brick flying through the water several dozen kilometers. However, this was only the entree. It was only to open up some distance between Lin and the battleship so that the battleship would not sustain any damage from the terrifying shockwaves that were about to erupt. A dark red cannon had finished accumulating power. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Red energy surged forth, instantly annihilating all of the seawater in its path and fracturing the space in its wake. It flew at a speed even faster than the flow of electricity and instantly struck Lin's brick. The main energy cannon on the Starfire battleship, the Starfire Annihilation Cannon, had finally attacked. In that instant, the red energy blast seemed to possess doomsday-like power, engulfing everything in its wake and annihilating everything by reducing it to their tiniest constituent particles. Big Boss and Lan Xiaonie's features paled as she let loose a fearful scream. She had warned Lin to be careful of the Starfire battleship, but nothing could have prepared him for something like this. To think that the Star Dancer still had the right to control the Starfire battleship. Not only that, but the main energy cannon of the Starfire battleship was still in operable condition. This was a cannon that could blast even Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Even though it could probably only unleash less than 10% of its original power, it was still powerful enough to threaten a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, and it was not something soul formation stage cultivators could defend themselves against. Lan Xiaonie was very worried about Lin, but she didn't dare approach the battlefield in fear of weighing Lin down, and she was momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, just because she wasn't moving didn't mean the battleship would leave her alone. She and Lin were both targets stipulated for elimination by the two high priests, and the location where she was standing was actually still within the sensory range of the battleship. She had been left alone initially purely because she was too weak to pose a threat, so Lin was treated as the #1 priority. One of the small cannons began to swivel toward Lan Xiaonie. Lan Xiaonie's expression shifted, and she didn't even have time to take evasive measures before a devastating cannon blast of energy was blasted toward her. Her frail body was like a floating piece of seaweed on the surface of the ocean that was about to be engulfed by a massive wave. Right at this moment, an inky black crescent moon sliced the blast of energy in half like a resolute rock parting a flowing stream. A familiar figure appeared before her again. Tears welled up in Lan Xiaonie's eyes. Big Boss and Lin, I'm so glad you're okay. And Lin looked at the battleship in the distance with a cold expression. You won't even leave a useless fish alone? Is this how the ancestors of the Spirit Fish clan do things? Lan Xiaonie, even though Lin was protecting her, she couldn't help but feel that his choice of words was a bit lackluster. As such, she was both touched and a little bit hurt at the same time. You broke the rules of the tomb, so you're not the fated ones that Master is looking for. As such, you should be executed, the Star Dancer said in her cold voice. At the same time, countless cannons swiveled to face Lin and Lan Xiaonie as a crushing sense of pressure swept toward them. Hee. Not even your battleship's main energy cannon could do anything to me. So how are you going to execute me? A cold, confident smile appeared on Lin's face. In reality, he was quite scared. He was able to survive that last cannon blast not just because of the chaotic alloy brick. Thankfully, Gundam 3 and Yao Ji had recovered after absorbing the energy from the spirit stones in his storage ring, only to be put out of commission again to help him block that fearsome cannon blast. If another attack of that caliber was unleashed, he was probably going to be severely injured. Lan Xiaonie was trembling in fear at the sight of all of those cannons pointed toward them, and she hid herself behind Lin again. This time, she made sure to get into a proper position and unleashed a cushioning spell technique in order to prevent her chest from being crushed by Lin's back again. She was getting more proficient at dealing with situations like this than she would have liked to. The Star Dancer's voice sounded again. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Not even a single return to Void Stage mighty figure has been able to survive my next attack. And Lin chuckled with a taunting expression. I'm a soul formation stage powerful being. Just because return to void stage mighty figures can't survive this doesn't mean I can't either. The Starfire battleship fell silent, as if it were feeling a little awkward. A few seconds later, a boundless white light converged toward a certain circular veined pattern on the battleship. That's Starry Sky Formation. She's going to fuse her power of the Star Divine Tao into the battleship and use the Starry Sky Cannon. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted as she spoke in a hurried voice. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura began to proliferate through the water, and the veined patterns on the formation began to fuse with the power of stars before quickly converging and increasing in power. The entirety of the gargantuan battleship lit up as if it were a massive beast focusing all of its energy on this one attack. And Lin laughed heartily in the face of such a fearsome might. Come on then. I hope the most powerful attack this battleship is capable of unleashing won't disappoint me. Big Boss and Lin, the Starfire battleship's most powerful weapon is the star-shattering cannon. Not this, Lan Xiaoni interjected. And Lin, why did she have to bring that up at a time like this? What a blow to team morale. Just as Lin turned to Lan Xiaoni with a sulky expression. Boom! The power of the Starry Sky Formation finally burst forth. The Star Dancer's power of the Divine Tao surged and exploded with unprecedented strength. Countless dazzling stars seemed to have been swept up by a river of white energy, like a boundless silver galaxy running over the entire sky before instantly engulfing Lin and Lan Xiaoni. However, change suddenly struck at this moment. The terrifying galaxy was sucked into some sort of object, as if it had fallen into a black hole. At the same time, another dazzling galaxy of stars erupted forth in the opposite direction before instantly tearing through the sturdy hull of the battleship and hurtling toward a certain direction. And Lin held the vermilion bird mirror in his hand and manipulated the direction the galaxy was being reflected toward. His target was not the cannons on the battleship. Instead, he had used his divine sense to detect which location on the battleship had the most intelligent energy fluctuations, as that location would most likely be the core of the battleship. That's right. And Lin was planning to use the Starfire battleship's final attack to destroy this battleship. The Starry Sky Formation was one of the Starfire battleship's most fearsome attacks. Its power correlated directly with the power of the ship's skipper. In order to kill Lin, the Star Dancer had elevated her power to the return to void pinnacle stage for a short time. Hence, this was the most powerful attack she was capable of unleashing using the battleship. However, the final attack that she had pinned all of her hopes suddenly changed directions and swept toward her instead. It wasn't just attacking a random location on the battleship either. It was heading directly for her. Within a golden energy crystal, a pink-tailed mermaid's eyes widened with shock and horror. How? He's just a soul formation stage cultivator. How could he detect my location? The Star Dancer's expression shifted drastically, and she could no longer remain calm. She immediately activated an energy barrier to defend herself. However, she was just a lone skipper with no one to help her. So how was a defensive barrier she had set up alone at the last minute supposed to defend her from the monstrously powerful Starry Sky Formation attack? The defensive barrier exploded instantly. The galaxy of stars continued onward with unstoppable force before finally crashing into the golden energy crystal. Boom! Energy exploded forth, and the entire battleship tremored violently as its blue light gradually dimmed. Lan Xiaoni had her eyes tightly shut and had already prepared herself to be crushed by Lin again, only to find that Lin was standing resolutely before her, completely unscathed, like an immovable divine mountain. You can even reflect a spell technique this powerful? That's so badass. Lan Xiaoni opened her eyes and stared blankly at the scene presented before her eyes. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. You find a place to hide. I'll be back in a jiffy. Wings of wind spread open on his back as he spoke, and he flew toward the center of the explosion at extreme speed. And Lin flew into the battleship via the tunnel of annihilation left behind by the terrifying explosion before arriving at the center of the explosion. When he slashed his evil-slaying sword through water, all of the turbulent waves were instantly scattered. He heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing the shattered golden crystal on the ground. I made the right gamble. This is the core of the battleship after all. She was bound to have a chink in her armor if she was going to operate such a massive battleship by herself. An elated smile appeared on Enlin's face. If the core was a little more well hidden, he might already be dead right now. But where's the Star Dancer? Has she been blasted into crumbs? Enlin looked around for the mermaid, but he couldn't even find a single fish scale. He picked up the golden crystal fragments from the ground. These things had extremely high energy densities, so they had to be useful for something. Enlin searched the surroundings carefully before discovering a carving constructed from deep-sea blue essence wood under some fallen rubble. The carving was only the size of a palm and bore an uncanny resemblance to the Star Dancer, as it too wore a cold expression and held a fan in each hand. Not only did it look like her, but even the residual aura within it was very similar to the Star Dancer's aura. Enlin, did I almost just get killed by a tiny wooden carving? Come here, underling Lan. Enlin yelled. Lan Xiaoni immediately flew toward Enlin from her hiding spot in the distance. What is it, Big Boss Enlin? What's the deal with this thing? Enlin tossed the wooden carving to Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni caught it with a blank expression, and her eyes gradually lit up as she looked at it. Wow, such a beautiful wooden carving. And it looks so much like Senior Star Dancer too. Is this a present for me? The mermaid princess cupped the wooden carving in her hands with an elated smile on her face. Enlin, I'm telling you to analyze for me whether this thing has something to do with the Star Dancer. Enlin snapped. Lan Xiaoni came to her senses, and a blush appeared on her face before she turned to carefully appraise the Star Dancer wooden carving. After a short while, she elaborated on her findings. This wooden carving was constructed from the divine wood of the spirit fish clan's Hongmeng's sacrificial altar. It looks like it was a vessel for her residual energy. Now that the Star Dancer's residual energy has been vanquished by you, it's just a useless piece of wood. Enlin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a mixture of elation and incredulity welled up in his heart. So, that means that the spirit fish clan mighty figure has already been defeated by me? It looks like it. Lan Xiaoni nodded in response. Enlin also nodded with a sense of mixed emotions. The victory had been too simple and caveman-like. He was finding it a bit difficult to accept. He had thought that he would be able to engage in another fierce battle with the Star Dancer after she separated from the ship. Enlin swallowed a high-rank regenerative spirit pill as these thoughts ran through his head. Wait, I have another question. A panicked expression suddenly appeared on Enlin's face. Lan Xiaoni turned to look at him. The Star Dancer was one of the most powerful mighty figures of her time and also the skipper of the Starfire battleship. Hence, she should be the final boss of this world, right? Enlin asked in a slow voice. Of course. Lan Xiaoni nodded in response as a confused expression appeared on her face. So, what are you trying to say? Enlin's brows furrowed. After vanquishing the final boss, shouldn't we get teleported out of here? So, Lan Xiaoni's mouth gaped open, and as her hand trembled, the wooden carving almost slipped out of her grasp. We can't go back? Enlin heaved a resigned sigh. There are only two possibilities. Number one, we haven't actually fought the final boss yet. Number two, Tianqinji and Shi Haizi are shameless enough to change the rules of the trial in order to trap us here. Both of them knew that the possibility of the former being true was pretty non-existent. The Star Dancer was already the most powerful being this world could facilitate. Tianqinji had said that it would use the power of this world to kill them. In reality, it didn't have to kill them outright. It could just confine them here for the rest of eternity, and they would die eventually anyway. Enlin and Lan Xiaoni were both struck by despair. Lan Xiaoni let loose a torrent of abuse. They've already gone too far by thrusting this infernal difficulty level trial on us, and now they're even changing the rules so that we can't go back even after killing our enemy? Are they that shameless? They bring disgrace to the title of High Priest and High Priestess. And they said we broke the rules. So what are they doing now? This is sheer hypocrisy, and the epitome of double standards. Shitty turtle. Stinky fish. She didn't care about her agenda anymore. All she wanted to do was hurl more abuse at her ancestor. She smashed the wooden carving into the ground as she spoke. Bam! The wooden carving was shattered by the enraged Lan Xiaoni. A golden key then appeared before Enlin and Lan Xiaoni's eyes. Enlin was shocked. This wooden carving could drop an item? Lan Xiaoni picked up the shiny golden key with a perplexed expression. What's this? Enlin took the key from her with an excited expression. This must be the key to the seabed treasure vault. I'm taking the one piece for sure. Lan Xiaoni? Lan Xiaoni stared at the excited Enlin with confusion on her face. Enlin didn't waste any more time words. He wouldn't be able to figure out what this key was just by looking at it, so he just resorted to using his hack. Divine inspection technique. Information regarding the golden key began to appear in his mind. A golden key, able to open the skipper's core cabin. Enlin's expression faltered. The key to the skipper's core cabin? Wasn't the star dancer the skipper? He had initially thought that this was the key to some treasures, but this was just the key to the star dancer's boudoir? Enlin was very angry. He felt like his dreams had been shattered. How was accessing the star dancer's boudoir going to be useful to him in any way? He was a man, a cultivator who was constantly advancing in pursuit of his dreams and more treasures. How could he waste time on something as useless as this? That's right. This key was absolutely useless to him. Enlin turned and left. Big Boss Enlin, where are we going? Lan Xiaoni immediately trailed along. Enlin replied with a solemn expression. To the skipper's core cabin. Theoretically speaking, the control room of the battleship and the skipper's core cabin wouldn't be too far away. Both of them should be located in the core region of the battleship. They had no directions anyway, so they just began wandering around the area. Thankfully, this battleship had been desperately lacking repair for countless years, and even though many of the doors were tightly shut, most of them could be opened by Lan Xiaoni's bloodline power. That's right, without a skipper, the Starfire battleship acknowledged the next lineal descendant around. Lan Xiaoni's sense of existence and self-worth went through the roof as a result. Even Big Boss Enlin needed to rely on her power. Just the thought of it made her lips curl up in a smug smile. After passing through over 100 special alloy doors, they finally arrived at a very large gate. The gate was in a semicircle shape and it looked like a black, starry night sky, giving onlookers a sense of entrancement when they set eyes upon it. And Lin was elated to find that above the gate, there was a string of peculiar ancient text, along with 2 fans. He didn't understand what the ancient text meant, but he could understand the fans. Those were the Star Dancer's fans. Is this the Star Dancer's boudoir? And Lin was getting quite excited. Lan Xiaoni rolled her eyes at Enlin before turning to look up at the ancient text and nodding her head. It should be. The ancient Spirit Fish Clan text there basically conveys that this is the Star Dancer's cabin. She stepped forward as she spoke and placed her hands on the door as usual before activating the power of her bloodline. However, the door refused to budge even a single inch this time. Lan Xiaoni was feeling a little awkward. A smug smile appeared on Enlin's face this time. A door even you can't open must be quite a sacred place. Looks like this is the Star Dancer's core cabin for sure. In times like this, we need this. He pulled out the golden key and placed it into a small opening by the side of the gate. The gate opened, but in a slightly peculiar way. A massive mouth suddenly extended out of the starry night sky and swallowed Enlin and Lan Xiaoni. Enlin was astonished. Lan Xiaoni screamed. The 2 of them didn't even get a chance to fully release their emotions before they landed heavily onto the ground. Enlin raised his head to find an extremely antiquated, yet elegant room around them. The floor was paved with bluestone, the tables and chairs were made of some sort of red wood, and there were calligraphy and artwork hanging from the walls. Through the windows, which were framed by intricately carved wood, they could see a vast starry sky. There was a light blue veil surrounding a bed, and there seemed to be a figure sitting on that bed. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni both tensed up at the same time. Don't move. I'll go first. And Lin instructed with a cautious expression. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword and sliced apart the blue veil. As the blue veil slowly fluttered to the ground, a gorgeous woman was revealed. She was sitting by the edge of the bed with her eyes closed. Her body was devoid of vitality, and her fishtail spilled over limply onto the floor. As opposed to a deceased person, she actually looked more like a beautiful woman taking a short nap. The passage of time did not seem to have left a single trace or mark on her body. Is this the real body of the star dancer? She's even more beautiful than when she was battling me. And Lin couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Lan Xiaoni provided a stern reminder. Big Boss and Lin, are you here to admire corpses? Don't forget what we're here to do. I'm doing something very important right now. Look at her. She died in a sitting position, and she seems so serene and peaceful before her death. That's way too strange. Is this not worthy of our investigation? And Lin countered. Lan Xiaoni was no match for him in a war of words and could only pout to express her displeasure. And Lin made his way over to the body of the star dancer and carefully appraised it. He poked the star dancer's fair, intricate cheek with a finger to discover that it was a little cold, but not hard. The body had been very well preserved, so it looks like she must have perished as the result of some extremely powerful curse technique. And Lin analyzed. Low-level curse techniques targeted the physical body, high-level curse techniques targeted the consciousness, while top-level curse techniques targeted fate and karma. For example, cursing someone to have bad luck for their entire life was actually one of the highest-level curse techniques in existence. It was meant to affect a living being's entire life and fate and was very difficult, if not impossible to lift. And Lin couldn't tell how the star dancer had died. He could only attribute her death to something similar in nature to a curse technique. To be able to curse a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, her opponent must be at the Dao integration stage at the very least, right? Lan Xiaoni was a little nervous, and Lin nodded. With the help of the Starfire battleship, a normal Dao integration stage super mighty figure might not even be able to touch her. Her opponent must have been quite powerful even among the Dao integration stage super might figures. However, if they really were that powerful, wouldn't it be much simpler to beat the star dancer to death with brute force? Look at the situation now. The curse wasn't even a complete success. The star dancer was still able to seal away a portion of her power to bully us. And Lin was clearly a bit resentful for the bad job the star dancer's killer had done. A bold thought suddenly surfaced in Lan Xiaoni's mind. It's not impossible. Perhaps her opponent didn't even see the star dancer as a worthy opponent and only threw a curse technique at her because they didn't like the look of her. Wouldn't that be a plausible explanation? And Lin, then how badass would her killer have to be? Probably around as badass as Big Boss and Lin at the return to void stage? Lan Xiaoni estimated with a serious expression. Quit telling the truth. And Lin was quite elated. He was elated at how good an underling Lan Xiaoni had turned out. As for the living being who had slain the star dancer, they didn't know who it was, but they didn't think it would be the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. If the ancient heavenly fiend celestial really was that badass, it wouldn't have been slain by the high priest and the high priestess. And Lin groped all over the star dancer's body to find that it was pleasantly cool and soft to the touch. But that was not the point. He just wanted to see if she carried any treasures with her. Unfortunately, this mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage wasn't even carrying a single treasure with her. In the end, Lan Xiaoni placed the star dancer's body into her storage ring. Even though she had been their enemy, the star dancer was still one of the top mighty figures of the Spirit Fish clan who had perished to protect the clan. She decided that she would give her a proper burial if she could return to the Sea Heart Palace. The two of them began rummaging through the room again, as they couldn't shake the feeling that there were some treasures waiting for them. They had only discovered that golden key after much difficulty. They couldn't just take that beautiful mermaid corpse and be done with everything. After an exhaustive search, they finally found something worthy of note. It was the star dancer's sailing journal. This was a journal with a black cover and a huge number of pages. And Lin opened the journal with excitement on his face, only for his expression to congeal immediately. What the hell is this? The pages were filled with worm-like squiggly characters, none of which he was able to understand. This is the ancient Spirit Fish clan text. Leave it to me. Lan Xiaoni patted her voluptuous chest with a smug expression. As the daughter to the Spirit Fish Clan leader, she had a very good grasp of the history of the clan. As such, deciphering some ancient text was a piece of cake for her. And Lin only recalled then that the text on the journal was quite similar to the text on top of the gate. Lan Xiaoni flicked through the journal and translated for Lin by converting it all to Tai Chu language. The good thing about this journal was that it only recorded days on which significant events took place. For some reason, Lin thought of Kong Zuexiang's journal. She was a woman that would record even the things she ate in her journal, as if the journal was the only friend she could communicate with and the only proof of her existence in this world. In comparison, the Star Dancer's diary was more spectacular. All of the entries were records of what enemies she had slain that day and what land they had conquered, making her life appear like an extremely badass sequence of events. Not only could she easily slaughter return to void stage mighty figures who dared to oppose her, but she could even engage in direct confrontation with Dao integration stage super mighty figures and inflict injuries on some while chasing away others. The Starfire battleship really was extremely powerful, but it also consumed a lot of money to operate, so it was not affordable to the average person. The journal basically covered the battleship's history of conquest, and Lan Xiaoni patiently translated everything while Lin listened with keen interest. After a long time, most of the journal had been translated, and the event they wanted to hear about the most took place. The emergence of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. This was a monster that had seemingly appeared from thin air before wreaking havoc on the West Sea. Countless peculiar sea monsters also popped up seemingly out of nowhere, and they heeded the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's command to attack all of the marine creatures in the West Sea. Thus, an earth-shattering battle erupted. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial and its subordinates were more powerful than the Spirit Fish Clan had anticipated, and as a result, they were forced onto the back foot as soon as the battle began. However, the Spirit Fish Clan was not always in a disadvantageous position. At some point in time, the Starfire battleship decided to unleash their strategic weapons, the Starfire battleship. It had to be said that the Starfire battleship was extremely powerful. It was able to turn the tables on the ancient heavenly fiend celestial for a short while when used in conjunction with the clan leader and the high priest. This was the Star Dancer's description of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial in her journal. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial is the most powerful mighty figure I have ever seen. I don't want to admit it, but its control over the power of the ocean has exceeded any living beings I have seen in my lifetime. Even the high priest Xianxia is no match for it in that aspect. It was like the master of the ocean. As the most powerful being within the Spirit Fish Clan at that time, Xianxia was forced to the extent that he was too scared to use the power of the ocean. Apparently, as soon as he used the power of the ocean, the ancient heavenly fiend celestial would be able to turn his own power on him and beat him emphatically, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Even though he had never seen the situation with his own eyes, he could empathize with how difficult and frustrating the situation would have been for Xianxia at that time. As such, the Spirit Fish Clan mighty figures could only use other types of powers to combat the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. The Starfire battleship, which was proficient at wielding the power of stars, therefore became the most powerful force the Spirit Fish Clan possessed. In one battle, they had even forced the ancient heavenly fiend celestial all the way back to its home. In an extremely deep seabed, there was a massive blue spatial hole from which a relentless stream of bizarre creatures burst forth. It was quite clear that the ancient heavenly fiend celestial had emerged from that spatial hole. Xianxia, hold the ancient heavenly fiend celestial off for me. I'll go destroy its home. The pink-tailed mermaid came to a quick decision. All right, but do be careful and come back as soon as you're done. High Priest Xianxia let loose an almighty roar as he held off the ancient heavenly fiend celestial with the help of the Spirit Fish Clan's clan leader. The Star Dancer had been in countless battles, and so, she had developed an extremely decisive and ruthless personality. She loved doing things like bombing an enemy's territory while the enemy was being held off by her allies. She wanted to see whether the ancient heavenly fiend celestial would scurry back to its original world if she blasted its home. The Starfire battleship launched a devastating energy cannon blast toward the blue hole. There were countless peculiar marine mutant beasts within the blue hole, and all of them were instantly annihilated down to their smallest constituent particles by the cannon blast. The Starfire battleship charged into the blue hole. However, after entering the blue hole, the Star Dancer heard the ancient heavenly Fian Celestial's delighted laughter. Ha ha ha! Do you really think I'm being held off by your allies? Stupid fish! You can stay in there forever. This was the final sentence she heard from the ancient heavenly Fian Celestial. The indestructible spatial passageway between the two worlds suddenly shrank and disappeared. The Starfire battleship lost all contact with the outside world. All of its spatial coordinates set in the Taichu continent had also all been wiped away, and they were completely and utterly lost. All of the tens of thousands of operators and warriors on the battleship instantly fell into a state of panic. Anyone would suffer from violent emotional fluctuations upon being confronted by the notion that they couldn't find their way home anymore. The Star Dancer stood up at this moment and diverted everyone's attention. Seeing as they had already entered the ancient heavenly Fian Celestial's home, they should just annihilate everything here first. Everything else could wait until after they had laid waste to this world. All of the warriors on the Starfire battleship were extremely capable, and the Star Dancer's rousing speech perfectly suited their tastes. Seeing as they couldn't find the way home, then they would just have to destroy the enemy's home. The world within the blue spatial hole was also a seabed world. There were countless bizarre creatures here. The Starfire battleship embarked on an unstoppable killing spree. Blood colored the entire ocean red, and countless creatures perished to the Starfire battleship's cannons. This was a battleship with the power equivalent to a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. In this world, there was no one that could oppose them, and they forged on ahead like a hot knife through butter. Everything went extremely smoothly, until that one day, Lan Xiaoni noticed that the handwriting on this page of the journal seemed to be different. Was she trembling at that time? Today, we discovered an extremely lavish seabed palace. There's no mistaking it. That must be the ancient heavenly Fian Celestial's home. That was what the Star Dancer had thought. She didn't even try to verify this before pointing her cannons directly at the palace and launching a terrifying bombardment of energy blasts. The palace was instantly razed to the ground. All of the warriors on the battleship whooped for joy, thinking that they had at least exacted revenge upon the enemy. All the way up until an extremely mighty being appeared above the massive mushroom cloud. No one could see what it looked like. However, the entire crew on the Starfire battleship was struck by the urge to kneel down to it and pledge their loyalty. This was not only a transcendence in cultivation. This was a life form that had transcended beyond them. If there really is a God in this world, then this is probably it. However, this God does not seem to welcome us very much. It only said one thing. You don't belong here, and you can't go back, so you can all just disappear. Thus, all of the crew members on the Starfire battleship began to disappear one after the other. They didn't scream or suffer. All of them just slowly became transparent before ceasing to exist. None of their struggles did anything to save them. Less than a minute had passed, and the tens of thousands of crew members had all disappeared without a trace. I am the only one left. I never thought I would encounter an entity that can kill living beings just by using some words. This is not just power. Pure power is not capable of something like this. Only a god can possess an ability like this. I experienced horror for the very first time. But why haven't I disappeared? Am I an oversight? The Star Dancer looked up at the blue figure outside the battleship with a confused expression. She soon realized that she was wrong. She was also slowly dying as the vitality gradually drained from her body. The Star Dancer's heart was filled with shock and horror. She didn't even know just what power was draining her vitality. It was as if she should not be alive, and death was her natural state of being. Just one word from that godlike creature had wiped away all of the living beings on the battleship. In the face of the crushing despair from witnessing the deaths of her entire crew, the Star Dancer suddenly calmed down and began to carefully assess the situation. She hadn't disappeared, but she was dying in another way. If there was something that set her apart from the other crew members of the battleship, it was probably the fact that she was the only one among them to have mastered the power of the divine Tao. Did that mean that mastering the power of the divine Tao and merging the power of Tao with one's body would allow them to keep that terrifying being's attack at bay to a certain extent? Even though it was only an alternative way of dying, the star dancer immediately came to a decision. The existence above the mushroom cloud was something she most definitely could not stand up against. The only thing she could do was to conceal her presence before finding a chance to return to the West Sea. She had to transport the Starfire battleship back to the West Sea at the very least. The hope was very slim, but it was the only thing she could do. The star dancer, who was even able to stand up to Tao integration stage super mighty figures, suddenly felt at that moment what it was like to be a powerless ant. This battleship can fall as well. A voice that seemed to be far away but also sounded like it came directly from within her consciousness suddenly erupted. The star dancer didn't even have a chance to react before a peerlessly sharp blue blade projection suddenly fell from the sky and almost sliced the gargantuan battleship in half. A thunderous boom reverberated through the entire ocean. The battleship seemed to be wailing in anguish as it fractured. But it couldn't do anything to resist as it plummeted to the seabed continent. The star dancer's expression was full of despair. The battleship's propulsion system had been sliced apart with extreme precision and accuracy. How could there be a power like this? How could there be an existence like this? What is this thing? Boom! The Starfire battleship crashed into the seabed continent, sending sand and dirty rocket into the ocean for hundreds of thousands of feet. The star dancer's entire body was trembling, but she couldn't do anything. The blue figure slowly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. It had only uttered 2 sentences to relegate the Starfire battleship to the bottom of the ocean forever. The star dancer suddenly came to a realization that the only thing she was able to do was to await her death. Her life force was still constantly receding, and her power of the divine Tao was also becoming weaker and weaker. At this rate, she probably wouldn't even last a single day. She had envisioned many dangerous situations that could befall the battleship, but she had never envisioned something like this. So be it. I'll record everything on my sailing journal. At least there would be a chance that a successor of the Spirit Fish clan would stumble upon the journal and learn about everything that had happened here. Even though it was scarcely believable. Prior to her death, the Star Dancer activated the Starfire battleship's spatial positioning signal to the very max before sealing away what remained of her power to a piece of Hong Meng divine wood. After doing all of this, she closed the journal and sat silently on her bed, thinking back on her life, awaiting her inevitable death. That was the final entry in the journal. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni both fell into silence. Big Boss and Lin, what do you think that blue figure that killed the Star Dancer was? Lan Xiaoni broke the silence first. Probably a mighty figure on the level of Nuwa, the Taoist Trinity, Pangu, and other gods of creation. And Lin replied with furrowed brows. Lan Xiaoni shook her head in a rare display of conflicting opinions. I don't think so. I've seen Nuwa and I've also seen Cyril fight. Even mighty figures above Tao integration stage are not necessarily able to decide the fate of the entire Starfire battleship crew through words alone. Big Boss and Lin, don't forget that at the height of its powers, the Starfire battleship possessed power comparable to a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. That blue godlike creature was at least equivalent to Big Boss and Lin at the Tao integration stage. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Please stop. I'm going to suffer divine retribution if you keep boasting about me like this. Also, when did I become a unit of measurement for power? And Lin added with a resigned expression. Lan Xiaoni stuck out her cute little tongue as a cheeky smile appeared on her face. Doesn't that make the story more relatable to Big Boss and Lin? No, it doesn't. It just makes it weird. And Lin retorted. He thought for a moment before suddenly heaving a long sigh. The more I know, the less safe I feel. To think that a being as powerful as the Star Dancer would just perish under such inconceivable circumstances. What if I encounter a god like this, and it's jealous of how handsome I am and tell me that I should disappear from this world? Lan Xiaoni. It was not unreasonable to be concerned, but was this what he should be concerned about? Lan Xiaoni was still hesitating whether she should just come clean and tell Lin what she thought about his looks, when an expression of shock and horror suddenly appeared on Lin's face. Crap! Lan Xiaoni turned to him with a confused expression. What's wrong? The journal states that the Starfire battleship crashed to the bottom of a seabed continent in another world. We've also discovered the Starfire battleship on an unfamiliar seabed continent. Could it be that this place? And Lin speculated with a tense expression. This? Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened. A terrifying thought welled up in both their hearts at once. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni each drew a sharp intake of breath. The place where the Starfire battleship had fallen, the home of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial, the place where that mysterious godlike being had appeared, and Lin was just making a joke about how unsafe he would feel if he was to encounter a similar godlike creature. And now his wish had been granted. The place they were located at right now was very likely to be the place where that mysterious godlike being dwelled. Are we screwed? Lan Xiaoni trembled with fear like a frightened little lamb. And Lin took a deep breath to calm himself down. Don't panic. If you analyze the situation carefully, there are a lot of unanswered mysteries, and this seabed continent may not necessarily be the same place as the one described in the journal. Think about it. The place we have ended up in is referred to by Tianqinji as the Heavenly Turtle Seabed Hell. This clearly has something to do with the Heavenly Turtle tribe, so how could this be an alternate world? Furthermore, even if this alternate world has become the trial world within the High Priest and the High Priestess tomb, that would mean they've already conquered this world. The mysterious being is very likely no longer here, and this place has been transformed into the trial grounds of the tomb. And Lin was starting to even believe his own analysis. Lan Xiaoni then offered a lethal piece of conjecture. Then what if Tianqinji and Shi Haizi hadn't actually discovered the Star Dancer's sailing journal? And Lin fell silent. That's right. One had to realize that the Star Dancer was not an independent life form and did not have a complete memory. She might well have been used as a boss by the High Priest and High Priestess, who didn't know anything about her history. The wooden carving would appear only after the Star Dancer's residual power disappeared. In other words, the High Priest and High Priestess didn't know about the wooden carving, they didn't know about the golden key, they had never been to the Star Dancer's boudoir, and they had never seen the sailing journal. It was very possible that they knew absolutely nothing about this world. They could be using this as just a normal mystic realm world. Wait. This is the place where the Starfire battleship has fallen. The two high priests can't be oblivious enough to just regard this as a normal world. And Lin suddenly came to another realization. Lan Xiaoni, I'm remembering something now. The place where the fallen god seabed tomb was erected was the place that the ancient heavenly fiend celestial had appeared. That's definitely not a coincidence. There is a very big chance that we have entered an alternate world through the tomb. And Lin's brows furrowed. If this is the alternate world where the ancient heavenly fiend celestial had come from, didn't it state on the journal that opening up the passageway between the two worlds was next to impossible? How could we have been teleported here by Tianqinji? Unless another mighty figure is helping them from this world. Cold sweat was beginning to roll down Lan Xiaoni's forehead. Peculiar silence ensued. It was really bizarre that the High Priest and the High Priestess were able to open up the passageway between the two worlds so easily. After a series of analyses, a thought began to well up in the hearts of both Lin and Lan Xiaoni. Could it be that there was some unspoken deal between the High Priest, the High Priestess, and that mysterious godlike being? This was not an implausible suspicion. Otherwise, there really was no explanation for the High Priest as well as the High Priestess' bizarre actions. The tribal secrets most likely have something to do with the deal between the High Priest, the High Priestess, and the top dog of this world as well, and Lin speculated. He suddenly thought of something and pulled out a photographic crystal from his storage ring. Underling Lan, this is the snapshot I took of Tianqinji's turtle shell. What does it say? Lan Xiaoni looked at it before shaking her head with a hint of disappointment. I've seen this type of special ancient text, but I need to have the starry sky of the West Sea as a reference in order to decipher it. I won't be able to do that here. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Why does your clan feel the need to make everything so complicated? Even reading some text requires the stars as a reference. What's the point? It has great confidentiality properties, and it makes us look very profound and badass so that we get a sense of superiority. Lan Xiaoni replied with nothing but blatant honesty. And Lin was defeated by her straightforward answer and didn't have a response. Thus, the two of them fell silent again. Aside from gaining a potential extra enemy with godlike powers, they didn't appear to have reaped any other rewards from their ordeal. If they couldn't leave this place, none of this would matter anyway. The two of them made another exhaustive search of the Star Dancer's cabin. The results were very disappointing. There were no other useful items to be found. What do we do now, Big Boss Enlin? Lan Xiaoni turned to Enlin with a hint of fear and anticipation in her blue eyes. Enlin thought to himself for a moment before replying. Seeing as the High Priest and High Priestess won't allow us to go back, there is only one way out of here. What is it? Lan Xiaoni asked. Find the top dog of this world and ask it to open up the passageway for us. And Lin replied with a solemn expression. Lan Xiaoni? The mermaid princess stared at Enlin in shock, and tears began to shimmer in her eyes again. Enlin turned with a confused expression to his underling, who appeared to have a crying addiction, and he didn't even have a chance to ask her anything before her sobs erupted forth. Wah! I thought Big Boss Enlin would be final hope in this dire situation. But Big Boss Enlin has already gone insane before me. Have you already succumbed to our fate? You're even thinking about leading both of us to an early grave. Lan Xiaoni wiped her tears as she sobbed with despair, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. This mysterious being was capable of sinking the Starfire battleship and slaughtering tens of thousands of Spirit Fish Clan powerful beings with 2 sentences. So Enlin couldn't really blame Lan Xiaoni for thinking that way. In reality, Enlin had his own reasons for proposing this idea. If that mysterious being really had struck some sort of deal with the High Priest and the High Priestess, that would indicate that it was not someone that was not open to negotiation and communication. Even though Enlin was just an ordinary soul formation stage cultivator, he had a crap ton of trump cards. The Vermilion Bird Mirror, the Chaotic Alloy Brick, the Dragon Tribe Mighty Figure in his ring, the Flaming Vermilion Bird in his Sea of Vital Energy, his Infuriating System, etc. Those were all trump cards. They should be able to help him with what he was about to do next, right? Of course, he would try his best to avoid a situation where he would have to use them. Alright, stop crying. In any case, let's continue our search of the Starfire battleship to see if we can find some more information. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. Lan Xiaoni had no objections to this, and they left the Star Dancer's cabin together. Lan Xiaoni continued to act as a bloodline key to access all of the rooms on the battleship. The Starfire battleship really was extremely massive, and if they tried to look through each and every room, it would definitely take them a year or more. Fortunately, they discovered the control room and a map of the battleship in the early stages of their search. The rest of the process was quite simple. They only searched around the important areas of the battleship. Even so, it still took them a few days to complete their search. They discovered nothing worthy of note aside from some precious materials and energy vessels. To be honest, even if there were 100 million spirit stones for Enlin to pick up, he still wouldn't experience a single shred of joy. He was going to be trapped here until he died anyway, so what was the point of picking up money? Even the skipper of the battleship, the Star Dancer, was unable to find a way out. How were they supposed to work out a course of action just by searching through the battleship? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni lay down on the ship deck with expressions of despair on their faces. There's no other way. We only have one course of action left. And Lin gritted his teeth. No, there is another way. Lan Xiaoni still hadn't given up hope. What is it? We can cultivate here until we progress to the return to void stage. Maybe we'll be able to detect the West Sea's relative location from here after we attain spatial powers and get out of this place. Lan Xiaoni suggested. And Lin, why don't we wait for me to progress to the Tao integration stage or the God of Creation level, then bash the crap out of that mysterious godlike being? Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up. Great idea. I think that'll work. Great idea, my ass. And Lin immediately flicked her on the forehead. He didn't waste any more time. With our power, we won't even be able to tear open a spatial passageway. And even if we could, We don't have the coordinates that could lead us back to where we came from anyway. I'm going to find that mysterious being. Whether you come with me or stay here is up to you." And Lin turned and left as he spoke. Lan Xiaoni clenched her fists, and her shoulders trembled as if she was grappling with intense internal conflict. A few seconds later, she took a deep breath before following in Lin with a resolute expression. "Screw it. If I die, then I die. Big Boss and Lin wait for me." Even though she knew and Lin's course of action was most likely suicidal and she was absolutely petrified, she still involuntarily decided to follow him. "Hey, underling Lan, stop tugging on my sleeve. I'm scared." And Lin rolled his eyes before continuing onward into the distance with his underling atop his black brick. Their first destination was that palace that had been razed to the ground. The journal entry had stated that the blue figure had appeared above the mushroom cloud. To be honest, and Lin was wondering if that palace was actually that mysterious being's house. That would explain why it had appeared as soon as the palace had been destroyed, before crushing the entire battleship along with its crew. Its house had been razed to the ground. Of course it had to retaliate. However, as an indescribably powerful mighty figure, it would be embarrassing for it to just attack a bunch of trash for no good reason. Hence, it could only fabricate a profound excuse like, "You don't belong in this world," before attacking. "Oh my God. That makes a lot of sense." And Lin swallowed silently with a hint of hope intermingled with his nerves. If that was indeed the case, then that mysterious being seemed to possess some pretty humanized traits. Wouldn't that make it easier to negotiate with? With these questions in mind, he scoured the boundless seabed continent atop his black brick. After almost an entire day, he finally discovered a place that seemed to have been ravaged by an extremely powerful attack. However, at the center of the explosion was not a huge crater. Instead, it was a brand new palace. A new palace had appeared amid all the rubble and wreckage. Both Lin and Lan Xiaoni realized what this entailed. Both of them could feel their heart rates accelerating as they stared at the palace with nervous expressions. The palace was massive. Just its width alone exceeded a kilometer, and its main color tone was white. It had white walls with red windows, and the top of the palace tapered and converged to a single point. Even in the inky darkness of the seabed, it glowed with a faint light, as if it were a bright jewel in the darkness. They were only here to try their luck, but they didn't think that they would discover a palace amid the wreckage. Did this mysterious being have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Why did it have to build the palace exactly at the center of the explosion? Couldn't it have built the palace elsewhere? These were in Lin's thoughts, but he did not dare to articulate them. "Big Boss and Lin, are you really going to do this?" Lan Xiaoni's voice trembled, and Lin nodded with a heavy expression. "That's right. Don't worry. I still have many trump cards, so there's a very good chance that we would come out on top." Lan Xiaoni didn't know where Lin's confidence was coming from, and she could only nod with difficulty. At the same time, in an attempt to muster up some courage, she brainwashed herself by constantly reminding herself that Big Boss and Lin was invincible. The two of them began carefully approaching the palace, and Lin tried to use his divine sense to detect the situation within the palace, only to have his attempts thwarted by an invisible barrier. No matter how much he amplified the power of his divine sense, it was still unable to penetrate through the outer walls of the palace. This was definitely not a simple place, and Lin took a deep breath and arrived at the white gate. He was just about to push open the gate when his hand faltered in midair. Lan Xiaoni was ecstatic upon seeing this, thinking that Lin must be having second thoughts. "Big Boss and Lin, we should go back and have some more brainstorming sessions. There must be another way." And Lin ignored her and pulled out his Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 from his storage ring. "Go forth, cannon fodder Gundams." Lan Xiaoni. That's right. And Lin didn't want to take the risk himself, so he decided to deploy his cannon fodder Gundams to test the water first. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 were too weak now to do anything aside from jobs like this, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni slowly retreated into the distance, even though they knew that this amount of distance would not do them any good against a mighty figure of this caliber. The two Gundams pushed open the gate at Lin's behest. A resounding boom erupted. The gate was slowly pushed open. The two Gundams were just about to scan the interior of the palace. Enemies? A faint voice suddenly sounded from within the palace. The two Gundams began to tremble violently. Then, their superalloy bodies began to disintegrate at a perceptible rate. Crack, crack, crack. Bam! The two Gundams exploded. This wasn't just a normal explosion. Instead, their entire bodies had been annihilated into their tiniest constituent particles, until there was nothing left of their bodies. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni each drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. What the hell just happened? There were no energy fluctuations, and just a single sentence was enough to make the Gundams explode? Even though they had read about this in the journal, it was a much more astonishing experience seeing it happen firsthand. And Lin was pretty confident before coming here. But now, his confidence had been completely wiped away. Lan Xiaoni reflexively hid behind Lin. She was absolutely petrified. Just how powerful was this mysterious being to be able to possess such an ability? Furthermore, it had referred to the Gundams as enemies. Even after the Starfire battleship blasted its house into smithereens, it still didn't refer to them as enemies. But it was now referring to the Gundams as enemies. Cold sweat began to pour down Lin's forehead as a sense of horror welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but feel like he was in an even more dire situation than the Starfire battleship crew. Both the mysterious being's power and its attitude toward them made Lin experience a sense of immense pressure. If its attacks were perceptible, the chaotic alloy brick and vermilion bird mirror could be used as defensive tools. But this was a being that could annihilate the two Gundams with a single sentence. How was he supposed to defend against that? Wait, a single sentence? And Lin suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that this mysterious being's attacks had something to do with sound? And Lin suddenly made a connection. Regardless of whether it was the Starfire battleship being attacked or the two Gundams being attacked, the mysterious being always had to say something to effect a change. The two Gundams were cannon fodder, which it could easily take care of without saying anything, so why did it utter a sentence first? Those were just two mechanical puppets. What was the point of talking to them? Why did it speak? Could it be that this mysterious being liked to speak? That was not completely out of the equation. Just as all of these thoughts were flashing through Lin's mind, a faint voice sounded from behind him. Big Boss Lin, what are you waiting for? The gate is about to close on its own. And Lin immediately raised his head to discover that the gate was indeed slowly closing. Should he continue onward, or make a retreat first? To be honest, calling it a retreat was just a bogus. All they were going to do was to sit around and wait for death. Screw it. A ferocious expression appeared on Lin's face, and he was just about to take a step forward when a figure suddenly appeared before him to block his way forward, seemingly as if it had materialized from thin air. This was a dreamy blue figure with no set shape nor size. It was as if it had merged with the entire ocean, as if it were heaven and earth itself. An indescribable feeling welled up in Lin's heart. He stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the scene before his eyes. Lan Xiaoni felt as if she had seen the most powerful god between heaven and earth, and her fishtail collapsed underneath herself as she bowed her head to the ground, not even daring to look at the blue creature. And Lin knew that this was the mysterious being that had destroyed the Starfire battleship with 2 sentences and annihilated the 2 Gundams with just 1 sentence. Who said they had to look for the mysterious being? The mysterious being could come to look for them if it wanted to, and Lin had no choice but to muster up his courage and yell out, "Don't be rash, Senior. We don't bear any ill will toward you. We're just here to talk." He chose to clarify the situation first in case the mysterious being decided to kill them before he had a chance to do so. The blue figure had an extremely dreamlike and ethereal quality, and Lin couldn't even tell whether it was round or angular, let alone determine what it looked like. However, Lin could tell that the blue figure had its attention focused on him. Gulp! And Lin swallowed involuntarily. He looked at the indeterminate creature before him and stood up straight. He could lose in a battle, but he couldn't lose in a contest of wills. The blue figure slowly descended to the ground before materializing into a certain shape. and Lin's heart thumped like a jackhammer in his chest. He didn't know what this mysterious being was doing, but he instinctively knew not to disrupt this process. Finally, the mysterious being materialized to become a humanoid water creature with no facial features. At least they could determine its shape and size now. And Lin faltered slightly upon seeing this, clearly unsure of why the mysterious being had decided to do this. In the next instant, the humanoid water creature cocked its head to the side and slowly extended a hand toward Lin. "Hello!" And Lin and Lan Xiaoni's mouths gaped open. Was this humanoid water creature extending a greeting toward them? And Lin naturally didn't dare to refuse its offer for a handshake, and he immediately extended a hand forward to grasp onto the hand being offered to him. He discovered that the creature's hand was quite soft and smooth, with a hint of coldness, as if he were shaking hands with a piece of jelly. And Lin didn't dare to hold on for too long, and he immediately retracted his hand after a show of friendliness. In any case, this mysterious being didn't appear to be antagonistic toward them. Furthermore, it had shaken his hand, which was something well outside of his expectations. These were encouraging signs, but at the same time, Lin was feeling a little nervous. "Senior, can you take us back to our original world?" He immediately cut straight to the chase with a respectful expression. Even though he was feeling a bit overawed, he still hadn't lost sight of what his objective was. The humanoid water creature didn't reply. Instead, it turned its head to the side. Even though it didn't have any eyes, Lan Xiaoni could tell that it was looking at her. An ethereal voice seemed to sound directly in their souls. "You don't belong here, you should..." And Lin immediately interjected before it had a chance to finish its sentence. "We should go home. Please take us home, Senior." The humanoid water creature's body rippled slightly, and it cocked its head to the side as it fell into silence, seemingly a little disgruntled at having its train of thought interrupted. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni both heaved long sighs of relief. What familiar words! If the humanoid water creature had uttered the words, "You should disappear," Lan Xiaoni would have been completely and utterly screwed. Thankfully, and Lin forced an interjection to disrupt the humanoid water creature's verbal attack. Lan Xiaoni turned to look at Lin with a grateful expression. She knew that Lin was taking a great risk by saying this, as it could divert the humanoid water creature's attention to him, thereby potentially placing him in grave danger. However, Lin still did what he did despite the risks, and he had done so with no hesitation. Lin stared at the humanoid water creature with a tense expression, constantly on his guard in case it said something that could wipe them both out. After a short while, the humanoid water creature turned to Lin again. "You can't..." "That's right. I can't stay here. I have to go back to my original world. Can you take us back, Senior?" And Lin interjected again. "The humanoid water creature?" And Lin's heart rate accelerated through the roof, and he had to constantly be on high alert to prevent the humanoid water creature from saying something that would annihilate them both. This was the third time he had stipulated that he wanted to return to his original world. Surely it had gotten the gist of things by this point. He was only hoping that this mysterious being was an amiable mighty figure that could casually punch a hole into space that would lead them back to their original world. And Lin stared at the humanoid water creature with a beseeching expression. The humanoid water creature stood rooted to the spot again after being interrupted. After taking a short moment to recover, it spoke again. "I'm going to now..." "Yes, you're going to now get us out of here, right?" And Lin interjected with an excited expression. The humanoid water creature, Lan Xiaoni. Wasn't Big Boss and Lin going a bit too far here? Slap. And Lin's body was suddenly flattened to the ground. He felt an extremely terrifying sealing force sweeping toward him, rendering him completely immobilized. Crap. And Lin's heart jolted with fear. The mysterious being was about to strike. Big Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted drastically as she hurriedly stationed herself in front of Lin and directly faced the humanoid water creature. And Lin wanted to tell Lan Xiaoni to calm down, only to find that the sealing force had even taken away his ability to speak. He didn't even have the power to interject anymore. This was a truly dire situation, The humanoid water creature finally nodded with satisfaction upon seeing Enlin getting flattened to the ground, before turning to Lan Xiaoni and continuing to speak. I have to now fulfill my end of the agreement with those two juniors? It looked at Lan Xiaoni, who stood with a resolute expression in front of Enlin, despite the fact that her features were deathly pale from fear. You don't belong here. You must be the being chosen by fate mentioned by those two juniors, right? Ha! Lan Xiaoni's expression faltered upon hearing this. Enlin, hurry up and say yes, you stupid cunt. Enlin roared internally at Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's body shuddered as she came to her senses and instinctively nodded. That's right. I am the being chosen by fate. The humanoid water creature nodded. Your aptitude matches the requirements. You are indeed quite a good vessel. Wait, vessel? A being chosen by fate sounded like some badass concept, but it was just the name for a vessel? Lan Xiaoni and Enlin were both astonished as an ominous sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. Lan Xiaoni would be kicking herself for what she had said if she had legs. She opened her mouth, and she really wanted to say something like, I was just kidding. But her instincts told her that she would die even more quickly if she were to say something like that. The humanoid water creature extended its two index fingers and tapped them together before bringing them apart again. A ball of mysterious blue matter began to appear between its two forefingers. It was only the size of a fist, but it seemed to contain a boundless ocean within. The humanoid water creature waved a hand, and the blue ball of matter instantly merged into Lan Xiaoni's forehead. Lan Xiaoni let loose an agonized moan, and her hands clutched her head as her body trembled violently. But her powerful aura was sweeping through the ocean in a radius of over 50 kilometers. Her aura continued to climb and became more and more powerful. Enlin was extremely distressed upon seeing this, and he tried to escape this seal with all his might as his body trembled with overexertion. No, I can't let anything bad happen to underling Lan. Move! Hurry up and move! Boom! An extremely terrifying power burst into the sky, and Lin's eyes widened as he stared at Lan Xiaoni. Bright blue divine light emanated from Lan Xiaoni's body, and the light was gentle, yet boundless, as vast and infinite as the ocean, and also as unfathomable as an abyss. Not only that, but Enlin could feel a completely different type of power coming from her body. This was a type of power that seemed to have transcended beyond this world. It was the power of a god. Vessel, was she still Lan Xiaoni? Lan Xiaoni seemed to have detected Enlin's thoughts. She turned around, and a vibrant smile appeared on her face as she offered gentle words of consolation. Big boss Enlin, I'm fine. Enlin looked at the smiling woman to find that there was now a blue water droplet insignia on her snowy white forehead, from which paramount divine power exuded. He felt like this power was a little familiar. The humanoid water creature nodded with satisfaction as it looked at Lan Xiaoni. Very good. Everything went very smoothly. It is now time for you to go back and fulfill your duty. Lan Xiaoni and Enlin were ecstatic upon hearing this. Even though this entire process was quite baffling, the mysterious being had finally decided to send them back, and this was definitely a cause for celebration. The humanoid water creature pointed at a certain spot in the ocean. A blue passageway between two worlds suddenly appeared. Spoke again. Go forth, my chosen one. Rule over the West Sea and wipe the human race from the face of the Tai Chu continent. Rule over the West Sea. Wipe the human race from the face of the Tai Chu continent. The humanoid water creature's final sentence left both Enlin and Lan Xiaoni completely dumbstruck. So that was what the person chosen by fate was supposed to do. This idiot wanted Lan Xiaoni to rule over the West Sea and exterminate the human race? Puffed! Enlin couldn't help but burst into laughter, setting aside just how ridiculous this requirement was. Lan Xiaoni probably couldn't even be entrusted with the duty of ruling over the Spirit Fish clan, let alone the entire West Sea. Perhaps it was because the humanoid water creature had finally gotten everything off its chest. But the sealing force on Enlin's body also disappeared. Enlin stood up and pinched Lan Xiaoni's soft, delicate cheek. Hey, what are you doing? Lan Xiaoni's head recoiled slightly as a blush appeared on her face. Enlin heaved a sigh of relief, Thank God you're still the same underling Lan. A hint of sweetness welled up in Lan Xiaoni's heart upon hearing this, but she forced a cold, haughty expression onto her face. It's time to carry out my mission. Let's go. And Lin nodded with a serious expression. Yes, let's go back. Their top priority was to return to their original world. The passageway between the two worlds opened up by the humanoid water creature was their last chance to leave this accursed place. As for the mission that had somehow fallen on Lan Xiaoni's shoulders, only time would tell whether that was going to be a blessing or a curse. The two of them knew that it was best not to delay, and they immediately made their way toward the passageway between the two worlds. All of a sudden, the humanoid water creature appeared in front of the passageway before pointing a finger at Enlin. Aren't you going to stay here? Enlin was perplexed. What a dumb fucking question. Why would he stay here? He forced a smile onto his face. Senior, I have some things I need to do, so I must go back. The humanoid water creature stared at Enlin with its non-existent eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became a little frightening. After a while, the humanoid water creature suddenly nodded again. So that's the case, I understand now. Enlin? What had it understood? The humanoid water creature suddenly gripped the ocean in a certain direction with its hand. The entire ocean surged violently, and it felt as if the entire world was shaking. Enlin's heart jolted with shock as he stared blankly at the humanoid water creature. Soon, a blue ball of light flew from the distance into its hand. You have some things to do, so I won't keep you any longer. I don't really have anything to give you, but there was a little boat that barged into this place a long time ago. It looks like it could be useful, so I'll give that to you. The humanoid water creature waved a hand, and the blue ball of light floated toward Enlin. Enlin caught the blue ball of light with a dumbstruck expression as an absurd thought occurred to him. Is this the Starfire battleship? The humanoid water creature nodded and smiled with its non-existent mouth. That's right. I feel like it's a decent toy. I hope you don't dislike it. This was a very strange feeling. Even though Enlin couldn't see the humanoid water creature's face, he had a distinct feeling that it was smiling at him. And this was a very vibrant and friendly smile. This toy isn't too bad. Enlin quickly got into character and nodded before casually putting the blue ball of light away into his storage ring. Holy shit. This was a strategic weapon with power equivalent to that of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. And this humanoid water creature described it as a mere toy. Even though his heart was surging with shock, he still managed to maintain a perfect poker face. He smiled again. I have to go do all of the things that are waiting for me, goodbye. He didn't know what misunderstanding the humanoid water creature had made, but he had to keep up the act in a situation like this. The humanoid water creature stepped aside. Enlin's lips twitched, and he held Lan Xiaoni's hand as they both dove into the passageway between the two worlds. Within the tribal secret stone chamber of the fallen god seabed tomb, a massive turtle statue and a massive mermaid statue panted heavily as they faced one another, as if they had just completed some vigorous exercise. They were the former high priestess of the heavenly turtle tribe and the high priest of the spirit fish clan, Tianqinji and Shihaizi. Before them was a white, humanoid living being exuding powerful energy fluctuations. We finally successfully made a return to Void Stage Clone. Shihaizi spoke with a smile. A content smile appeared on Tianqinji's face. Little Bai was made by both of us together. An expression of concern appeared on Shihaizi's face. That human named Enlin is even more powerful than most return to Void Stage mighty figures. Is it really okay to leave them in there? A cold smile appeared on Tianqinji's face. Don't worry so much. What could go wrong? It has already been close to 20 days. They must be long dead now. All we have to do is send Little Bai in to take their treasures. Don't forget that they still have all of our tomb treasures within their storage rings. Shihaizi nodded. These two fated ones were too disobedient, so they had to die. They could create another key. But what if the next batch of fated ones arrived only to discover that there were no treasures left? As such, they had to recover those treasures. This was why Tianqinji and Shihaizi had created Little Bai. We don't have much power over that place, and you can't see what's going on in there. We can only issue commands to the Star Dancer, but she can't reciprocate us. What if? And Lin isn't dead. Xianxia was still a little concerned. Hee, there's no way they won't discover the Starfire battleship after arriving in that place. After discovering the Starfire battleship, a battle with the Star Dancer will be inevitable. Do you think the Star Dancer at full power coupled with the Starfire battleship will be unable to kill Lin? Xianxia was clearly very confident. Xianxia thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. You're right, I'm thinking too much. Let's deploy our little bai to recover our treasures. Xianxia nodded as she prepared to open up a passageway between the two worlds. All of a sudden, a blue hole appeared within the chamber. Xianxia and Xianxia were both massively shocked upon seeing this. Xianxia's eyes widened. Is that a passageway between the two worlds? Xianxia drew a sharp intake of breath. This power, there's no mistaking it. It's a spatial passageway leading to that world. There is only one other being aside from myself that is able to open up this spatial passageway. It's the God within that world. Both Xianxia and Xianxia's expressions became extremely grave at this realization. Could it be that it wants to come out? Xianxia was a little afraid. Impossible. It can't come out at this moment in time. Xianxia shook her head with conviction. A thought then occurred to her as a smile appeared on her face. Could it be that it's taking the initiative to give Lin's storage ring to us? This was not an implausible piece of speculation. After all, they were cooperating with one another, so helping each other out was not out of the equation. Couldn't come to this world, but it could toss a storage ring into this world. Thus, both Xianxia and Xianxia turned to look at the spatial passageway. Immediately afterward, their eyes gradually widened in shock and incredulity as they stared at the scenes unfolding before them. A voice sounded from within the passageway. Hee, that's not a bad guess. Not only did it send the storage ring back to you, but it also sent your daddy back to you as well. Within the blue spatial passageway, Lin and Lan Xiaoni made their return, sending the High Priest and the High Priestess into a state of shock. It was simply inconceivable to them that Lin and Lan Xiaoni would be able to come back. They were so shocked that they didn't even react to Lin's provocation. They were both staring at Lin and Lan Xiaoni, as if they had once again reverted back to inanimate statues. After the two of them walked out from the passageway, the blue hole began to disappear. This indicated that they had indeed been sent back personally by that being. Xianxia's neck extended as she muttered with incredulity in her voice. How could this be? The Star Dancer didn't stop you? You didn't receive my approval, so how were you acknowledged by that being? And it personally sent both of you back. She had too many questions in her head, and her mind was in complete turmoil. No one paid any attention to this dumbstruck turtle. Right after Xianxia's voice fell, she was greeted by the sight of two figures fleeing into the distance. Get back here! Xianxia let loose an enraged cry as she unleashed a spatial seal. However, Lin was already prepared, and he unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld, and his realm-piercing nail flashed through the air as a streak of red light, which shattered Xianxia's spatial seal. Lin had only just broken the spatial seal when a powerful white figure flew toward them. Ring, ring. The pristine white humanoid creature flew toward them at extreme speed with a greedy expression. Its hands flashed through the air like a bolt of white lightning to reach for Lin's storage ring. A cold expression appeared on Lin's face. Why the fuck were they always trying to take his storage ring? Fuck off! He let loose an enraged roar as he activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill, and a mountain-quaking fist further enhanced by his origin energy of the netherworld hurtled toward the white figure's head. Bam! Terrifying energy shattered the space in its wake. It instantly shattered the white humanoid creature's head before it even had a chance to dodge. Blood exploded forth, and the white figure's life was cut short at that moment. My little bai! You bastards! Xianxia let loose a heart-wrenching cry as irrepressible rage appeared in her eyes. Little Bai was the fruit of about a dozen days of combined labor from herself and Xianxia. However, it had only been alive for less than 2 hours before it was slain by Lin. This was simply too much for Xianxia to bear. You aren't going anywhere. Xianxia stepped forward, and his power of the divine Tao formed a huge wave capable of engulfing and destroying everything, which swept toward Enlin and Lan Xiaoni with terrifying speed and power. The wave was imbued with the powers of frost and annihilation, and was capable of shredding a return to void stage mighty figure to pieces. The huge wave surged toward them with mountainous force, traveling at a speed much faster than they were running, and sealing away all avenues for evasion and escape. It was like a massive palm that obscured the entire sky, crashing down upon them mercilessly. There was nowhere to run, and Lin's expression shifted as he prepared himself for battle. Right at this moment, a delicate blue figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and Lin yelled upon seeing this. "Underling Lan, are you insane? Get back here." Lan Xiaoni extended a fair, slender arm, and her palm faced the huge, turbulent wave as she spoke in a voice that was gentle but imbued with a hint of divine power. "Stop!" The seemingly unstoppable wave suddenly stood still like a snapshot in time, as if it had received instructions from a paramount existence. And Lin's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open upon seeing this. Xianxia and Xianxia were even more astonished. The insignia of a blue water droplet appeared on Lan Xiaoni's head as paramount divine might erupted from her body, making her appear as if she were a god looking down upon this world. "Shatter!" Lan Xiaoni pushed her palm forward. Boom! The massive wave suddenly let loose an enraged roar as it switched directions to hurtle toward Xianxia and Xianxia. Holy fuck! This... Xianxia was completely dumbstruck, and he was momentarily rooted to the spot in shock. This power was way too fucking familiar. This was the power of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Xianxia hastily set up a starlight barrier, but this barrier, which was constructed in the blink of an eye, was clearly going to be no match for Xianxia's full-power divine Tao wave. A crisp crack erupted, and the divine Tao wave engulfed Xianxia and Xianxia. The cavernous stone chamber was instantly transformed into a vast ocean where huge waves surged and destructive power wreaked havoc, destroying all living beings within. Lan Xiaoni slowly retracted her palm as her long hair danced in the air. Her fair, petite back suddenly became extremely reliable in Enlin's eyes, and Lin was suddenly caught in a daze. The cowardly underling Lan who would hide behind him at the slightest sign of danger was now standing in front of him, combating the high priest and the high priestess at once. Did you install hacks?" And Lin was astonished. Lan Xiaoni turned to face him, and the blue water droplet insignia on her forehead was still exuding a divine glow, giving her features a sense of holy majesty and beauty. She was a little disgruntled by Enlin's reaction. "I've finally become more powerful. Can't you give me a compliment?" And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before raising a thumb. "Underling Lan is so awesome, Lan Xiaoni." Lan Xiaoni was hoping Enlin would say something warm and touching like, "Little and I didn't think that you would become someone I can rely on," or something like that, but it looked like she was asking for too much, and Lin couldn't really help it. He was always the flexor and hadn't praised anyone in a long time. As such, he really didn't know the right way to praise someone. A huge splash erupted. Xianxia appeared from the water before unleashing an enraged roar. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted, and she latched onto Enlin's hand as she fled down the corridor. "What are you waiting for? Run!" And Lin was perplexed. "You're so badass already. Why do we need to run?" Lan Xiaoni transmitted her voice to him. "I received some sort of divine power, which allows me to control all types of water spell techniques, but I won't be able to do anything if they use other types of powers." And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. However, why did this power sound so familiar? He suddenly thought of his own lightning manipulation technique. And Lin turned with a stern expression toward Lan Xiaoni. "Underling Lan, be honest. Did you receive some sort of system?" Lan Xiaoni was dumbfounded. "What?" And Lin. All right. It looked like he had misunderstood. He then thought of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. The journal entry stated that the ancient heavenly fiend celestial was the master of the sea and could control any water-type spell technique. And now Lan Xiaoni, and Lin fell into deep thought. He had to carefully consider the words of that mysterious being. The two of them ran through the corridor toward the gate of the tomb. The high priest and the high priestess were still chasing after them with burning rage. However, Xianxia suddenly stopped and pulled Tianqinji to a halt as well. What is it? If we don't continue to give chase, they're going to get away. Tianqinji wore a puzzled expression. Xianxia took a deep breath. I think we were wrong. Tianqinji was even more perplexed now. What did we do wrong? Xianxia looked up at the fleeing Lin and Lan Xiaoni before speaking in a slow voice. All those years ago, we used star divination to discover that a new rising star will appear in the future. This rising star will inherit everything we have here and execute that mission in order to save our two tribes and usher in a new era. Why can't that rising star be her? A smile suddenly appeared on Xianxia's face. Her? Tianqinji was a little enraged. She's a disobedient little fish who has no respect for her ancestors. How can she be entrusted with the duty of saving our two tribes? Xianxia laughed heartily. It's exactly because she doesn't follow the rules and dares to think outside the box that makes her a fated person. Only a mermaid like this can usher in a new generation. If she were an obedient little fish who obeyed all of the rules, then she wouldn't even be able to obtain the tribal secrets. Tianqinji fell silent. Xianxia continued. The result is, she and that man have not only obtained the treasures of the tomb, they have also gleaned the tribal secrets. She has even received the power of that god. Is this not enough proof that she is the rising star we're looking for? So be it. Perhaps you're right. In order to effect change in this world and rescue our two tribes, perhaps we need someone like her. I give them my approval. Tianqinji recalled back to the image Xianxia had shown her, and she finally heaved a resigned sigh before nodding her head. In that image, there was a hideously disfigured mermaid whose body was riddled with ghastly wounds. However, her eyes were filled with unyielding determination and ferocity as she gripped onto a divine Tao spear. It was very difficult to imagine that a pampered, cowardly mermaid princess would be capable of putting on such an expression. Then our inheritances. Let's give them everything. All right, which one are you going to choose? I choose that adorable mermaid princess. She now has the power of that god, so she should be able to completely inherit my spirit fish water type inheritance. So I have to give my inheritance to that human? With my current power, he sure has lucked out. Tianqinji's voice gradually faded as her statue began to truly become an inanimate object. At the same time, a white ball of light hurtled down the corridor at an extremely fearsome speed. Xianxia sat down on the huge turtle statue, and his vitality also faded as a blue ball of light appeared to follow after the white ball of light. Both balls of lights began hurtling down the corridor. At the same time, Lin and Lan Xiaoni were still running for their lives. They had already reached the three-way crossroads and was only a small distance away from escaping this sect. All of a sudden, Lin seemed to detect something, and he turned around as his expression shifted drastically. Be careful! A white ball of light hurtled toward him at blinding speed. He immediately pulled out his chaotic alloy brick as a shield. The big black brick was indestructible, and nothing would be able to pass through it. Thus, the white ball of light crashed into the black brick and was severely wounded. Tianqinji. Lan Xiaoni screamed when she saw the blue ball of light racing toward her, and she instantly unleashed her divine might to unleash an almighty palm toward the blue ball of light. She could control all types of water-type spell technique, so this naturally included water-type inheritance spell techniques. Hence, slap. The blue ball of light was swatted aside and also sustained severe wounds. Xianxia. The two of them began to doubt their decisions for the first time. These inheritance spell techniques were supposed to have an absurdly high strike rate, but they were blocked by these two. Were these really the fated ones? The white ball of light shuddered violently and refused to let Lin go. It swerved around Lin and his brick before crashing toward his back. Lin's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately tried to swivel his black brick around. However, the white ball of light was simply too fast, and it instantly struck his back before fusing into his body. Boom! A vast amount of information and spell technique true intent exploded in his mind. The Xianxia ball of light lit up slightly, and it also tried to emulate this by swiveling around to strike Lan Xiaoni from behind. And then, it was astonished to discover that it couldn't move. That's right, it had been controlled by Lan Xiaoni and was now Lan Xiaoni's spell technique. Xianxia. They were only trying to bestow their inheritances upon these fated ones only to be blocked, slapped away, and controlled. Who could understand their grief and indignation? Fated ones my ass. Xianxia refused to accept this and wanted to storm away. Unfortunately, it couldn't move, and Lin suddenly let loose a light moan. Phew. Are you all right, Big Boss and Lin? Lan Xiaoni turned to Lin with a concerned expression. I'm fine. These balls of lights seem to be harmless. I received Tianqingji's inheritance. And Lin hesitated momentarily before speaking with a peculiar expression. Lan Xiaoni's mouth gaped open slightly upon hearing this. Senior Tianqingji's inheritance? They were trying to kill us a second ago. But now they're giving us their inheritances? Have they gone insane? And Lin nodded. They probably have. I've always felt like they're emotionally unstable and completely unreasonable. Turns out they were nut jobs after all. The blue ball of light was fuming with rage. Nut jobs my ass. You expect me to give you my inheritance after you talk this much shit? Keep dreaming. Even though he was completely enraged, he still couldn't move. You received Senior Tianqingji's inheritance. So this one should be Senior Xianxia's inheritance? That should be the case. You might as well take it. Sure. I'm starting to feel a little excited. Thus, the blue ball of light was manipulated to crash into Lan Xiaoni's body with an expression of indignation and despair on its face. After a while, Lan Xiaoni reopened her bright eyes. Big Boss and Lin turned to the beautiful mermaid beside him. What is it? Senior Xianxia is so generous, Lan Xiaoni exclaimed with amazement. And Lin? Senior Xianxia must be elated to see how ecstatic you are from the afterlife, and Lin said with a smile. Lan Xiaoni and Lin both extended an earnest salute to the tomb as a gesture of gratitude. Regardless of what had happened here, they were quite grateful to have been acknowledged by the High Priest and the High Priestess. After everything was said and done, they continued down the corridor toward the spatial passageway at the end. They finally made their way out of the tomb and back onto the seabed of the West Sea. Haha! I've finally come out! Lan Xiaoni whooped for joy as she swam through the water with elation. And Lin also heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He was finally back after enduring all those battles and encountering all those dire circumstances. Even though this trip to the tomb had been an extremely dangerous one, they had both reaped many rewards, so Lin was quite content. Everything was like a dream. Lan Xiaoni sighed with emotion as she spread open her arms and closed her eyes, as if she were embracing the entire ocean. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Let's get back up. It's time to decipher the mystery on the turtle shell. Sure. Lan Xiaoni answered obediently as she swam toward the surface of the West Sea behind Lin, on a mysterious ocean realm in the West Sea of the Taichu continent. Lin and Lan Xiaoni had already been in the tomb for close to 20 days. The high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe, Guyu, was floating lazily on the water, awaiting their return. The high priest of the spirit fish clan, Yufeiyu, spread its palms and faced the sky. A multicolored ball of water in its hands suddenly began to tremor. A vibrant smile appeared on its face. The tomb's exit has already been opened. They're coming back. Oh? They're even faster than I thought they would be. A smile appeared on Gu Yu's face as well. Both of the high priests were quite elated. The fact that the tomb had reopened meant that both of them were about to make safe returns. Hence, there was a very good chance that they had recovered the information regarding the fate and future of the two tribes. This was something worthy of celebration for both sides. A spatial rift appeared, and 3 spirit fish clan living beings with powerful auras emerged from within. The man at the forefront of the party with blue hair and golden eyes laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! I've predicted that my daughter will make a triumphant return today. How could I be absent on such an occasion? The man was none other than the clan leader of the Spirit Fish Clan, the Dao integration stage super mighty figure, Lan Xingyang. A young man with golden hair rolled his eyes. What do you mean you predicted this, Dad? It was clearly because the tomb and the Hongmeng sacrificial altar didn't need any more energy to maintain, thereby alerting you to this. Lan Xingyang glared at the young man behind him with a displeased expression. At this moment, another handsome man from the Spirit Fish Clan said with a smile, I hope that my little sister can return safely and give us a good surprise. Guyu chortled with mirth as it slapped the sea below it. Are you two kidding me? That sniveling mermaid princess that cries at the sight of Enlin is going to bring you a surprise? Maybe she'll bring back some bricks from the tomb? Ha ha ha. The Spirit Fish Clan were already aware that Enlin had entered the tomb. Hence, Guyu couldn't be bothered hiding the fact that Enlin was in there and just referred to him by his name. There was a massive power gap between Enlin and Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xingyang and the other Spirit Fish Clan living beings were also aware of this. As such, it was a joke that they still had hope for Lan Xiaoni. The male mermaid with yellow hair nodded in agreement. I think Senior Guyu is right. With my older sister's power level, it would be a miracle if she didn't die in that tomb. How can you expect a surprise from her? The handsome male mermaid chuckled. My father and High Priest Yufeiyu have both predicted through divination that little sister will bring a surprise with her upon her return. Do you have a problem with that? The golden-haired mermaid, Big Brother, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the concept of divination? At this moment, Lan Xingyang interjected with a smile. Lan Xiaohuang, your big brother is right. This is a very high-end divination method known as bootstrap divination, in which divination is performed based on what I say. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug, who were situated behind Guyu, stared with incredulity at the Spirit Fish Clan family standing before them. Were these really masters of star divination techniques? Why did everything seem like a sham? Yufeiyu also couldn't help but interject here. Guyu, you are too short-sighted. Their current power levels do not mean anything in the context of the future. Lan Xiaoni is blessed by the fortune of the entire Spirit Fish Clan. So how can a human possibly compare? Guyu wobbled its head from side to side as it spoke with a profound expression. And how would you know what I've seen? No matter who it is, as long as they can rescue the Heavenly Turtle Tribe from a fate of destruction and usher in a new era, our Heavenly Turtle Tribe will champion them. Both sides expressed their opinions, and there seemed to be a few sparks flying in the air. At this moment, a huge splash erupted. The two main characters in question were about to take the stage. A smile appeared on Lan Xingyang's face. You're finally back, little N.I. Do you have any injuries? The smile on his face widened at the sight of the spirited Lan Xiaoni. Giant Enlin. Master. The two beast pets also flew toward Enlin. How was your trip, Mr. Enlin? Guyu also inquired with a smile. Haha. It was a very fruitful one. A triumphant smile appeared on Enlin's face. Guyu, Tina, and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug were all elated to hear this. In contrast, High Priest Yufeiyu turned to Lan Xiaoni with a nervous expression. I'm fine, father. On top of that, I've reaped some rewards too. A sweet smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. Lan Xingyang was ecstatic upon hearing this. Oh? What is it? The treasures left behind by the High Priest and the High Priestess? Or important information regarding the two tribes? Big Boss Enlin has all of the treasures and information. Lan Xiaoni replied with an awkward smile. Lan Xingyang's lips twitched upon hearing this. What the fuck? If Enlin had both the treasures and the information, what other rewards could she have possibly reaped? Lan Xiaohuang suddenly picked up on something. Wait, big sister, you just said Big Boss Enlin? Did I hear that correctly? Everyone also came to the same realization and turned to look at Lan Xiaoni with incredulity on their faces. A deep blush appeared on Lan Xiaoni's intricate features, and she offered a feeble explanation. Big Boss and Lin took great care of me inside the tomb, so that's why I'm referring to him as Big Boss and Lin. And Lin nodded in confirmation. That's right. Lan Xiaoni is my most recent underling. Yufeiyu's rainbow water ball almost fell into the ocean. Lan Xiaoni's two brothers were stupefied. Lan Xingyang drew a sharp intake of breath. Guyu slapped its own head abruptly. What's going on here? My divination clearly told me that Lan Xiaoni was going to be a major enemy to Enlin. Are my skills waning with age? Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug didn't think there was anything amiss. And Lin always liked to recruit underlings wherever he went. This was quite a normal occurrence in their eyes. Master, our big family has another member. Giant and Lin, is the big sister mermaid part of the slave team, the beast pet team, or the disciple team? She's part of none of those teams. There is no contract between us, so it's just a verbal arrangement at the moment. And Lin explained. Lan Xingyang shot a glance at Lin before turning to Lan Xiaoni with a nervous expression. Lan Xingyang took a deep breath to calm himself down and reluctantly accepted this startling development. His daughter had become the underling to the indirect murderer of her fiancé. If his daughter didn't think there was anything wrong with that arrangement, then he didn't really have anything to say either. As for how the Black Fox tribe felt, those were just pawns he was planning to discard after using anyway, so he didn't care. Lan Xingyang opened his mouth to speak again. Didn't you say he took good care of you in the tomb? Why does he have all of the treasures and information? Big Boss and Lin ensured my safety. A sweet smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. Lan Xingyang, her two brothers. If she died, the tomb would attack Lin. It was almost an obligation of his to protect her. Countless stars flashed past Yufeiyu's eyes as it scanned Lan Xiaoni's entire body. That's weird. She isn't under the influence of any hypnotic spell techniques. Everyone was still finding it quite difficult to accept this development. Oh, right. I obtained Xianxia's complete water-type inheritance in the tomb, Lan Xiaoni added with a smile. This time, all of the Spirit Fish Clan living beings finally had something to be excited about. You obtained Senior Xianxia's water-type inheritance? The entire thing. Yufeiyu was shocked and elated at the same time. That's right, Lan Xiaoni replied. She wasn't going to tell anyone that she had almost slapped Xianxia's inheritance into oblivion. Lan Xingyang was extremely elated. Haha, little and I didn't expect you to be able to receive the acknowledgement of former High Priest Xianxia. Well done. You are the future hope of the Spirit Fish Clan. A High Priest's entire inheritance was much more valuable than all the other miscellaneous treasures in the tomb in Lan Xingyang's eyes. An elated smile appeared on her older brother's face. Her younger brother was astonished. He didn't think his noob older sister would have done so well on her adventure. All of the Spirit Fish Clan living beings were ecstatic. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she looked at her ecstatic family and seniors. She actually had an inheritance that was arguably more important, but she didn't disclose as it simply involved too many parties. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial, the two major tribes of the West Sea, the human race. This was a mystery that she needed to unravel. And Lin had told her in advance to keep this power a secret and wait until the information on Tianqinji's shell was deciphered before making a decision on whether to disclose this information to everyone. There was another aspect that Lin was concerned about. The humanoid water creature had told Lan Xiaoni to exterminate the entire human race. And Lin was a human too. Why didn't it destroy him? This was like a general deploying their army to vanquish another army. Meanwhile, a soldier from the opposition army was just casually loitering nearby. But the general decided to make some small talk with them instead of killing them. Was this fucking selective blindness? Don't be too disappointed, Mr. Lin. It's just an inheritance. Besides, our West Sea inheritance may not be suitable for you. The treasures are the most important things for you, Guyu consoled. I'm actually pretty content. Even though the inheritance of the West Sea isn't very useful, Senior Tianqinji still bestowed upon me her entire inheritance. And Lin nodded. Guyu, Lan Xingyang, Yufeiyu, he's a human. but he was able to receive the former Heavenly Turtle Tribe High Priest's inheritance? How is he worthy of it? Yufeiyu was extremely worked up. Setting that aside for now, I just want to kill this serial flexor. Lan Xingyang spoke with a cold expression. Don't do it, father. Lan Xiaoni stepped forward with a resolute expression. Can you tell me about things like that in advance instead of embarrassing me like this? Guyu was a little angry. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense. Both sides had thought they were on equal footing with one another, only to find that Enlin had everything Lan Xiaoni had, and he also had everything she didn't have. Ahem. Senior Guyu, how about we decipher the tribal secrets? Enlin changed the subject. Everyone present instantly became excited. This was the vitally important information left behind by the High Priest and the High Priestess that would heavily impact the future of their two tribes. How could they not hold it in high regard? Don't jump to decisions just yet. Let me use my divination to determine the ideal time for unlocking these secrets. Lan Xingyang hurriedly interjected, and Lin was astonished. They had to pick a day to decipher the information? Yufeiyu nodded in agreement. The day after tomorrow is the best day. Why don't we all gather at the Sea Heart Palace? We'll be sure to present a warm welcome to everyone. Guyu chuckled coldly at this suggestion. Hee. Don't even think about swindling me into your formation. Do you think I'm an idiot? The secrets were recovered by Mr. Enlin. You don't get to decide when we access it. Lan Xingyang and Yufeiyu were not enraged upon hearing this. Instead, they sidled up to Guyu and Enlin. Mr. Guyu is right. We can go to the moving Heavenly Star Island instead. Lan Xingyang chuckled. Mr. Enlin, I'll accompany you for the next few days to see some sights and scenes around the area. Yufeiyu hovered toward Enlin with a gentle smile on her face, like a warm and accommodating big sister. Enlin was astonished again. Why were they being so shameless? They were both Dao integration stage super mighty figures. For God's sake. Enlin had underestimated just how intriguing the secrets were to the two major tribes of the West Sea. However, it made sense. After all, this was information that could decide whether their respective tribes lived or died. Enlin didn't really have much of an opinion on the matter. These secrets belonged to both the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan in the first place. He was just curious about what these secrets were, so he didn't really mind having the two tribes accessing the secrets with him. That was his thought process, but that was not the thought process of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. Guyu exploded with rage and immediately called for reinforcements via voice transmission talisman to try and chase away these shameless mermaids through brute force. These secrets were very important to it. Lan Xingyang immediately spoke with a pained expression. Mr. Guyu, our ancestors have already told us that these secrets will decide the fate and future of our two tribes. We should learn to work together through thick and thin. What you're doing now is going against the wishes of our ancestors. A cold smile appeared on Guyu's face. Don't try to play the ancestor card on me. I can reveal the secrets, but the Heavenly Turtle Tribe must have access to it first. What if it contains information regarding a powerful treasure or inheritance that can allow one to rule over the West Sea? There is a huge difference between whether the Heavenly Turtle Tribe accesses the information first, or if the Spirit Fish Clan accesses it first. It didn't conceal its thoughts in the slightest. This could determine who would become the big boss and who would become the underling. Even though the Heavenly Turtle Tribe is averse to conflict, we do not want to be ruled over by the Spirit Fish Clan either. Enlin and Lan Xiaoni exchanged a silent look with peculiar expressions on their faces. If Guyu was worried about who would rule over the West Sea, then it had already lost before even accessing the secrets. With the living hack, Lan Xiaoni, as the princess of the Spirit Fish Clan, the Heavenly Turtle Tribe's tragic fate had already been decided. They would inevitably become Lan Xiaoni's underling, who was, in turn, Enlin's underling. The food chain of the West Sea would then become miscellaneous sea monsters, Heavenly Turtle Tribe, Spirit Fish Clan, and Lin, TSK. This was quite an exciting notion. No one knew what Enlin was thinking aside from Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni rolled her eyes upon seeing Enlin's expression. The two tribes were still competing with one another. Guyu really wanted to get rid of Lan Xingyang and Yu Feiyu. However, the Spirit Fish clan absolutely refused to leave. These were two Dao integration stage super mighty figures. If they were determined to stick to Guyu like glue, then there was nothing Guyu could do. Not long after this, a group of powerful reinforcements arrived from the Heavenly Turtle tribe. However, all they could really do was just stand around and look pretty. They weren't sworn enemies, so a battle was naturally out of the equation. Guyu couldn't get rid of these two Dao integration stage super mighty figures who clung to it like a pair of plasters, so it could only concede. Thus, they found a large island within the ocean as the location where they would unveil the tribal secrets. The master of this island was a mountainous giant that was slapped into the distance by Lan Xiaohuang. Everyone really did wait on the island for 2 whole days prior to that so-called ideal day. Night fell. The bright moon hung high in the sky, accompanied by countless dazzling stars. And Lin stood on the beach and looked around at all of the super mighty figures around him before pulling out his photographic crystal. It was now time to unravel the secrets. Upon High Priest Guyu's insistence, Lan Xingyang and Yu Feiyu reluctantly agreed to give the Heavenly Turtle tribe priority if the secrets involved some sort of treasures or inheritances. And Lin stood on the beach and became the focus of attention from both tribes. The secrets that were about to be revealed concerned both of the major tribes of the West Sea. So many mighty figures naturally arrived on the scene. The two high priests, Guyu and Yu Feiyu, were the most proficient at star divination among everyone here, and both of them stared intently at the photographic crystal in Lin's hands with nervous expressions. And Lin did not delay any longer. He tossed the photographic crystal into the sky. The special ancient text on Tianqinji's turtle shell was revealed for everyone to see on the beach. In any case, he didn't understand anything. This was just a pile of gibberish to him. However, countless mighty figures began to let loose cries of surprise. My God! It's the sixfold star scripture. Idiot! Don't go embarrassing yourself if you don't know anything. This is already ninefold star scripture. I can't understand this at all. I reckon only a high priest extremely proficient in the art of star divination can decipher this. It's also going to be quite difficult to determine how to order and fuse the starry sky diagrams, sea diagrams, and textual diagrams. A bunch of return to void stage mighty figures discussed spiritedly among themselves. And Lin stood rooted to the spot with a dumbstruck expression on his face. They hadn't even fucking started deciphering the message, and he was already unable to understand what they were saying. As expected, they were people from different worlds. Yu Feiyu and Guyu had already unleashed divine Dao enchantments in the starry sky, the ocean, and the ancient scripture flashed through their eyes at the same time as they quickly deciphered and translated the information. These secrets were not something an average cultivator could decipher. Without a highly specific set of skills, even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure would be unable to decipher this information. As such, the two of them were the only ones present that could decipher this information. This was another threshold the former high priests had set to further enhance confidentiality. The atmosphere had reached a climax on the beach. Some of the Heavenly Turtle tribe and Spirit Fish clan cultivators were even shaking from excitement. Meanwhile, Lin was looking between the two high priests with a blank expression on his face. Guyu was too busy deciphering the message to explain anything to Lin. In contrast, Yu Feiyu had a habit of recording keywords as she deciphered before relaying them to Lan Xingyang, Lan Xiaoni, and the other mermaids present of pure bloodline lineage. After that, Lan Xiaoni would then surreptitiously relay the information to Lin. And Lin could verify this information by comparing it with the information deciphered by Guyu to see if there were any fallacies. For hours later, both of the high priests finished deciphering the information almost at the exact same time. Yu Feiyu was a little slower, but she did have that habit of recording keywords which slowed her down, so there really wasn't much of a gap between the two of them. After deciphering the information, expressions of astonishment appeared on both of their faces. Boom! The photographic crystal in the sky exploded into dust, which then drifted away in the wind. Guyu was the one who had struck. And Lin. Could this be counted as disposal of the evidence? All of the mighty figures present were also a little dumbstruck. Guyu and Yu Feiyu's expressions had become extremely grave, and they both set up a new enchantment barrier to isolate themselves, along with core members of their tribes within. All of the mighty figures from the two tribes were even more dumbstruck upon seeing this. They didn't even have the fucking right to listen to the secrets? Just what were the secrets? The curiosity was killing them. Outside the enchantment barrier, a bunch of mighty figures heaved forlorn sighs. They had been so excited, but they didn't even have access to the deciphered information now. What could the secrets be? How would I know? Did anyone decipher any of that? Even if it's just one sentence or one word. My curiosity is killing me. I think it says something about the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe reproducing to produce two exceptional talents that will lead the two tribes to glory. Little Turtle Immortal, just agree to marry me. Fuck off. Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection in it? Get your disgusting arms and tail away from me. Wow, what did the information say? Everyone outside of the enchantment wanted to gain access into the barrier, but everyone within the barrier was extremely nervous. Yu Feiyu looked at Guyu. Do you want to tell everyone? Or should I do it? Let Senior Guyu tell everyone. And Lin interjected. He had already heard Yu Feiyu's addition. None of the mighty figures within the enchantment barrier found in Lin's interruption to be rude. After all, he was the one who had recovered the information in the first place, so everyone held him in extremely high regard. Guyu nodded. Then I'll relay the information to everyone. However, before I do, I hope everyone can swear a Dao Heart vow first as a non-disclosure agreement. Everyone immediately swore their vows. After a short while, Guyu began speaking with a grave expression. The information on Tianqinji's turtle shell is a secret that can shake the entire continent. All of the mighty figures became even more excited upon hearing this, and they all listened with rapt attention. Guyu continued in a slow voice. I trust everyone has some recollection of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial from ancient times, right? This was a terrifying being that had almost destroyed the entire West Sea. Everyone nodded. Some of them had even participated in that battle. Just the mention of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial sent shivers running through their hearts. This was a fiend celestial that still gave some of them nightmares to this very day. The two former high priests, Tianqinji and Shihaizi, almost had to sacrifice their lives to unleash the power of the divine tool, the Dead Sea God Sealing Spear, in order to slay the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. This was common knowledge to all of the mighty figures present. However, what it said next created a massive stir within the enchantment barrier. After slaying the ancient heavenly fiend celestial, Tianqinji and Shihaizi discovered a strange power tearing through space and escaping to a different realm. They pursued that strange power through a passageway between two worlds and arrived at an alien world. This was a world consisting of a boundless ocean. It was the world that the ancient heavenly fiend celestial had originated from. The two seniors didn't think too much of this and continued to pursue that power in order to find the source of the power, as that was most likely the root cause of the entire calamity. In the end, they found a god. That's right, this was not some self-proclaimed god. If there were actually gods in this world, then the two seniors were adamant that this being was one of them. Everyone let loose cries of surprise upon hearing this. This was the first time they had heard about a being that was referred to as a god even by Dao integration stage supermighty figures. Even gods of creation wouldn't have been referred to as such by the two former high priests. The god took the strange power away and was initially quite angry. It wanted to kill Tianqinji and Shihaizi, but in the end, it made a deal with them. It said that it could bestow its paramount power to one of the exceptionally talented successors of either tribe, but in return, that successor had to do something for it, and that thing was to unite the West Sea and destroy the human race. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared at Guyu with shock on their faces. Some of them had also turned to look at Enlin, upon which they were greeted by an expression of astonishment and befuddlement on Enlin's face. This was all, of course, all an act. He had already been astonished before. What makes it think it can force us to do this? A heavenly turtle tribe mighty figure was unconvinced. It is a representative of the heavenly Tao's will. Guyu continued to hand out bombshells. The ancient Taichu realm had fallen in the end due to its infinite expansion. A heavenly Tao that is not sentient and not governed is bound to fail. As such, the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent completed a certain transformation, which allowed it to gain a certain level of sentient will. It is one of the beings that regulate the heavenly Tao. That god is actually the being responsible for regulating the ocean. Everyone was dumbstruck upon hearing this. Heavenly Tao, sentient will of the world, self-regulation, ocean, all of these concepts seemed extremely absurd and far-fetched. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial had a special power, which allowed it to control all water-type spell techniques. That was actually a power bestowed upon it by the heavenly Tao. In order to self-regulate, representatives of the heavenly Tao were born, and the representative governing the ocean was an extremely important one. Not only did it govern water, but it also governed wind, lightning, the climate. It could bestow its power upon the ancient heavenly fiend celestial, so it was also capable of bestowing its power upon one of us. Many of the mighty figures were already breathing heavily upon hearing this. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. This was a paramount power, which presented an indescribably massive temptation. Senior Shi Haizi and Senior Tianqinji referred to that representative of the heavenly Tao as the heavenly sea god, as it really was a god. This heavenly sea god is a part of the heavenly Tao, but it is too powerful, and its presence in the Taichu continent would result in the annihilation of this world, which is why it is unable to enter the Taichu continent itself. In other words, it is secluding itself in another realm in order to maintain the stability of this world. At some point in time, it suddenly began to view the human race as an unstable factor in this world, which was why it decided to deploy the ancient heavenly fiend celestial into the Taichu continent in order to destroy the human race. However, the living being it had created had most of its power restricted upon entering the Taichu continent, thereby making it extremely weak, and it perished before it even made it out of the West Sea. The world will place restrictions on representatives of the heavenly Tao when it tried to self-regulate the world. This concept feels really conflicted and paradoxical, as if it's fighting with itself, but it's actually like the subconsciousness of the world trying to maintain homeostasis and stability. Hence, a thought occurred to the heavenly sea god after meeting with the two high priests. If it could bestow its power upon a living being of this world, wouldn't it be able to bypass this restriction? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni exchanged another silent look. Lan Xiaoni had most likely inherited the power of the heavenly sea god. This was quite a terrifying concept, and it was clear that the restriction of the world had not affected Lan Xiaoni. Her power had not been weakened at all, and she was still thriving just as she always did. The heavenly sea god promised to bestow its power upon one of the tribal successors under the condition that they would use this power to rule over the West Sea and destroy the human race. However, not just any living being has a chance to inherit this power. The power of the heavenly sea god can only be inherited by a living being below the return to void stage and who has a chaotic water spirit root from birth. All of the spirit fish clan mighty figures looked at each other before looking at Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xingyang immediately inquired, "Little N.I., you've had a chaotic water spirit root from birth, haven't you? Did you encounter that heavenly sea god?" Lan Xiaoni shook her head with a blank expression. "I didn't. The two former high priests didn't mention this to me. Perhaps I'm not the fated one." Lan Xingyang nodded with a skeptical expression but did not press the issue any further. The two high priests agreed to the conditions proposed by the heavenly sea god, and they set forth to find a living being that could fit this description. The power of the heavenly Tao simply presented too much of a temptation. Any living being who inherited this power would be able to lead the two tribes to new heights. They used the last of their life forces to build their combined tomb and also made one last star divination to glean the fate of the two tribes. After that, they made a key and waited for the day when the fated ones would arrive. The two high priests only had a very vague feeling about when the fated ones would arrive. During the countless years that have passed, there have been many exceptional prodigies with chaotic water spirit root from birth that appeared in this world. but none of them was the catalyst to set everything into motion. Time passed by all the way up until that purple star incident, which vindicated the heavenly sea god's words. The two high priests finally decided to reveal this secret to the world. They manipulated the stars to cast a blessing on the first living being with a chaotic water spirit root from birth that was born since the purple star incident. They would then wait for them to progress to the soul formation pinnacle stage before allowing them to enter the tomb and accepting their entire inheritances. As for how to execute the missions to rule over the West Sea and destroy the human race, they said that the living being who inherited the power of the heavenly Tao would know what to do. That is the extent of the information. When Gu Yu's voice fell, all of the mighty figures turned in unison to look at Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni trembled as she retreated a couple of steps with a confused expression. "Why are you all looking at me? I already said I'm not the fated one, and I didn't inherit the power." Yu Feiyu looked at her with an elated, doting smile. "Princess, you are the only living being with a chaotic water spirit root from birth that was born after the purple star incident. That can't be a coincidence. Could it? There has also been no new key placed in the tomb, which indicates that the two high priests have completed their missions." Lan Xiaohuang chimed in with a disbelieving expression. "Big sister, why are you hiding something this badass? You're going to be the queen of the West Sea." Lan Xiaoni's father, Lan Xingyang, already had a wide grin plastered across his face. All of the Spirit Fish clan mighty figures were jumping for joy. "Sigh, I didn't think I would encounter something this heartbreaking in my old age." Gu Yu sighed with a resigned expression. It could already envision itself being stepped on by Lan Xiaoni en route to her domination over the West Sea. All of the heavenly turtle tribe mighty figures were extremely distraught, and some of them were even looking at Lan Xiaoni with enmity in their eyes. Lan Xiaoni was still trying to convince everyone that she had not inherited the power, but all of them brushed aside her words, thinking that she only refused to admit it because she was scared. That's right, no matter how Lan Xiaoni tried to deny it, no one would believe her. She turned to Enlin for help. At this moment, most of the mighty figures present also turned to Enlin. Some of them wore thoughtful expressions, while some had killing intent glinting within their eyes. Meanwhile, the rest of them were settling down in preparation for a good show. Enlin was the only human here. It was clear that he was going to be a traitor. They had revealed the secret to everyone present and was preparing to discuss how to destroy the human race in secret, only to have a human listening in on their conversation with keen interest. This didn't seem right, did it? Not many how you thought about it. This was a bizarre situation, and Lin's face convulsed. What was it like to be stared at by a bunch of return to void stage mighty figures, as well as a total of 5 Dao integration stage super mighty figures including Gu Yu, Yu Feiyu, and Lan Xingyang? Things seemed to have spiraled a little out of his control. I suddenly remembered that you're a human. He's the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Lin, I've heard of him. He heard our secret. We have to eliminate him right here, right now. And Lin is extremely powerful, and he has the backing of the Heavenly Court. Would it be wise to kill him like this? Don't forget that we have a mission assigned to us by the Heavenly Tao. We have to destroy the entire human race, and that includes the Heavenly Court. What are you afraid of? All of the mighty figures discussed among one another while cold sweat poured down Lin's face. And Lin was feeling very panicked. He was like a little lamb that had been airdropped right into the middle of a pack of wolves. How could he get himself out of this bind? The Jade Bone Immortal Bug and Tina were already prepared for battle. A faint, refreshing fragrance swept toward him. A blue figure suddenly appeared and positioned herself in front of Enlin. No one touches Big Boss Enlin. Otherwise, you'll have me to answer to. Lan Xiaoni summoned her white ball before yelling at all of the mighty figures present with a resolute expression. A Spirit Fish clan mighty figure burst into laughter upon seeing this. Stop fooling around, princess. What are you going to do? Any one of us can easily subdue you. Lan Xiaoni came to the realization then that she was the weakest being among everyone here. Even though she was very scared, her ferocious expression appeared on her face, and she suddenly materialized a blade of ice that she laid on her own neck. If any of you dare to attack Big Boss Enlin, I'll kill myself. Boom! Her words were like a clap of thunder that shocked all of the living beings present into silence. Even Enlin was a little dazed as he looked at Lan Xiaoni. That's right, even if Lan Xiaoni couldn't defeat them, what could they do if she chose to commit suicide? Who could stop her? Forcing a future queen of the West Sea into suicide was definitely not something anyone here wanted to do. Have you gone insane, little N.I.? Put that weapon down. Lan Xingyang let loose an enraged cry upon seeing this. Lan Xiaoni held the ice blade firmly to her neck as she spoke in a cold voice. Big Boss Enlin saved my life. Without him, I wouldn't even have had the chance to walk out of that tomb alive. I'm returning the favor to him now. All of the mighty figures faltered at the sight of her single-mindedly determined expression. They didn't dare to push her any further. Lan Xiaoni was clearly serious, and they could not take this gamble. My God, is that still the same cowardly big sister I've always had? Has she been possessed? Lan Xiaohuang stared with incredulity at the determined mermaid. Little sister has always been like this. When she has her mind set on something, no one can dissuade her. Her handsome older brother shook his head with a wry smile. Never would Lan Xiaoni have thought that she would stand against all of the most powerful mighty figures of the West Sea one day and threaten them with her words. Right at this moment, a pair of warm hands wrapped around her hand, which was holding the ice blade. Put the weapon down. How can I let my underling stand before me in a situation like this? The underling's job is to cheer on their big boss. Understand? A familiar voice sounded from beside her. Lan Xiaoni turned her blue eyes to the side with a conflicted expression. But if I put the weapon down, Big Boss Enlin, you? Enlin spoke in a gentle yet firm voice. Listen to me. Put the weapon down. Lan Xiaoni pursed her lips before silently putting down the weapon in her hand. All of the mighty figures present heaved faint sighs of relief upon seeing this. In contrast, Lan Xingyang's eyelids twitched slightly. To think that his daughter was more obedient to that man than she was to him. This made him a little angry. At this moment, Guyu slowly made his way over to Enlin. Fellow cultivators, regardless of who Enlin is, he is a benefactor to our two tribes. Even if we can't avoid conflict with him in the future, we cannot simply kick him to the curb now just because he has outlived his usefulness. Another collective cry of surprise erupted from the mighty figures present upon hearing this. They didn't think that the Heavenly Turtle Tribe High Priest would make a decision to protect Enlin. Gu Yu's decision held significant weight, so even the other 4 Dao integration stage super mighty figures had to carefully reconsider. At this moment, a faint sigh suddenly sounded. Sigh. Underling Lan, things have progressed too far. It looks like I won't be able to hide it. Lan Xiaoni turned toward the man beside her with a perplexed expression before catching on to what he was planning to do, and a hint of resignation appeared on her beautiful features. Seeing as that's the case, then, are you going to reveal the truth now, Big Boss Enlin? The truth? All of the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures turned their eyes upon Enlin. Could it be that there were other hidden details amid all of this? Enlin's white robes flapped around him, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. An invisible force seemed to be building around him, and all of the onlooking mighty figures stirred slightly upon seeing this. He pulled out a lavish golden crown from his storage ring. Regal crown, crafted by Xiao Tu using the blood essence and spinal cord of a divine dragon. The crown was capable of unleashing boundless dragon might and was an absolute must-have for flexing purposes. Enlin placed the regal crown on his head, and his eyes suddenly turned pure gold as a paramount divine might burst forth from his body. Divine might technique. The power of his consciousness rivaled that of the most powerful return to void stage mighty figures, and after being amplified by the regal crown and the divine might technique, the aura erupting from Enlin's body had struck a hint of fear even into the hearts of all of the mighty figures present. They felt as if they were facing a paramount god. Gasp! This power. What a terrifying might. He's just a soul formation stage cultivator. For some reason, Enlin seemed to have won in a battle of wills against all of the mighty figures within the enchantment barrier. Enlin raised his head to look at all of the mighty figures before speaking in a voice brimming with boundless divine might. That's right. I will reveal the truth to everyone now. Underling Lan has indeed received the power of the heavenly sea god and now rules over the power of water. That's right. I have inherited the heavenly sea god's power. Lan Xiaoni finally admitted to the truth in accordance with Enlin's performance. These words created a massive stir among all of the mighty figures here. Even though most of them had already guessed this, it was still a huge shock for them to hear the admission from Lan Xiaoni herself. Some of the Spirit Fish clan mighty figures even had tears flowing down their faces. A vast fortune has befallen our tribe. The Spirit Fish clan shall rise again. The Heavenly Turtle tribe mighty figures had mixed emotions regarding this. Many of the mighty figures turned perplexed eyes upon Enlin. Lan Xiaoni's announcement placed her firmly under the limelight. So what was he acting all badass for? All of the mighty figures' lips twitched at the sight of him prancing around like he was the true star of the show. What the hell did any of this have to do with Enlin? Enlin seemed to have detected the confusion in the eyes of the mighty figures present, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Lan Xiaoni does indeed possess the power of the ocean now. But do you know who I am? Enlin's words were extremely firm and confident, striking doubt into the hearts of the mighty figures again. Who was Enlin? Aside from the titles of small war god of the heavenly court and the sect leader of the 4-9 immortal sect, he didn't appear to have any other noteworthy titles, right? Hee. Do you really not know what my other title is? A divine might radiated from Enlin's eyes, and he spread his hands open as lightning crackled between his palms. Bolts of golden lightning flashed through the sky, releasing dazzling light. All of the mighty figures instantly realized what he was getting at. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. That's right. I am the master of all lightning. I am the tamer of divine lightning. Lan Xiaohuang interjected with a fervent expression. All of the mighty figures. Enlin. A peculiar silence ensued. Enlin could only muster up his courage before speaking in a voice like thunder. I am the one chosen by the heavenly Tao to control all of the lightning within this world. I am the master of lightning, the heavenly lightning god. Boom! Enlin's words were like bolts of lightning that struck the heads of all of the mighty figures present. He, heavenly lightning god. Lan Xingyang was dumbstruck. The master of all lightning? Guyu turned to Enlin with astonishment on its face. Enlin's words were simply too much of a shock. All of the mighty figures present were dumbstruck once again, and they still hadn't come to their senses. Waves of shock were also surging through Lan Xiaoni's heart. She didn't think Enlin would dare to go this far. However, she could only try her best to maintain a poker face in order to not blow their covers. Enlin clasped his hands behind his back with a faint smile. That's right. Some of the Spirit Fish clan mighty figures were unwilling to accept this and roared in retort. What a load of nonsense. How could that be possible? No, there really is a possibility for that to be the truth. Yu Feiyu of the Spirit Fish clan suddenly rebuked the mighty figures of her own clan. Haven't you heard of one of Enlin's other titles? The Lord of Transcendence. None of the mighty figures here were idiots. All of them immediately knew what Yu Feiyu was referring to, and they all fell silent as they turned to Enlin with astonishment on their faces. Guyu wobbled its head from side to side. I was wondering how someone could manipulate divine lightning. This is a power that has transcended beyond the powers of laws. Turns out it was just the heavenly Tao playing a game with itself. It all makes sense now. Many of the other mighty figures also came to their senses. That's right. If there was one living being in this world that astounded people the most in their use of lightning, it would not be Emperor Tian Huang of the Heavenly Court. It would be none other than the Enlin standing right before them. He was the Lord of Transcendence who could manipulate even divine lightning. No, that alone is not enough to verify who you are. It could simply be that you have a unique constitution or you possess a special cultivation method. Lan Xingyang quickly calmed himself down and expressed his doubts. Enlin seemed to have already predicted that someone would be skeptical toward his claims. His smiling expression did not shift in the slightest. Underling Lan's power is the ability to manipulate all water-type spell techniques, while my power is the ability to manipulate all lightning-type spell techniques. As many of you will know, I can even manipulate divine lightning. In comparison, mere Dao integration stage lightning-type spell techniques. Lan Xingyang's eyes narrowed. Oh? What are you trying to say? And Lin looked around at all of the mighty figures with a hint of arrogance in his eyes as he spread open his arms. I'm not targeting anyone here. All I'm saying is, any lightning-type spell technique unleashed by anyone here is just trash in my eyes. Gasp. All of the mighty figures' eyes widened as they stared at Lin in astonishment. Even Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug could no longer remain calm. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug transmitted her voice. Sister Little Na, hasn't Master gone too far with his flexing? His words have just turned a bunch of powerful mighty figures against him. Tina transmitted her shaky voice in reply. It should be, probably, oi, I've already prepared a spatial divine technique in secret. If we really do encounter any life-threatening danger, I'll get the both of you out of here even if it means giving up my life. And Lin ignored everyone's antagonistic expression as his expression became even more aloof and arrogant. If any of you are unconvinced, blast me with lightning all you want. It's my loss if I let even a single shred of a lightning strike me. All of the mighty figures felt as if they should just maintain expressions of astonishment as it was too much of a hassle to transition between facial expressions over and over again. What astonishing confidence! Was this the poise of the Master of Lightning, the heavenly lightning god? It had to be said, and Lin's confidence and arrogance had convinced many of the mighty figures present. Of course, some were still unconvinced and were itching to have a go at him. All right. Lan Xingyang stood up first with battle intent surging from his body. Seeing as that's the case, then allow me to experience your power firsthand. A Dao integration stage super mighty figure was taking the stage, while all of the other mighty figures instantly settled back down in their seats. Dao integration stage lightning was capable of instantly reducing a return to void stage mighty figure into a plume of smoke. Lan Xingyang was definitely the best examiner of Lin's claims. Big Boss Lin. Lan Xiaoni cast a concerned glance toward Lin, and Lin offered a smile in consolation. Don't worry, I won't do something unless I have confidence. Stand a bit further away so that you don't get hurt by the shockwaves. Soon, everyone had evacuated to a safe distance away from Lin. Be on your guard, Mr. Lin. I'm not going to hold back, so don't blame me if you die, Lan Xingyang said in a slow voice as he made a hand seal. Vital energy instantly surged within a radius of several dozen kilometers as gale force winds howled. Dazzling blue lightning lit up the entire sky, and each and every bolt was imbued with the extremely fearsome power of the divine Dao. All of the mighty figures immediately evacuated even further away from Lin. Lan Xingyang had even unleashed his power of the divine Dao. He was not here to fool around. Soon, the lightning converged to form a blue whale, and each time it whipped its tail, the space around it would fracture and collapse. The monstrous might emanating from its body struck fear into the hearts of all of the return to void stage mighty figures present. It was quite clear that this blue whale was capable of killing even a return to void final stage mighty figure. The blue whale bowed its body before it abruptly shot forth at a blinding speed, crashing toward Lin with an overwhelming destructive power. Tina, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug, and Lan Xiaoni all had their hearts in their mouths as they stared intently at the blue whale lightning technique, which was bright enough to blind them if they stared at it for too long. In contrast, Lin was completely calm and assured as he extended a single finger. Crack! A snapshot of the world seemed to have been frozen in time. The blue whale came to an abrupt halt, and only the lightning that lit up the entire night sky, as well as the massive spatial fractures in its wake, indicated just how devastatingly powerful it was. And Lin pointed his index finger at Lan Xingyang. Piss off! A cold command was issued. The blue whale suddenly changed directions and hurtled toward Lan Xingyang with an even more terrifying power. Lan Xingyang's expression shifted drastically as he unleashed a huge palm using the power of the divine Dao to keep the blue whale at bay. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Lightning exploded, and the power of annihilation pulverized everything around the explosion. Some of the closest mighty figures didn't have time to react and were even wounded and hurled into the distance by the terrifying shockwaves. When the lightning dissipated, Lan Xingyang still stood at the same spot, but his hands were a little black and charred. All of the mighty figures stared at the scenes before their eyes with incredulity. And Lin had injured Lan Xingyang? What he said about being able to control all kinds of lightning, it was all true. Then he really is. Many of the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures turned to the man in a white robe with scorching awe and veneration in their eyes. Lan Xingyang took a deep breath. Not only were you able to manipulate my lightning technique, but you were also able to send it back to me with an even more fearsome power. Even Dao integration stage super mighty figures might not be capable of this. Yet a soul formation stage cultivator like you is capable of doing so. The expression in his eyes had completely changed when he looked at Enlin, and he extended a polite salute. Apologies for any offense I might have caused. Heavenly Lightning God. I hope you won't take it to heart. After witnessing Enlin reversing Lan Xingyang's devastating attack, most of the mighty figures present had already believed Enlin's claims. Now that Lan Xingyang had also clearly subscribed to this belief, everyone was convinced. The man standing before them was the Master of Lightning, the Heavenly Lightning God. After verifying Enlin's identity, all of the mighty figures were looking at Enlin with completely different expressions. Enlin was not complacent or smug in the slightest. He was like a god with an expression that was perpetually cold and indifferent as he appraised the mighty figures around him. Now that I've verified my identity to everyone, it's time for me to tell you some things. And Lin interlaced his fingers together with a profound expression. Lan Xiaoni was astonished. There was more to come? All of the mighty figures stirred upon hearing this. No one appraised him now as just a junior with exceptional aptitude. In contrast, everyone now saw him as an unimaginably powerful being with the power of the heavenly Tao in his hands. And Lin was already completely in the zone, and his natural flexing tendencies had completely taken over. When he paused for a moment, no one dared to interject. And Lin collected his thoughts before continuing. Do you know why Lan Xiaoni is willing to call me Big Boss and Lin? I have indeed protected her in the tomb, but after attaining the power of the heavenly Tao, her position should have transcended well beyond mine. So why is she still willing to call me Big Boss and Lin? Lan Xiaoni shot a surreptitious glance at Enlin with a hint of displeasure on her face. She was calling him Big Boss and Lin because she wanted to. There was no other reason. That was her thought process, but that thought process was not mirrored by everyone else present. All of the mighty figures instantly became curious. One of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe's mighty figures couldn't repress its curiosity, and the mighty figure asked, "Why is that the case, Heavenly Lightning God?" "It's because..." A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. "My power is of a higher level than Lan Xiaoni's." All of the mighty figures present were astonished for the nth time. They were slowly beginning to feel like being astonished was their natural state of existence. And Lin continued with an indifferent expression. Lan Xiaoni inherited the power of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Think back for a bit. Is there a difference between my power and the power of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial? Everyone fell silent again. After a while, Yu Feiyu spoke in a thoughtful voice. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial's power can control all water-type spell techniques, but the heavenly lightning god can not only control all lightning-type spell techniques, but he can also amplify their power. And Lin smiled. That's right. Using the enemy's lightning against them is just the foundational power of the heavenly Tao. In contrast, I can also amplify the power of lightning, which is a higher level of mastery. Why do you all think that is? It's because I'm in existence on the same level as the heavenly sea god. I'm a representative of the heavenly Tao's sentient will. I control the paramount heavenly lightning power. A massive stir erupted throughout everyone present again. All of the mighty figures continued to stare at Enlin with incredulity. Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug were no exception. It's over. Master had been completely carried away. Giant and Lin sure dares to dream. At this moment, a logical mighty figure presented a retort. Stop making jokes at our expense. Heavenly lightning god. The secrets that have just been deciphered clearly told us that the true heavenly gods that are a manifestation of the heavenly Tao sentient will cannot enter the Tai Chu continent. And Lin chuckled as he waved a hand through the air. That's only because the heavenly sea god is too useless. I am different. Gasp. The heavenly sea god was too useless? All of the mighty figures felt like their internal organs were churning and their ears rang with incredulity. Lan Xiaoni's lips twitched at how far-fetched this was becoming. And Lin continued in his indifferent voice. Why am I able to enter the Tai Chu continent? This was a long journey. I sealed away my power in order to be born as a normal life form in this world before slowly tapping into my power. This has a similar effect to the heavenly sea god using a living being on the continent to complete its mission in its stead. Guyu let loose a cry of surprise. Nice assist there, Senior Guyu. And Lin extended praise to Guyu in his heart, but his expression remained indifferent. If you think carefully about my past feats, you'll notice some extraordinary aspects about me. Aside from me, have you ever seen any Dao body stage cultivator slay a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage? Have you seen another cultivator cultivate for only a few years to reach the soul formation pinnacle stage? Have you seen another soul formation stage cultivator as badass as I am? None of the mighty figures had any answers to these three questions. There really was no one else on this entire continent that was as badass as him. Some of the return to void stage mighty figures were already trembling as they stared at Enlin with awe and veneration. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. The reason why I'm so badass is not because of how supremely talented I am. Instead, it is because I am a part of the heavenly Tao. All of the mighty figures were scared shitless. They had thought Enlin was in the same situation as Lan Xiaoni in that he had been chosen by the heavenly Tao and received its inheritance. But who would have thought that Enlin was part of the heavenly Tao himself? However, Enlin's words took a more gentle turn as he continued. You don't need to be too nervous. I have already been born as a living being of this world, and I have been influenced by this world as a result. Aside from being a bit more badass, I'm actually the same as all of you. Just treat me as you would a normal living being. Some of the mighty figures were still trembling uncontrollably. Treat a part of the heavenly Tao as a normal living being? They simply couldn't do it. Furthermore, do you think it was a coincidence that I entered the fallen god's seabed tomb? And Lin continued to hammer nails into the coffin. Aren't you all baffled by how I, a human, inexplicably barged into a tomb that was constructed by the former high priests of your two tribes? This sequence of coincidental events is just the will of the heavens in your eyes. To all of you, everything was preordained by fate. This is actually incorrect as I was the one who set everything into motion. My will is the will of the heavens. Gasp. All of the mighty figures present drew another sharp intake of breath. The reason I entered the tomb was actually to find my old friend, the heavenly sea god. I wanted to tell it in person to immediately give up on its stupid plan. The heavenly sea god and I actually have the same objective. Both of us just want to maintain the stability of this world and avoid a recurrence of the tragedy of the ancient Tai Chu realm. If Lan Xiaoni's mission is to rule over the entire West Sea and destroy the human race, then what do you think my mission is? And Lin looked around at the mighty figures staring at him with earnest respectfulness. My mission is to lead the human race to greater heights and let them maintain the stability of the world. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened as she stared blankly at Enlin. Lan Xingyang, Guyu, Yufeiyu, and all of the other mighty figures were also staring blankly at Enlin. Even a pin drop could be audibly heard in this deathly silence. Enlin broke the silence with his powerful voice. The human race has made a mistake by stabbing a hole in the sky. The human race is like a dagger that can hurt me if used incorrectly. However, if this dagger is used correctly, it will become an unmatched weapon for me. That's right, I have chosen to forgive the human race. I have a feeling that if the human race is destroyed, an unimaginable disaster will befall this world. a disaster that could very well result in the annihilation of this entire world. Choosing to support the human race will be an arduous task. But if I succeed, the Taichu continent will usher in a new era of prosperity and glory. And Lin looked around at the numb, mighty figures before continuing. The heavenly sea god has already agreed to my plan. It has bestowed its power upon Lan Xiaoni and commanded her to rule over the West Sea. Then assist me in my plan with all her might. This is the true secret behind the one that has just been deciphered. Hence, Lan Xiaoni is my underling Lan. And Lin looked at Lan Xiaoni with a hint of a doting expression on his face. That's right, Big Boss and Lin. What you have said is all true. Lan Xiaoni was astonished. She was completely and utterly dumbstruck. To think he just pulled all of that out from his ass. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he looked up into the boundless starry night sky with a profound expression. My power is far from fully awakened. The path to supporting the human race and taking them to greater heights will be a long and arduous one. Do you all want to fight alongside me for the sake of this world? When the time comes, you will all be the world's greatest heroes. The 5 Dao integration stage super mighty figures were completely awestruck. All of the return to void mighty figures were trembling uncontrollably. They all realized that this could be the most vital turning point in their history. The manifestation of a part of the heavenly Dao sentient will was extending an invitation to them. When Lin's words fell, he spread open his arms as he looked around at all of the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures while extending a lavish invitation to all of them. The man standing at the very center of attention had his arms open as if he were embracing the world. He was so proud and dazzling, and he was not someone to be encroached upon. Lan Xiaoni was struck by the irrepressible urge to burst into applause. Never would she have thought that Lin would be able to transform this dire situation into one where he was extending an invitation to everyone to lead the human race toward greater heights. Even though Lan Xiaoni was aware of Lin's current situation, she was still starting to believe that Lin truly was the heavenly lightning god. After all, his story was irrefutable, and his logic was watertight. Even Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug were beginning to have similar doubts. Thinking back carefully, Giant Lin really is quite special. I've always felt like Master was extraordinary, but I didn't think he was this extraordinary. Could he really be? Lin's great swindle technique had not only swindled his enemies, but he had also swindled his allies. Not only that, but he had even swindled himself into believing what he was saying. The more he talked, the more convinced and convincing he became. That's right, even he was starting to believe that he was the heavenly lightning god. The 2 high priests, Yu Feiyu and Guyu, were the most proficient at engaging in divination based on available information. They used the information revealed to them by Lin to conduct divination, upon which they were both astonished. Yu Feiyu took a deep breath before speaking in a trembling voice. There is a 98% chance that Lin has inherited the power of lightning from the heavenly Dao. There is also a 90% chance that everything he said was true, and that he really is in existence on par with the heavenly sea god. Guyu also spoke in a stunned voice. The probabilities I derived are even higher than yours at 99% and 91% respectively. The 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures looked at each other before extending a respectful salute toward Lin in unison. Guyu pays its respects to the heavenly lightning god. Yu Feiyu pays her respects to the heavenly lightning god. Seeing that even the high priests had conceded, the other mighty figures had no more reason to be skeptical. All of them converged toward the man in a white robe before extending respectful salutes of their own. In a situation like this, even an idiot knew that it was better to go with the flow than try and buck the trend. Furthermore, Lin had presented a series of astonishing evidence to them for them to make their own decisions. Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug didn't extend salutes toward Lin as they were Lin's beast pets. Lan Xiaoni was his underling who was only responsible for cheering him on, so she was naturally exempted from this as well. Thus, all of the mighty figures within the enchantment barrier bowed to Lin with the utmost reverence, as if they were worshipping the very heavens. All of them expressed their wish to help Lin take the human race to greater heights in order to protect this entire world. And Lin looked around at the mighty figures around him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Everyone else would probably think his smile was full of holy benevolence, and that the heavenly Tao had acknowledged them. Only Lin himself knew that this was actually a smile of triumph and victory. Holy shit! He had just dodged a massive bullet there. He seemed to have gotten a bit carried away in the process, but there were no major issues. Another thing is, I hope everyone can swear a Tao heart vow to keep the fact that I am a manifestation of a part of the heavenly Tao sentient will a secret. My power is far from being fully awakened, so I hope everyone can keep a low profile and stand by to await further instructions from me. And Lin's request was quite reasonable, and all of the mighty figures present immediately swore non-disclosure vows as instructed. Everything went extremely smoothly, and the two tribes were ready to fight under the command of the heavenly Tao. They could already envision the new glorious era that was about to be ushered into this world. The enchantment barrier slowly disappeared. All of the mighty figures outside of the enchantment barrier looked at the emerging mighty figures with curiosity and anticipation on their faces, as if they were trying to glean something from their facial expressions. They were then greeted by the sight of a bunch of ecstatic mighty figures who seemed to have been blessed by the heavens and were full of anticipation toward the future. All of the mighty figures outside of the enchantment barrier were astonished. My God, just what had these people experienced? Why are they giving off a weird vibe? Mister. And Lin, are you going back to the Kingdom of the Nine States? Would you like me to take you there? Guyu offered with a buoyant smile, as if it had forgotten that it was the high and mighty high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe. That would be great. Thank you, Senior Guyu. A harmless smile appeared on Lin's face. Mister. And Lin, why don't you leave tomorrow instead? You have recovered the secrets within the tomb for our two tribes, so the Spirit Fish Clan will be sure to prepare a small present for you as a gesture of gratitude. Lan Xingyang spoke with a calm expression, and Lin was ecstatic, and a hint of elation appeared on his face. Haha, you're far too kind, Senior Lan Xingyang. Fuck. Guyu kicked itself internally for its oversight, and a benevolent smile appeared on its face. Mr. Lan Xingyang is right. Mr. Lin is also a benefactor of our heavenly turtle tribe, so we owe a gift of gratitude to you as well. Both of you are far too kind. Please don't prepare anything too valuable though, otherwise, I will feel guilty for accepting your offerings. And Lin said with a solemn expression, but his heart was jumping for joy. He had just flexed to everyone, and now he was even getting presents for it. What an awesome feeling. All of the mighty figures outside of the enchantment barrier were even more perplexed now. Just what secrets had been revealed to them? Why did it feel like all of the mighty figures from the two tribes were suddenly a lot more respectful toward Lin? Tina, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug, and Lan Xiaoni didn't even dare to talk to Lin. They felt like they didn't even know him anymore. Thus, Lin stayed for another night on this island. All of the mighty figures from the two tribes went back to pick out their presents. Guyu traveled through space toward moving Heavenly Star Island, trying to process everything that had just happened. It had only predicted that Lin was going to a vital person for transforming the fate of the two tribes. But how had he suddenly transformed into an indescribably powerful being that was going to lead the two tribes to glory? This was a challenger rank powerful being, but Guyu had somehow managed to evaluate him as an iron rank small fry. Guyu was once again experiencing doubt over its own star divination skills. Was it even suitable to continue in its role as the high priest? Should it just retire? Within the Sea Heart Palace of the West Sea, Lan Xingyang was already carefully picking out presents. Within a boudoir, a gorgeous mermaid with a blue tail was also carefully grooming herself in front of a mirror. She had a light blue veil draped over her shoulders, which was short yet intricate, revealing her fair, slender waist. Her flowing, black hair had been gathered into an immaculate bun, within which was attached a beautiful jade hairpin. Her lips had been colored an enticing shade of red, and she compared the crimson coral bracelet and the red jade bracelet for a long time before finally deciding on the crimson coral bracelet. The fiery red coral bracelet created a striking contrast with her snowy white skin. Princess, you've been carefully grooming yourself ever since you came back. Who are you going to meet tomorrow? A pretty mermaid servant asked with curiosity in her voice. She had been a servant to the princess for a long time, but she had never seen the princess put so much effort into grooming herself. The mermaid princess looked into the mirror to discover an exquisitely beautiful set of features looking back at her, and a smile appeared on her face. I'm going to meet the most handsome man in the world tomorrow. And Lin sat in a leisurely manner on the sea island as he meditated. All of the spirit fish clan and heavenly turtle tribe mighty figures had either gone back to their tribes or were standing in the distance with expressions of reverence on their faces. They didn't dare to disturb Enlin, but they also really wanted to personally bid farewell to Enlin in order to express the veneration in their hearts. The light of dawn slowly appeared over the sky, and the relentless waves of the ocean crashed gently into the shore of the island. Tina and the jade bone immortal bug were both sitting on Enlin's shoulder, looking into the horizon at the glorious rising sun. Giant Enlin, you're a liar. How could you swindle everyone like this? Tina grumbled in a quiet voice. Enlin retorted with a serious expression. Why are you criticizing me? I didn't ask them for presents. It was them that insisted on giving me presents. I simply didn't want to crush their hopes by rejecting them. Tina rolled her eyes and turned her head around to ignore Enlin. Enlin had managed to explain the situation to his two beast pets with great difficulty, telling them how he really wasn't some manifestation of the heavenly Tao's sentient will, and that it was only a fabricated story. The beast pets finally believed him before then turning against him and expressing their dismay at how he had swindled the two tribes into giving him presents. They were actually just bored. It was pretty fun criticizing their shameless master from time to time. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, living beings from the spirit fish clan began to travel toward them over the waves. Lan Xingyang, Yu Feiyu, and a bunch of other mighty figures arrived. And Lin also saw a very familiar figure among them. What a beautiful mermaid! Even Tina couldn't help but let loose a cry of surprise. And Lin nodded in agreement. Underling Lan has fulfilled all of my fantasies toward mermaids. Perfect. Lan Xiaoni had already spotted Enlin from the distance. She was initially planning to fly joyfully toward him, but she managed to catch herself before she did so. She was trying to display another facet of herself to Enlin. She wanted her current image to be unforgettable to him. That was her objective, so she had to act the part as well. Hence, Lan Xiaoni repressed her impulsive urges. Instead, she advanced slowly and elegantly toward Enlin before descending by his side like a graceful celestial maiden. Stray strands of her hair danced in the wind, and a refreshing scent wafted from her body. Big Boss Enlin, Lan Xiaoni greeted with a smile. She was the princess of the Spirit Fish Clan, so it felt a little weird calling someone else Big Boss all the time. However, she didn't really care about that right now. Furthermore, she was already used to it anyway. A surprised expression appeared on Enlin's face. Underling Lan, you sure are looking beautiful today. Lan Xiaoni blushed slightly upon hearing this, and her blue eyes rippled with an enticing light. I spruced myself up a little before coming. I'm here to bid farewell to you after all. At this moment, Lan Xingyang laughed heartily. Sorry to make you wait for so long, Mr. Enlin. I have prepared a small present for you as a gesture of gratitude. He passed a storage ring to Enlin as he spoke. Enlin nodded slightly and accepted the storage ring with a nonchalant expression. He didn't even take a second look at the storage ring, as if all of the money and treasures of this world were nothing to him. Lan Xingyang didn't really take this to heart. Instead, he showed great self-awareness by leading everyone away. I'll be taking my leave then. Feel free to have a chat with my daughter. In his eyes, this heavenly Tao representative had to have quite a bit to say to his underling. Everyone gradually left, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni sat on the island side by side, looking up at the rising sun on the horizon. The warm light of the sun fell upon Lan Xiaoni, shining on a beautiful phosphorescent jewel in the shape of a butterfly on her forehead, which glowed with a faint golden light. She supported her chin in her hands as she looked into the distance. Big Boss and Lin, was what you said last night about leading the human race to greater heights true? And Lin shook his head. It was just a lie to prevent the human race from coming under attack. I could only lead everyone in the opposite direction in order to avoid suspicions. However, if anyone wants to destroy the human race, I'll be sure to kill them first. Even the heavenly sea god is no exception. The light in Lan Xiaoni's eyes dimmed slightly. What if that person is me? And Lin faltered slightly. What are you saying? You're my underling. Don't think about unnecessary stuff like this. I'm really scared. I'm scared that the power within my body would make me a different person, or suddenly influence my personality. Lan Xiaoni recoiled as tears began to well up in her eyes. You know how terrifying that heavenly sea god is. Would it really just give me its inheritance without setting up some measures to ensure that I would complete the mission it had assigned to me? Lan Xiaoni was not happy at all after receiving the heavenly sea god's inheritance. On the contrary, that invincible blue figure had been lingering in her mind this entire time, striking her with a sense of horror and powerlessness. Right at this moment, a warm hand gently caressed Lan Xiaoni's head. If that day really does come, I'll bash you to your senses. After that, I will kill the heavenly sea god. Don't forget that I'm your big boss. I've got your back. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll make them pay the ultimate price. Lan Xiaoni turned to the man wearing a firm and confident expression beside her, and the tears in her eyes began to flow down her cheeks, but a vibrant smile appeared on her face, as if she were a gorgeous flower blossoming under the light of the rising sun. I believe in you, Big Boss and Lin. All right then, Big Boss and Lin. I'll rule over the West Sea first, and then I will become your most powerful ally. Gasp! Those are some domineering words. Underling Lan, you've changed. This is my duty as an underling. Don't forget to make regular visits to the West Sea, Big Boss and Lin. Don't worry, I promise I'll make frequent visits. Then it's a deal. Let's shake on. No, let's hug on it. Thus, a warm, delectable body fell into Lin's arms. This was the first time Lin and Lan Xiaoni had exchanged a proper embrace. The two of them embracing one another on the island under the light of the rising sun was quite a beautiful image. Tina silently captured the moment in a photographic crystal from nearby. This was not something she wanted to do, but instead, it was something that Xianxia had requested for her to do. She didn't know why, but since it was just taking a photo, there should be no problems, right? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni talked for a while longer. The power of water Lan Xiaoni had inherited was indeed very strange. The power she had received was undeniable, but her mission was really abstract. There weren't even any measures that had been taken to hold her accountable. Was the heavenly sea god taking a gamble on the integrity of her character? And Lin didn't know what to do about this either, so they could only leave it alone for now. Not long after this, a turtle head crashed through space before descending upon the island. Guyu had also arrived with a present. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lin. I was struggling to find a suitable present for you, and I was delayed as a result. If you were a normal cultivator, I would just give you some spirit stones. But Mr. Lin is clearly beyond that. And Lin opened his mouth to say something, but he decided against it in the end. Spirit stones were what he needed the most right now. Seeing as you're still slowly awakening your power, I thought that it would be best to give you something that will ensure your safety. Hence, I used a divine rank material of our heavenly turtle tribe, the heavenly star dark shell, as a foundation in which I injected my most powerful defensive spell technique. This heavenly star dark shell can be activated a total of 3 times, and each time it is activated, it can defend against a Dao integration stage super mighty figures attacks for 10 consecutive minutes. Guyu spat out a black turtle shell, roughly the size of a palm as it spoke. To a soul formation stage cultivator, this would undoubtedly be the most sought-after life-saving treasure. However, Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. Is everyone in your heavenly turtle tribe like this? What do you mean? Guyu was confused. No, nothing. Thank you for your present, Senior Guyu. And Lin accepted the black turtle shell with a smile. The only problem was, Tian Qingji's inheritance was also something similar to this, and Lin was probably going to become the most power soul formation stage cultivator in this world in terms of defensive prowess. and Lin was well aware of just how precious this present was. It was a life-saving treasure that could be used by anyone to defend against a Dao integration stage super mighty figure's attacks. And for 10 whole minutes, no less. This was truly an extremely valuable present, and Guyu had to have gone to great lengths to create it. And Lin accepted Guyu's heavenly star dark shell and officially embarked on the journey home. He stood atop Guyu's turtle shell and waved farewell to all of the mighty figures gathered on the island. Lan Xiaoni looked on as Lin departed, and her expression became more and more firm and resolute. Go, Lan Xiaoni. You can do it. When Big Boss Lin comes back, he'll see a better and more unified West Sea. Due to Lin's extraordinary story, the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan had agreed to form an alliance for now. Thus, the two major tribes formed a West Sea alliance to conquer all of the smaller tribes in the West Sea by either absorbing them into the alliance or destroying those that refused to comply. The Spirit Fish Clan alone was certainly insufficient to rule over the West Sea. But now that they had the help of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe, there was definitely hope for the unification of the West Sea. Within the spatial passageway, Lin sat on Guyu's back and pulled out a storage ring before refining it. Even though Guyu's present was a little unexpected, it was still quite valuable. Lan Xingyang's present shouldn't be too bad either. He rummaged through the storage ring, and his heart rate immediately elevated a fraction. There were vital stones. There were a total of 1,020 vital stones. This was the equivalent of 10,200,000 spirit stones. An elated smile appeared on Lin's face. Lan Xingyang knew him better after all. Thus, he now had a total of over 80 million spirit stones in liquid assets stored within his storage ring. His trip to the West Sea had lasted about a month, so Su Xiaolan should have earned quite a bit from her cooking as well. Adding that onto his net worth, it would swell to around 85 million spirit stones. His target of 100 million spirit stones was well within reach. And Lin looked around at the other items within the storage ring to discover that there were two items, both of which exuded powerful energy fluctuations. One of them was a round ball with a dense bunch of sigils carved on it, along with a thoughtful note attached. Deep Sea Super Bomb, constructed from two high-density energy cores that had been subjected to extreme water pressure for over 100,000 years. The cores were then infused with Lan Xingyang's power of the Divine Tao. They can be activated and tossed to unleash power comparable to the full power strikes of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. P.S. This bomb is extremely powerful and contains devastatingly formidable power of the ocean. Cultivators below the Dao integration stage must take care to maintain a distance of over 50 kilometers from the bomb before detonating it. And Lin, a distance of 50 kilometers? How was he supposed to throw this thing that far? And Lin was a little speechless as he turned to look at the other item. There, he discovered a huge sword, which was 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. The huge sword emanated the power of the sea and glowed with a bluish-white light. There was a note attached to the sword as well. Ancient Sea Immortal Sword, constructed from the dark star metal of the West Sea after over a century of refinement. This sword is an intermediate rank immortal tool, which is extremely sharp and sturdy, and it can amplify the power of the wielder's lightning-type spell techniques. An elated smile appeared on Lin's face. Even though he wasn't lacking in immortal swords, this was still an extremely valuable present. He could also use it to amplify the power of his lightning spell techniques. This was probably the main reason Lan Xingyang had chosen to give this sword to Lin. There were only 3 items in the storage ring: money, bomb, and sword. And Lin sighed with emotion. Lan Xingyang's presence have truly won my heart. Upon hearing this, Guyu trembled before speaking in an aggrieved voice. Heavenly Lightning God, did you not like my present? Should I give you a few more presents? One had to realize Lin did not make a remark like this upon receiving the Heavenly Star Dark Shell. No, Senior Guyu, you've misunderstood. I really like your present too. And Lin hurriedly explained. If he were to take anything else from Guyu, it would really start to weigh on his conscience. And Lin finally managed to console the old turtle after much effort. Having a Dao integration stage super mighty figure as a mount was extremely flashy and convenient. Less than 2 hours had passed, and they had already arrived at the Buddhist kingdom of the Nine States. It had to be said that Gu Yu was quite an important character. Its arrival had even alerted the founder of the Buddhist kingdom, Buddha Rulai himself. All of a sudden, the sound of Buddhist mantras reverberated through the air as a golden Buddhist halo encompassed the entire sky. "There's no need for such a grand welcome, Sakyamuni Buddha. I'm just here to drop someone off," Gu Yu explained. It was also at this moment that Enlin felt as if he was being stared at by someone. There was no sense of pressure or oppression. Instead, he felt quite relaxed and revitalized. Enlin was shocked. Was this one of Buddha Rulai's abilities? It was really impressive. After that, the golden Buddhist halo disappeared from the sky, and Sakyamuni Buddha seemed to have left. "This is as far as I can take you, heavenly lightning god. If you have anything you need help with, please contact me, and I will be happy to provide my wholehearted assistance to you. Thank you, Senior Gu Yu, and please just call me Mr. Enlin in the future. Even if there is no one else around, we should still try to keep a low profile." Enlin nodded in response. A smile appeared on Gu Yu's face. "All right then, Mr. Enlin. I'll be taking my leave now. Farewell." Enlin waved to Gu Yu. He and his two beast pets then hurried back to the heavenly court via teleportation spell formation. Enlin's first stop was not the United University of Cultivation. Instead, he decided to pay a visit to the 4-9 Immortal sect first. The Spirit Stone Mine, Creation Realm, and West Sea incidents had taken him almost 2 months to take care of. Since he had already ditched school for so long, it wouldn't hurt to ditch another day or two. And Lin chose to return to the 4-9 Immortal sect as he had something important to do. On a set of lush grasslands in the Purple Star State stood a magnificent Immortal sect. Big Brother and sect leader Enlin, Xiao Chou and his wife, Bai Yao, greeted him at the sect gate. "Ha ha ha, you look like you've lost weight. Xiao Chou, how's your first month at the sect?" Bai Yao. Enlin greeted the two of them with a wide smile. Xiao Chou blushed. In contrast, a natural smile appeared on Bai Yao's face. "The sect has a very good atmosphere, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my time here." There was no exaggeration in her words. Sects as pure and uncorrupted as this one were extremely weird nowadays. She felt like she was living in paradise without a care in the world. "That's good to hear. By the way, how are the Black Fox tribe going?" And Lin asked. "The Black Fox tribe has already been absorbed by our White Fox tribe, along with the Green Fox tribe and the Red Fox tribe. However, the retaliation from the Spirit Fish clan is going to be quite difficult to deal with." Bai Yao's expression became a lot heavier as she mentioned the Spirit Fish clan. After all, the Spirit Fish clan was one of the most powerful forces on the Taichu continent. Even with the backing of the Hall of Creation mighty figures, the White Fox tribe was still in quite a bit of danger. The Spirit Fish clan? A smile appeared on Enlin's face upon hearing this, and he said, "You can go tell your mother that she does not need to worry about them anymore. I've already taken care of them during my trip to the West Sea. They're aware of my ties with the White Fox tribe, so they won't be a threat to you." Xiao Chou and Bai Yao were both a little dumbfounded upon hearing this. Taken care of the Spirit Fish clan? How? Xiao Chou's bulb-like eyes widened. I made the clan leader and high priest submit to me and made Lan Xiaoni my underling. They're going to focus on peaceful development now and won't bother anyone," Enlin replied. "Xiao Chou, Bai Yao, Lan Xiaoni? Did I hear that right?" Xiao Chou was completely incredulous. "You mean that Lan Xiaoni? The princess of the Spirit Fish clan?" Bai Yao's eyes widened as she began to doubt her own hearing, and Lin nodded with a placid expression. "That's her. She saved my life once in the fallen god seabed tomb, so I've got her back from now on." "What? I don't understand." Xiao Chou scratched his head in confusion, and Lin heaved a faint sigh. "It's a long story. In any case, the undeniable fact is that she risked her own life to save mine. I have to repay her for what she had done for me. I hope you two won't mind." And Lin was aware of the fact that Lan Xiaoni had a vendetta against Xiao Chou and Bai Yao. A wry smile appeared on Xiao Chou's face. "We only had our differences when she and Chun Nan tried to snatch away Bai Yao. Now that all that is behind us, we no longer feel any hostility toward her. On the contrary, I killed her fiancé, and we almost killed her too. I hope she won't hold that against us. And Lin nodded. Don't worry, she won't. She's very obedient to me. Xiao. Bai Yao. Xiao was astonished again. Big brother and what happened between you two? Ahem. I've already told you that she saved my life. This is a long story, which we'll discuss at another time. And Lin felt like this was a slightly dangerous topic of conversation and decided to put a stop to it. But her being obedient to you doesn't seem to have anything to do with the fact that she saved your life? Bai Yao looked at Lin with a confused expression and thwarted Lin's attempts to move on. And Lin, underling Lan is a very pure and naive girl who takes looks very seriously. In the past, even Chun Nan's looks were enough to make her fall head over heels. Now that she has seen my extraordinarily handsome looks, she has completely fallen for me and listens to everything I say. So that's what happened. Xiao was abruptly enlightened. Bai Yao turned to Xiao and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything in the end. Xiao didn't have any inkling about human beauty standards, so he might have believed it when Lin said he was more handsome than Chun Nan. Bai Yao didn't want to say anything. After all, she didn't want to embarrass Lin. In the end, Lin won the battle and successfully changed the subject using his shameless tactics. Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, Tina jumped down from his shoulder and pulled out a photographic crystal. A figurative light bulb had switched on above her head at the sight of Bai Yao's puzzled and skeptical expression, and she pulled out the photographic crystal to display a beautiful image. You really don't need to worry, Bai Yao. Giant Lin and Lan Xiaoni share a really close relationship. The Spirit Fish clan definitely won't seek vengeance on the White Fox tribe. The image on the ground depicted the glorious rising sun shining down upon the ocean and settling over Lin and the mermaid princess, who were locked in a gentle embrace. Lin, Xiao, Bai Yao. Lin slowly made his way over to Tina. What are you doing, little Na? A dainty smile appeared on Tina's face, as if she was asking for a compliment. Bai Yao was clearly a little worried and skeptical. So I'm using the image on this photographic crystal to verify the fact that you have a great relationship with the Spirit Fish clan. Is little Na smart or what? Lin took the photographic crystal from her with a smile. That's very smart. Little Na is awesome. Tina was a little ecstatic to be praised by Lin. Bai Yao's heart surged with shock. Tina had indeed verified that the two parties shared a good relationship, but why did she feel like she had seen something she shouldn't have seen? Boom! The photographic crystal suddenly exploded into smithereens. Ah! This crystal is so fragile. I accidentally broke it. An expression of disappointment appeared on Lin's face. Sorry, little Na. Xiao. Bai Yao. The jade bone immortal bug. Did he just blatantly dispose of the evidence? It would only shatter if he had accidentally broken it, not exploded into tiny particles. Couldn't he at least try to make his acting more convincing? Tina's eyes widened with an upset expression. Ah, the photographic crystal broke. How am I supposed to explain this situation to little Tian? Oh, little Tian has a part in this as well. Lin's expression turned sharp. He asked me to take some photos of you interacting with and engaging in physical contact with beings of the opposite gender. I found this quite strange, and I wouldn't have agreed to help him if he hadn't implored me to do so. Tina was a little distressed as she spoke. Hee, so that's what this is. Lin chuckled. Little Na, you don't have to worry about little Tian. I'll explain the situation to him for you, Lin said with a smile. Xiao swallowed nervously. He could see a hint of killing intent flashing in Lin's eyes. Bai Yao immediately tugged on his fur and transmitted her voice to him. Don't jump to conclusions. We have to keep this a secret for now. Perhaps Lin and Lan Xiaoni are just friends. A thoughtful expression appeared on Xiao's face. So, Lan Xiaoni is a good friend of Big Brother and she listens to everything he says? Bai Yao? Crap. Why did that sound even worse than before? Lin paused for a moment before explaining to Bai Yao and Xiao. Lan Xiaoni and I are just normal friends. I'm the big boss. She's the underling. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao nodded earnestly. I believe you, big brother N, Xiao Chou said with a serious expression. Me too, sect leader and Lin. Bai Yao's expression was even more earnest. Little Na can vouch for this too. Tina raised a hand, and Lin rolled his eyes. There's no need for you to do that. Thus, this slightly farcical event drew to a conclusion, and everyone entered the 4-9 Immortal sect together. By the way, where's Bai Ling? I have something important to speak to her about, and Lin asked. Pavilion Lord Bai has been in the Phoenix Small World these past few days and has not come out even once, Xiao Chou replied. Is she absorbed in her research again? And Lin was a little speechless. What is she working on? It feels like she's slowly becoming more and more secluded. A resigned smile appeared on Xiao Chou's face. We don't know anything about that. Among the entire sect, Pavilion Lord Bai only listens to you, big brother, and we don't even have any way to contact her and ask her what she's doing. Even if we did, we probably wouldn't be able to understand her response anyway. A smile appeared on Enlin's face, as if he would be able to understand what Bai Ling was saying. Bai Ling was always spouting random theories and jargon, leaving Enlin to feel like he was a pre-evolved ape. Oh, right, big brother, and what do you need Pavilion Lord Bai for? Xiao Chou asked. I want her to repair a ship for me, Enlin replied. Xiao Chou was confused. Repair a ship? That's right. Repair a big ship. Enlin replied with a smile. A big ship? What are you doing with a big ship, Enlin? And how big is it? Bai Yao asked. Enlin replied after a moment of thought. It's about 50 kilometers in length. Xiao Chou. Bai Yao. The two of them were astonished again. That's right, the ship Enlin wanted Bai Ling to fix was the future strategic weapon of their 4-9 Immortal sect, the Starfire battleship, within the Phoenix Small World. Enlin found Bai Ling sitting in a mansion on the summit of a mountain, drinking tea as she made calculations while looking at a series of projected statistics and equations. You're sure living the good life here, Pavilion Lord Bai. Enlin arrived on his brick before greeting Bai Ling with a smile. Bai Ling shot a glance at Enlin and took another sip of tea before speaking in a cold voice that contained a hint of laziness. I'm working. Do you need anything? Only now did Enlin discover that countless minuscule particles of light were flashing through Bai Ling's eyes, each of which contained a vast amount of information and statistics. Bai Ling was like the most powerful supercomputer in this world, so there was no need for any tools when she made her calculations. As for experiments, she could just simulate them in her mind, which meant that she was a walking experimental research laboratory that could work wherever she went. Of course I need something. I wouldn't come and disrupt you for nothing, Enlin replied with a smile. What is it? Bai Ling retracted her gaze from the projected figures before turning to Enlin with curiosity in her eyes. Enlin scratched his head. I want your help in repairing a ship. Bai Ling. Go find a ship repairman then. Don't come bothering me. She was very angry. What was she supposed to be? Some sort of manual laborer? The problem is, this is no ordinary ship. It's a battleship. Let me show you. And Lin produced a blue ball of light, which floated in the air. Bai Ling initially wore a disgruntled expression, but her pupils contracted abruptly at the sight of the ball of light. What an advanced spatial technique! It's absolutely flawless, like a perfect work of art. And Lin gave her a thumbs up. You really do know your stuff. This was the work of the heavenly sea god, so of course it was absolutely flawless. Bai Ling's interest was piqued. How big is your battleship? I'll make some space for it first. And Lin paused momentarily before replying. It's over 50 kilometers in length, about 15 kilometers in width, and over 20 kilometers in height. Bai Ling's lips twitched. That's a little absurd. If you release it here, it's gonna crush my small world. Where did you get such a huge ship? I picked it up from a seabed tomb. And Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. Bai Ling rolled her eyes. Quit pretending. Your eyes have betrayed your smugness. And Lin was a little embarrassed. At this moment, Bai Ling had already extended a hand to hold the blue ball of light before spreading open her other hand. upon which a black ball and a white ball appeared. Boom! An explosive boom erupted in the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Countless plants and spirit beasts directly in front of the mountain were shifted to the side, along with some rivers and smaller mountains. It was as if a pair of gargantuan, invisible hands were parting the world. Before long, a vast area had been cleared out in the Phoenix small world, and Lin clicked his tongue in wonder upon seeing this. I really want to try that as well. It must be a really special feeling to control an entire world and manipulate it according to your will. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Do you want to have a go? I can transfer my power over this world to you. And Lin was elated to hear this. Really? Bai Ling nodded. Of course. However, you have to progress to the return to void final stage first. You won't be able to accept the power over this world from me if you haven't attained the power of the divine Tao. And Lin, God knows when that will happen. Perhaps it will be difficult to envision that day for other people. Bai Ling stared into Lin's eyes with a gentle yet resolute expression. But I believe you won't take too long to get there. And Lin was feeling quite flattered. It looked like Big Sister Bai thought quite highly of him. Bai Ling used a spell technique to activate the blue spatial ball of light before tossing it toward the cavernous space that had been opened up. All of a sudden, boundless lightning enshrouded heaven and earth. Boom! The earth tremored violently as gale-force winds swept forth for over 50 kilometers. A gargantuan object with no end in sight suddenly appeared, obscuring the entire sky. The eerie, pitch-black cannons, the dark green alloy hull, the suffocating might that seemed to be coming from an ancient, giant beast. All of these accentuated how extraordinary this battleship was. So, it really is as big as you said. Bai Ling stared at the Starfire battleship and fell into a slight daze. Wait, why does this battleship seem a little familiar? Bai Ling furrowed her brows. It's the Starfire battleship of the Spirit Fish Clan, Lin explained. Bai Ling took a deep breath before turning to stare intently at Lin. The Starfire battleship. This is a top-tier battleship that had combined the power of the divine Tao as well as the most cutting-edge technology. You managed to secure a strategic weapon like this. It is now the strategic weapon of our 4-9 Immortal sect. A confident smile appeared on Lin's face. Bai Ling couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lin. The Starfire battleship was arguably even more valuable than a divine tool. And Lin actually wasn't very powerful at the moment. But he still received a massive opportunity like this. Perhaps I really have put my faith in the right person. An involuntary smile appeared on Bai Ling's face, like snow and ice melting to give way to the warmth and vitality of spring. You certainly came to the right person. Countless specks of light flashed past Bai Ling's eyes, and the air above surged to caress the massive battleship. The hull has been severely damaged, the propulsion control room has been destroyed, and the Divine Tao crystal has also been destroyed. It would be extremely difficult to repair such a significant damaged ship. You probably won't be able to find a more suitable repairman for the job than me. Furthermore, I can use the power of this small world to assist me in the repair process, which will drastically speed things up. Bai Ling added with a confident expression. She closed her eyes as she spoke in order to carry out some calculations. And Lin stood by patiently. Bai Ling soon opened her eyes as a smile appeared on her face. The total repair cost is going to be around 100 million spirit stones. This is a list of the things that I will need. Boom! 100 million spirit stones. This was an astronomical repair cost, and it struck Lin like a bolt of lightning, making his head ring incessantly. And Lin was a little numb as he took the list from Bai Ling before falling into silence. Our sect only appears to have about 50 million spirit stones in liquid assets. What are we going to do about the rest? He asked with difficulty. Bai Ling waved a dismissive hand. I don't care. The sect leader has to worry about things like money. I have no obligation to repair this thing. And Lin's head throbbed upon hearing this. Should he give up? No. This Starfire battleship was even more valuable than a divine tool. He definitely couldn't give up on it. And Lin took a deep breath. All right, leave it to me. A joyful smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. These were the responsibilities a sect leader should shoulder. Only through resolving problems and overcoming hardships like this could he continue to grow. Come with me, Bai Ling. Let's gather our friends and discuss how we're going to resolve this big issue. And Lin's eyes were burning with his fighting spirit. There is always more strength in numbers, hee. Bai Ling. Her previous joy instantly vanished within the 4-9 Immortal sect conference chamber. And Lin, Tina, the Jadebone Immortal Bug, Xiao Zhe, Xiao Chou, Lu Chenhuan, Bryce, Bai Ling, and the white-scaled wolf god had all gathered in place. And Lin recounted his trip to the West Sea to everyone, with a strong focus on the Starfire battleship. Everyone witnessed the Starfire battleship through the footage Bai Ling released, and all of them let loose cries of surprise. The battleship that stretched as far as the eye could see was an extremely thrilling and spectacular sight. With this Starfire battleship, it is the equivalent of our sect gaining a new Dao integration stage super mighty figure. And Lin said in an indifferent voice as he interlaced his fingers. Another collective cry of surprise erupted before everyone whooped for joy. My God! Long live Master! Doesn't that mean our sect is going to be more badass than the 9 Imperials now? The white-scaled wolf god wore a scorching expression on his face. You sure can pile on the surprises. And Lin, you made a trip to a tomb and brought back an invincible battleship. Lu Chenhuan stared at the footage of the battleship with bright eyes. She really wanted to pilot this battleship. The battleship seems to be a little damaged? Xiao Zhe asked with furrowed brows as he looked at the footage. A smile appeared on Lin's face. This is why I have gathered everyone together. This battleship has been severely damaged and will require 100 million spirit stones to repair. Gasp! This astronomical repair cost was like a bucket of cold water being thrown over everyone's head. However, everyone quickly calmed down and began to think. Money. This was the main problem they needed to take care of. 100 million. Our sect only has 50 million spirit stones worth of liquid assets. Even if we use all of it, we're still 50 million short. Xiao Zhe mused with furrowed brows. Tina suggested, if we excessively mine the spirit stone mine in the Flying Ball tribe territory, we can fill this gap. And Lin immediately shook his head to refute this course of action. If we excessively mine the spirit stone mine, it's going to collapse. That mine is of vital importance to our sect. So we can't do that unless we encounter some dire situation. To Lin's statement, Lu Chenhuan nodded in agreement. She thought to herself for a moment before her purple eyes suddenly lit up. I have an idea. Everyone turned toward Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan turned to Xiao Chou, and a smile appeared on her face. Xiao Chou, your wedding with Bai Yao in the Fox tribe territory was spoiled by the Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan. That was such a pity. How about we hold a wedding at the 4-9 Immortal sect to make up for that ruined one? It will also be an opportunity for all of the large sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States to offer the blessings that they didn't have time to offer last time. Everyone within the conference chamber drew a collective sharp intake of breath. And Lin's hands clapped together as his eyes lit up. That's genius. I forgot about that. The world needs a chance to celebrate this glorious event. Bryce's leafy head rustled. I support this marriage. Xiao Zhe was extremely excited. I also approve of this marriage. I raise both hands in approval. +1. Bai Ling's face convulsed. Sure enough, this sect could not think of any normal money-making schemes. She didn't even know what she was getting her hopes up for. All of them turned toward Xiao Chou for the final decision. Xiao Chou slapped a palm onto the table. Let's do it. A burst of cheers erupted within the conference chamber. Everyone knew that this sect was going to welcome a new, massive boost in liquid assets in the near future. Thus, the course of action had been decided on. Bai Ling paused for a moment before speaking. We're missing 50 million spirit stones at the moment. Is a wedding going to be enough to fill that gap? Thinking back, our sect grand opening only netted us over 30 million spirit stones. That's not the same, big sister Bai, and Lin replied with a smile. Our sect has much more influence than it used to. Just my title as the Lord of Transcendence and the stories of us crushing the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, have elevated the position of the 4-9 Immortal sect to a higher level in everyone's heart. Furthermore, those living beings from the West Sea will also want to establish good relations with us. Hence, this wedding should definitely earn us more money than the sect grand opening did. And Lin's words instantly made everyone a lot more optimistic. If we're really still missing some money, we can go borrow some from the Dragon Court. And Lin added with a sly grin. By Ling, everyone observed a moment of silence for the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Thus it was decided. Xiao Chao's wedding was going to be held at the 4-9 Immortal sect in 25 days. News of this was broadcasted to the entire kingdom of the 9 states. And Lin had also made a voice transmission to Lin Junjun and asked her to spread this news across the Heavenly Court and the entire Taichu continent. After ditching school for 2 months, and Lin finally returned to the university. Within a dorm room, the light of a candle wavered. And Lin, tell me the truth. What did you do in the West Sea? Su Xiaolan had her arms on her slender hips as she glowered at Lin. She had heard some rumors that Lin had gotten quite close with some mermaid princess. Xiaolan, let me explain. Lin hurriedly replied. He began to recount his journey to the West Sea, and he did his best to tell the truth. The night was long, as was the story. Su Xiaolan listened to his story with rapt attention glowing in her bright eyes. The faint candlelight shone upon her snowy white skin, which emitted a jade-like luster. She would occasionally ask some questions, to which Lin provided honest answers. When the story was over, Su Xiaolan fell into deep thought. There seems to be nothing wrong with the story, but I still don't understand why Lan Xiaoni would risk her life to save you. Su Xiaolan pouted slightly. She's just a really naive and pure girl. She could sacrifice herself for Chan Nan, who she barely knew. So of course she was willing to risk her life to save a good person like me. Xiaolan's anger had subsided, and Lin felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The poor Chan Nan saved Lin's skin once again. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. That makes sense. She laid a finger on her storage ring, and a light flashed past as a pile of vital stones appeared on the ground like a small mountain. Here you go. These are all of the vital stones I made during the last month. There are a total of 610. And Lin's eyes began to glow. Xiaolan is the best. I love you. His net worth had reached 86 million. He put away the vital stones, but the smile on his face refused to subside. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes at the sight of Lin, the money grubber. You love spirit stones. Don't try to make this about me. Lin immediately came to his senses and grabbed Su Xiaolan's smooth, slender hand with a serious expression on his face. Su Xiaolan, I've prepared a surprise for you as well. What surprise? A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and her voice softened as Lin grabbed onto her hands. She knew that the West Sea had many beautiful things like pearl necklaces and coral rings, all of which were extremely enchanting and enticing, just as Su Xiaolan was getting led astray by her imagination. Lin pulled out an inky black turtle shell. This is for you, Su Xiaolan. The surprise you're referring to is a turtle shell? Su Xiaolan's skin crawled, and she was struck by the feeling that her dream had been shattered. A smile appeared on Lin's face. This is no ordinary turtle shell. It's called the Heavenly Star Dark Shell, and it was given to me by Guyu. Can be activated a total of 3 times. Each time it is activated, it can defend against a Dao integration stage, super mighty figures attacks for 10 consecutive minutes. That's right, he planned to give this life-saving treasure to Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan's mouth gaped open as an incredulous expression appeared on her face. She knew that Lin wouldn't lie to her about something like this. So it had to be true. No, I can't take a treasure like this. What if you need it in the future? Su Xiaolan pushed the turtle shell toward Lin with an extremely firm expression. Lin replied with a justified expression. I would rather see myself come to harm than to see you get hurt. Su Xiaolan's heart trembled, and her clear eyes seemed to have transformed into rippling pools of water. I feel the same way, so you keep this turtle shell. I'm fine with a more mundane present. Heh, you don't get to call the shots here. I'll listen to you when your defensive prowess becomes more powerful than mine. And Lin made a rare show of going against Su Xiaolan's wishes and forced her to put on the turtle shell. Su Xiaolan struggled for a bit, but she was unable to resist Lin's efforts. In the end, she conceded to him. However, her intricate fair cheeks were flushed bright red, and her heart rate had also accelerated significantly for some reason. The inky black turtle shell pressed against her snowy white skin like a pendant, and there was a sense of beauty to the contrast between the two color tones. And Lin clapped his hands together contently. Beautiful! Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen a boyfriend give a turtle shell to his girlfriend and have the audacity to praise the turtle shell as beautiful. Your beauty disregards any ornamentation. A beautiful turtle shell will only add to your beauty, while an ugly turtle shell will stand in contrast to your beauty. In any case, you're always extremely beautiful to me. And Lin stroked Su Xiaolan's cheek as he spoke in a gentle voice. Su Xiaolan's eyes glazed over slightly as she stared at Lin. Their two pairs of lips met. 1 minute later, and Lin made his way out of the dorm room while humming a happy tune. The first thing he did after returning to his dorm room was to give Xianxia a massive beating. After bashing him up, and Lin's mood lifted even further. Wah, master! You're demented, unreasonable, and inexplicable. Xianxia recoiled his round, furry body as he roared at Lin. And Lin nodded lightly before beginning round 2 of Xianxia's inhumane torture. Wah! Master is benevolent, reasonable, and wise. Xianxia's tears rolled down his swollen, snowy white body. Nice use of antonyms. And Lin praised with an elated smile. Xianxia. Thus, and Lin forced Xianxia to sleep with him for the night. Wait. No, he forced Xianxia to act as his pillow, and he enjoyed a beautiful night's sleep. The next day, and Lin finally reappeared in the schoolyard. His emergence always attracted countless pairs of eyes. In particular, the lower year-level underclassmen were fanatical in their worship of this mysterious and powerful upperclassman. All of the legends within the school were revolving around Lin. Could you imagine the despair of being blocked by an airtight pack of students after every class? The dorm room's letterbox was full every single day, and all of the letters were in pink envelopes. There were always underclassmen who mustered up the courage to engage in conversation with him when he just wanted to have a leisurely stroll at night. Sword Immortal Lin was definitely the #1 celebrity within the university. The days flew by quickly, and it was already the end of the term now. Due to the fact that Lin had skipped so much school, he had also missed the Immortal Spirit Tower trial. However, that didn't matter anyway. All he would have done there was wreck some seniors, so there wasn't much of a challenge. What was worthy of note was that Tang Shimin had finally progressed to the half-step soul formation stage and went all the way to the 83rd level, thereby earning him a spot in the University Hall of Fame. Everyone was quite happy for Tang Shimin as it seemed like he had been given a new lease on life. Shen Yuanchang and Su Chenyun progressed to level 97 and 96 respectively after progressing to the soul formation stage. Su Xiaolan was the most badass of the lot. After reconstructing her Tao foundation and absorbing the true blood essence of the vermilion bird, it was as if a jetpack had been attached to her cultivation base. She had already rocketed to the soul formation final stage when she participated in the trial. During this trial, she even managed to defeat war god Xing Tian of the 99th level. The self-proclaimed invincible war god, Xing Tian, lost to Lin and Su Xiaolan in successive years. And Lin wondered what was going through his mind after his most recent loss. Unfortunately, after defeating Xing Tian and receiving the inheritance of the Tao of Slaughter, Xiaolan fainted from overexertion and couldn't progress to the 100th level, much to the dismay and disappointment of the spectating students. This was a bit regretful. Xiaolan told Lin that next year, she would pummel Emperor Ziwei for sure. And Lin gave Xiaolan a thumbs up. You go, Xiaolan. Avenge me by beating the crap out of Emperor Ziwei. Land 1 punch on him, and I'll reward you with 1 kiss. Land 2 punches on him, and I'll reward you with 2 kisses. Shameless freak. Su Xiaolan blushed with embarrassment. Then what if I defeat him? And Lin replied excitedly, I'll reward you with a meat sausage. Slap. A thunderous slap erupted, and Enlin hurtled into the distance for several hundred meters. Stinky pervert. In any case, it looked like they had not come to a consensus. When Enlin was slapped into the distance by Su Xiaolan, he suddenly thought of Emperor Ziwei. That bastard still owed him an inheritance. He silently opened his system and checked the mission conditions for the God of War heaven-blasting cannon. He found that Emperor Ziwei was still an avid hater of him. Enlin. It was only a beating. Did he have to remember it for this long? He was an emperor. Couldn't he be a bit more forgiving? Enlin was very angry. He decided to find an opportunity to pay a visit to the Ziwei Pavilion and fight for some justice for himself. The days passed by slowly. Xiao Chao's wedding was about to be held, and everyone was busy with the final preparations, trying to invite as many powerful beings as possible. After all, they were all walking wallets. The survival of the 4-9 Immortal sect depended on these presents. This was legitimate work, and they could not afford to get complacent. After being strongly promoted by the Heavenly Court, the wedding became more and more of a significant event across the entire continent. There were all sorts of different stories going around, like how this was a taboo relationship that had shattered social norms. This was a magnificent relationship that ignored what the rest of the world thought. This was an extraordinary relationship that could captivate one's Tao heart, etc. In any case, this wedding was slowly becoming a grand occasion even in the context of the entire continent. And Lin was also eagerly anticipating the wedding. However, the fourth-year end-of-term examinations rolled around before the wedding. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the others had to head for the dark marshlands again. With Enlin's current status in the school, he could skip this end-of-term examination if he wanted to. However, he didn't want to make himself seem special. Besides, he also wanted to protect his fellow students and friends, so he decided to go. The dark marshlands was not a place to be scoffed at. There were dangers lurking around every corner, and many students and teachers had died there. Even though brutal battles could make students grow stronger at a fast rate, and Lin still decided that he would try and help out as many students as possible when they encountered danger. In the Gem State, which was located in the southwestern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States, there stood a massive city by the name of Lingkan City. This was one of the cities where the battle against the Blood Tribe was most intense. To the west of the city was a boundless black land filled with the aura of death and decay. On a city wall over 100 meters tall, there were several thousand soldiers stationed there, among which were soldiers responsible for ranged attacks, scouting, cannon attacks, and melee combat. The city had all the types of soldiers it could wish for, and its city wall was like an indestructible barrier. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was diligently extending words of caution to Enlin. Student Enlin, don't forget to keep a low profile here. After all, Emperor Yi Deng has most likely begun to suspect your involvement in the death of Leiden. Don't worry, I understand that. I'll make sure to keep myself safe here. And Lin nodded with a nonchalant smile. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao heaved a resigned sigh at Enlin's nonchalant expression. In any case, make sure to place your own safety as your number one priority at all times. You are extremely important to the Heavenly Court. What else could Enlin say in the face of such a diligent and earnest homeroom teacher? He could only agree obediently for now. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao didn't dare to lead his students on any more missions. Last time, his students had swept through over a dozen Blood Tribe cities, and Enlin had slain a return to Void Stage mighty figure, which had attracted a top-tier mighty figure like Leiden to the scene. Everyone had been scared shitless at that time, and they had almost all perished. Emperor Yi Deng was definitely still seething with rage right now, so who would dare to sweep through some more Blood Tribe cities? They should just lie low and not do anything drastic for now. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao left after delivering his spiel to caution Enlin. Enlin stretched lazily as he rode around on Bai along the city wall. I wonder how Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias are going. They said they were going to lie low and avoid suspicion for now. They're not going to seclude themselves for 100 years. Are they? And Lin stared into the distance and heaved a faint sigh. For return to Void Stage mighty figures with their massive lifespans, going into seclusion for centuries was very commonplace. He had even heard of some mighty figures going into seclusion for over 10,000 years. They won't do that, big brother, and they miss your blood too much, so they won't be able to hold out for that long. Woof! Dabai provided words of reassurance. Even though Enlin didn't want to admit it, Dabai's words definitely seemed to ring true. Big brother, and if the 3 holy disciples of the Blood Tribe suddenly defected to the 4-9 Immortal sect, do you think the Blood Tribe emperors will explode? Woof! Dabai was always worried about peculiar things, but this was quite a practical concern. They probably will, and Lin nodded with a smile. That's why we have to repair the Starfire battleship as soon as possible. That way, I would be able to provide a safe and warm haven for my adorable slaves. Dabai, big brother, and I feel like you're sounding more and more like an exceptional mighty figure now. Woof! Is that so? Perhaps this is an after effect from all my flexing to those return to Void stage and Dao integration stage mighty figures. And Lin mused. Dabai. Just that sentence alone was a huge flex in itself. Woof! And Lin was a little exasperated. Was he flexing without even intending on doing so now? The two of them mapped a lap of the city wall and did not discover anything abnormal. Big brother, and I'm so bored, woof! Dabai sighed, and Lin lay on Dabai's back, and he suddenly turned to look into the distance before waving a hand through the air, upon which wind and clouds surged. What is it, big brother, and woof? Dabai asked. Nothing. And Lin continued to lay on Dabai's back, and his eyes narrowed with a carefree and leisurely expression. At the same time, on a black mountain over 10 kilometers away from Lincoln City. This was a steep and jagged mountain filled with massive rocks. Master Du Lu. This is a map of the entire Lincoln City. It had everything detailed on it, including the contour of the terrain and the soldiers distributed at each location. A thin man with a head of grayish-white hair and a pair of piercing crimson eyes reported with a fawning smile. He handed over a yellow map to the brawny man before him, who was the size of a small mountain. The brawny man accepted the map as he unleashed a spell technique to survey the city in the far distance. Master Du Lu, there is another thing I must remind you of. The students of the Heavenly Court undertaking their trials arrived today, and there are 100 of them in total. The thin man added. Hee, what is a bunch of Dao body stage and spirit nurturing stage trash going to do? As for the soul formation stage teachers, just leave them to me. You guys focus on killing more people and drinking more blood. Du Lu chuckled coldly. Yes. The thin man bowed respectfully. He knew that the brawny man standing before him was a powerful being with city lord-level power. This was a man deployed by the higher-ups, and he was a soul formation final stage powerful being. Du Lu could definitely transform Lincoln City into a paradise of blood and slaughter for them. Not only are there soldiers, but there are also young and juicy students. What a pleasant surprise. I've heard that all of the Heavenly Court students are extremely talented prodigies. I finally have a chance to taste them for myself. A sinister smile appeared on Du Lu's face as he extended his long, crimson tongue. The thin man beside him was also beaming with excitement. He could already envision that glorious and stimulating future. Boom! All of a sudden, a boundless, powerful force fell from the sky. An invisible power squashed Du Lu's powerful body flat into the ground. The gruesome sound of flesh and bone being crushed erupted. The brawny Du Lu was flattened into a paper-thin sheet as blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. An eerie silence instantly descended. Master Du Lu. The thin man stared blankly at the remains of the brawny man. He was greeted by deathly silence. There was no hint of vitality left in Du Lu's flattened body. The thin man was completely dumbstruck. He was here with Du Lu to survey the landscape and terrain, but Du Lu had died just like that. Du Lu was a blood tribe soul formation final stage powerful being. How did he get flattened to death without even having the chance to scream? What kind of power was this? The thin man turned to look at the mighty city in the far distance, and fear washed over him like a tidal wave. He let loose a sharp scream as he frantically fled into the distance, leaving a trail of excretions in his wake. On the city wall of Lincoln City, soared Immortal Ling Xiao, Su Xiaolan, Xianxia, and Su Qinyun all turned to look in Dabai's direction. Dabai had also indistinctly detected some energy fluctuations on a certain black mountain in the distance. Big brother, and what happened over there? Woof, Dabai asked. And Lin was still lying on Dabai's back, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. Nothing. I just squashed a mosquito. Something strange occurred at Ling City. For some reason, the Blood Tribe army that was stationed near Ling City silently retreated 5 kilometers. It had already been hard to make them out before. Now, even with the help of binoculars, they couldn't be seen. Why did they suddenly retreat? The soldiers guarding the city were all dumbfounded. In the beginning, some military strategists thought that the Blood Tribe was performing a tactical retreat. However, the Blood Tribe, which had been scouting them every day and engaging in small-scale battles once every 3 days, had already been holed up in the same place for several days. They were extremely quiet. The students had initially come here to complete their end-of-semester trial. Now, however, they were all lazing around like slackers. There wasn't even a patrol unit for them to attack, and all of them were stuck on a grand total of 0 achievement points. Finally, General Wang Junming lost his patience. Something feels off, he remarked to the soldiers. The Blood Tribe's behavior has been far too strange these past few days. They're definitely scheming something in secret. We can't sit still and wait for them to move first. We should actively attack them and ruin their plans. Just like that, 2,000 soldiers and 100 students started charging toward the Blood Tribe army aggressively. General Tyrone, there's trouble. The army stationed at Ling City is charging toward us. A Blood Tribe scout reported hurriedly. What? A short and skinny Blood Tribe male abruptly stood up. Tyrone was the Blood Tribe cultivator who had witnessed Dulu mysteriously smacked to death. I've already made so many concessions. Why are they still chasing us? Tyrone's eyes flashed in confusion as he gritted his teeth. Hang on. If that powerful being is still among them, why would they need to go to the trouble of launching an assault? Presumably, that powerful being was merely passing by Ling City and conveniently killed Dulu. He definitely wouldn't be as lame as to linger around with such an army. Tyrone quickly reached a conclusion, which made him feel exhilarated. He spread his arms and yelled, My underlings, you've all been holding back for so many days. It's time to eat some meat. The Blood Tribe soldiers all started to whoop in joy. Over these past few days, they could only ingest blood from blood pouches, and they were all on the verge of spewing. Now they could finally drink fresh blood. Just like that, under the lead of General Tyrone, the thousands of Blood Tribe soldiers charged toward the human soldiers. The two armies finally engaged in a full-scale battle. At this moment, boom! A golden flame explosion enveloped the entire battlefield. The force of the explosion was so great that even the earth started to tremor. 3 seconds later, Tyrone lay in a pool of blood, and his entire body was scorched black. His lips quivered slightly. How is this possible? The 2,000 human soldiers also murmured to themselves, How is this possible? The thousands of Blood Tribe soldiers had all been blasted beyond recognition. There were expressions of confusion and agony on their faces, and they all lay on the ground, dead. The students silently turned their gazes toward a male, their class captain. Xianxia raised his hands in apology. I'm sorry. I was too excited and lost control over the power of the blast. I accidentally killed them all and deprived you guys of an opportunity to practice combat skills. It's all my fault. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was extremely angry. It was indeed your fault this time. Might I add, next time we meet such trash. He pointed toward Su Xiaolin, and Lin, and Su Qinyun. You three also abstain from attacking, understand? Please leave more opportunities for your fellow classmates. The students that he pointed at nodded in understanding. Tears trickled down Tyrone's face when he heard this. There are still 3 other freaks who can also insta-kill an entire Blood Tribe army? What kind of shitty luck is this? Why are these powerful beings hanging out with ordinary soldiers? Simply out of boredom. Just as Tyrone was having a mental breakdown, a dog suddenly appeared in his vision. It stared at him intently, and a sinister smile suddenly spread across its face. Hee hee, there's actually still a survivor? I'm going to deliver the killing blow, woof! A silver wind blade cut through the air, and the severely wounded Tyrone was completely unable to dodge. This extremely powerful wind blade became the last flash of light that Tyrone saw in his life. In the last moment of his life, Tyrone came to a tragic realization. It appeared as though even this dog was more powerful than him. Rip. Blood spurted through the air as Tyrone's head separated from his body. The Blood Tribe army, which had had its eyes set on Lincoln City, was been completely wiped out. The human soldiers started retreating back toward the city. Their faces were all filled with confusion and bewilderment. So, what the hell had they come here for? At this moment, General Wang Junming walked up before the soldiers. Soldiers, just treat this as a field training exercise. It was still fairly productive and fruitful. Morale, +1, +1, +1, +1. Anyhow, Lincoln City had achieved an overwhelming victory in this battle. Wang Junming and Sword Immortal Ling Xiao stood atop the city wall and gazed at the endless stretch of dark marshlands. The sky was dyed a dim yellow color by the setting sun, and this gave the black stretch of land an additional sense of tragedy and loneliness. Fellow cultivator Ling Xiao, your students are all so powerful. Why aren't they wiping out all the nearby Blood Tribe forces? After seeing the strength of Shen Yuanchang and the others, Wang Junming finally couldn't keep his curiosity at bay any longer. Because there are enemies who are stronger than us. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao didn't want to attract too much attention. Enemies who are stronger than you guys? Wang Junming came to a sudden realization. You're afraid of the return to Void Stage Blood Tribe cultivators counterattacking? No, I'm afraid of Emperor Yi Deng counterattacking. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao replied solemnly. Wang Junming, Emperor Yi Deng is a legendary being of the Blood Tribe. If he really does target something, he'll most likely target an entire tribe or an entire realm. Why would he target an insignificant little city? Is this Sword Immortal overthinking things? Although he thought this, Wang Junming didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Shen Yuanchang walked before Sword Immortal Ling Xiao with a torn look on his face. Teacher, there's something that I want to tell you. Student Shen Yuan, no need to be so reserved. Tell me what's wrong. There was a warm smile on Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's face. Student Lin has left this city. He said that he's going to seek out a few return to Void Stage Blood Tribe cultivators to fight. He told us not to worry about him. Shen Yuanchang spit this out with great difficulty. The smile on Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's face was slowly replaced by a look of shock. Didn't he promise not to cause trouble? He said that he would conceal his identity, Shen Yuanchang said in exasperation. He also left Tina with us as a safeguard. He told us not to worry. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao rubbed his brows. What's the point of him doing this? Shen Yuanchang hesitated for a moment before repeating Lin's absurd excuse. He said that he's practicing a cultivation method, and he needs to infuriate supreme beings of the return to void stage or something. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. Practice a cultivation method by infuriating supreme beings of the return to void stage? What kind of fucking excuse is this? However, against all of the homeroom teacher's expectations, this was the truth. And Lin had been extremely bored on the city wall. Thus he took a glance at his system. Then, much to his horror, he discovered that the mission progress for the God of War Heaven Blasting Cannon was showing signs of going backward. The mission of have 10 supreme beings of the return to void stage or above like you was almost about to fall below 10 people. A large majority of these supreme beings had liked Lin because of his cooking. However, Lin hadn't cooked for them in 2 months, and Su Xiaolan was slowly replacing his position. Thus, this like was also shifted. That's right. His love had been snatched away by Su Xiaolan. The God of War Heaven Blasting Cannon mission was facing grave danger. In order to receive the spell technique as soon as possible, and in order to avoid any more unforeseen circumstances, Lin decided to complete his abhorrence-attracting mission as soon as possible. Currently, the mission progress for have 10 supreme beings of the return to void stage or above abhor you was only 6 out of 10. In other words, he still needed to infuriate 4 return to void stage blood tribe cultivators. The God of War heaven-blasting cannon sounded like an extremely badass spell technique, and Lin felt that it would be best to obtain it as soon as possible. In order to avoid attracting Emperor Yi Deng's attention, and Lin chose to conceal his identity. In any case, he only needed the supreme beings to abhor him as a person. It wasn't necessary for them to know his identity. The only constraint was that he needed to meet them in person. Anyhow, this mission was extremely flexible, and Lin left Tina and Dabai at Lingkan City as a precautionary measure. Then, he set off excitedly to search for supreme beings to infuriate. Su Xiaolan had wanted to tag along with Lin. She had heard about Lin's misfortune, and she felt that she was partially responsible for it. Thus, she had volunteered to go with him. Xiaolan, I think it's best that you don't go. It's too dangerous. And Lin said, say that when your defenses are stronger than mine. Su Xiaolan patted her turtle-shell armor and raised her proud chin. And Lin. He had never expected his defenses to be questioned. Fine. Then let's go and fight the blood tribe together. Make sure not to get too ahead of yourself. And Lin reminded. You don't get too ahead of yourself. Su Xiaolan retorted. For the sake of safety, we'll only target supreme beings of the return to void initial stage, she added. This way it'll also be easier to flee. My thoughts exactly. And Lin nodded in agreement. Right now, he wasn't heading over to slay blood tribe cultivators. He was merely heading over to complete his system mission. After completing it, he would flee instantly. He definitely wouldn't get too ahead of himself. According to the information that I've gathered, the closest return to void stage cultivator is located in the territory of the Bone Demon Blood Sect. Bulk, the ancestor of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, appears to be a supreme being of the return to void initial stage. Before she set off, Su Xiaolan had obtained a map of the Blood Tribe's territory from the Executive Department of the Heavenly Court. Good. It's him then. Apart from super mighty figures of the Dao integration stage, and Lin had never been afraid of anyone. He had always picked his opponents casually. The two of them sped along toward a westerly direction. Right now, night had set in, and the luminous moon was hanging in the sky. On a bone-strewn land, blood-red vegetation danced with the wind, and drops of undried sap dripped down from time to time. All kinds of pitch-black colored creatures lived here, and they looked like masses of squirming black shadows. Most of them had sharp mouthparts and liked to feed off various types of blood and life essence. Within some gigantic skeleton, there were countless blood-sucking insects eating away at the skeleton's bone marrow. The dark marshlands had a natural corrosive ability, and the creatures here all had extremely thick skin as a result of this. Moreover, their bodies were all dull in color. Their appearances were a far cry from what one would regard as beautiful. Atop a mountain that was covered in bright red and flesh-like plants, a ginormous bone demon skull rested on the mountaintop. It looked extremely uncanny, and it appeared as though the mountain had a skull for a head. This place was none other than the territory of the Bone Demon Blood Sect. It was nighttime, and the Bone Demon Blood Sect was currently holding a blood feast. Nighttime was the time when the Blood Tribe cultivators lost themselves in ecstasy. Two figures streaked through the sky, yet not a single shred of wind was created by their movements. And Lin had used his extremely powerful divine sense to conceal himself. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan had worn the illusionary star robe that Lin had gifted her. It was as if her slender body carried with it the luminance of stars, where she became one with the galaxies in the sky. This illusionary star robe melted into the surroundings. Thus it could greatly conceal the wearer's aura and presence. And Lin felt that even if there were supreme beings of the return to void final stage amid the enemy, they still wouldn't be able to detect them. Within the bone demon skull, a fiery red carpet covered an especially spacious hall. There was a lotus-like chandelier hanging in the center of the hall, and the dazzling golden glow that it emitted flooded throughout the entire hall. The hall was luxuriously decorated. Countless blood tribe cultivators were gathered here. They were either dancing with partners, or they were clinking glasses and celebrating with fellow cultivators. Starbucks, the young sect leader, spiritedly raised his glass of blood wine. This is our Bone Demon Blood Sect's 82nd Blood Tasting Festival. Esteemed members of the Red Snow Sect, Heavenly Scorpion Sect, and the remaining 32 sects, thank you all for attending and celebrating this festival. Hee. The main event of this festival, the blood auction, will begin in 2 hours. I hope that you all enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Starbucks downed the glass of blood wine in his hands. The Blood Tribe cultivators in the hall cheered in approval, and they also downed the glasses of blood wine in their hands. Starbucks walked off the stage. At this moment, a golden-eyed male who was hidden in a black robe, which obscured his entire face, had already walked over. My disciple, make sure to improve your relations with the sect leaders of the Red Snow Sect and the Heavenly Scorpion Sect, he said in a hoarse voice. Especially the sect leader of the Red Snow Sect. That's a sect that has connections to the newly chosen holy disciples. Starbucks smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely handle these matters well. The person standing in front of him was none other than the ancient ancestor of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, the Return to Void initial stage cultivator, Lord Bulk. Hey, what are you two talking about? I sneezed just then. I suppose that you two weren't talking about me just then, were you? A beautiful blonde-haired female who was dressed in a red robe slowly walked over. There was an enchanting look on her face. She was none other than the sect leader of the Red Snow Sect, Eliza. Starbucks' expression didn't change, and he retrieved a small cup of red wine from his storage ring. He walked toward the female and smiled. Sect leader Eliza's beauty is unparalleled in the 9 territories of the Southeast. Master, and I naturally couldn't help but praise your otherworldly beauty. Eliza accepted the red wine and smiled seductively. Don't you feel embarrassed praising me like that? She gazed at Starbucks as she took a small sip of the red wine. Her seductive red lips became even more alluring after being moisturized by the red wine. In fact, it's really easy to improve the relationship between us, Eliza said tenderly. An awkward expression fell across Starbucks' face. He didn't expect his conversation to be overheard by Eliza. As long as you give me the item that you're auctioning, the relationship between us will become very secure. In fact, I can even accompany you for the night and have you experience unimaginable euphoria. As she said this, Eliza's loose-fitting red robe slid down imperceptibly and revealed her delicate shoulders, as well as a significant portion of her voluptuous breasts. They rose and fell seductively with her every breath. If ordinary people saw such an arousing spectacle, they would most likely get a massive nosebleed. Even Starbucks was momentarily dazed, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. At this moment, the black-robed male appeared by Starbucks' side. Sect leader Eliza, we only have one of that item, he said calmly. Several large sects have also come for that item. In order to maintain our sect's reputation, we can't go back on our words. I hope that you understand. Eliza humphed softly upon seeing this male who had suddenly appeared. Then, she turned around and left. Bulk's appearance signified that she wouldn't be able to coax Starbucks anymore. The frenzied festive celebrations continued, and the long-awaited auction was almost about to begin. In a hidden corner, Lin and Su Xiaolan were quietly observing the cultivators in the hall. They couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Gold. We've really struck gold this time, and Lin exclaimed enthusiastically. He discovered that there were 4 Return to Void stage cultivators here. I still need 4 supreme beings of the Return to Void stage to abhor me. Now that we've come to the Bone Demon Blood Sect, we've immediately discovered 4 supreme beings of the Return to Void stage. Could this be the will of heaven? There was a passionate glow in Lin's eyes, and his feeling of excitement and elation was especially evident. Su Xiaolan huddled next to Lin and whispered, There are 4 supreme beings of the Return to Void stage. Aren't you worried about the potential dangers? There aren't even supreme beings of the Return to Void final stage. Who here can wound me? And Lin chuckled confidently. Su Xiaolan didn't try to convince him anymore, and she started to carefully analyze the enemy's combat capabilities. There were thousands of Blood Tribe cultivators gathered in the hall. Among them, there were over 200 spirit nurturing stage cultivators, 16 soul formation stage cultivators, and most importantly, for return to void stage cultivators. Starbucks, the new sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood sect, was a newly ranked up return to void stage supreme being. Bulk, the ancient ancestor, was a supreme being of the return to void initial stage. Simpson and Eliza, the sect leaders of the Heavenly Scorpion sect and the Red Snow sect respectively, were both supreme beings of the return to void intermediate stage. It could be said that such a formation was standard for first-rate sects of the Kingdom of the Nine States. They've gathered this many powerful beings because of the blood-tasting festival or whatever, right? Su Xiaolan murmured softly. Also, it seems like the auction is really important to them. And Lin's divine sense was more powerful than Su Xiaolan's. Thus he also gathered more information than her. He nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. It seems like there's an item that they're all extremely interested in. Then let's wait for a bit longer." Su Xiaolan glanced around the hall curiously. She really wanted to know what the item which attracted so many blood tribe cultivators was. And Lin was also curious about what the blood tribe cultivators were about to gift him. "Why don't we sneak in?" And Lin suddenly suggested. "There are so many different sect members here. We won't be discovered." "Huh? But our appearance?" Su Xiaolan was momentarily dazed. The facial features of the blood tribe were slightly different from humans. Moreover, they usually had blonde hair and crimson eyes. And Lin and Su Xiaolan clearly had starkly different oriental features. "I can resolve this problem." And Lin extended his hands, and a ball of reddish-blue liquid started to materialize. He had activated a technique of the Stage 1 Divine Liquid Creation Technique. Polymorphism. Water could take on all kinds of shapes and forms. Thus, it could naturally change some features as well. And Lin didn't apply any significant transformations. He simply changed their hair colors and pupil colors and made some small changes to the shapes of their faces. In no time, the blood tribe versions of Enlin and Su Xiaolan were born. "Xiaolan, your aura is a bit off. It's too noble and holy. It's not in line with the blood tribe female's seductiveness and openness. I'm sure that there are blood tribe females who also possess my kind of disposition. Indeed there are, but they're far too rare. You'll definitely attract heaps of attention if you enter like this. We're trying to sneak in stealthily, not draw the attention of everyone present. Then what should I do? I don't know how to become seductive and open. How about this? Kiss me until you become aroused. Then, that kind of feeling and disposition will naturally appear." "Scoundrel!" A short while later, 2 spirit-nurturing stage blood tribe cultivators entered the hall hand in hand. The male was dressed in white, and his footsteps were firm and steady. His crimson eyes appeared lively, and there was a hint of joy in his unruly expression. The female was embracing the male's arm, and her wavy golden hair stretched down to her waist. There was a slight blush on her exquisite face, and she appeared especially seductive. Just like that, the two of them confidently strolled toward a banquet table. They were slightly stunned when they gazed at the table that was full of food. That's right, they were none other than the blood tribe versions of Enlin and Su Xiaolan. The food on the table consisted of all kinds of organs, eyeballs, and liquids. They were arranged beautifully, and their colors were especially vibrant. However, they were all fucking raw. Moreover, it appeared as though most of these body parts were sourced from the bodies of highly intelligent life forms. There were even slices of spicy-flavored light wing clan wings on the table. A blood tribe male held a knife and a fork and was eating with relish. However, Enlin and Su Xiaolan couldn't bring themselves to ingest these foods. They felt like vomiting just by looking at them. Could it be that their disguised personalities were about to crumble straight away? "Heh! This beautiful madam. May I have the fortune of drinking with you?" A handsome, blonde-haired male smiled at Su Xiaolan as he walked over. This was unavoidable. Regardless of what version Su Xiaolan was, she would always be too beautiful. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. She's my Dao partner." And Lin slid his arm around Su Xiaolan's slender waist. The handsome male's smile didn't disappear. He pointed toward a blood tribe female who was tasting blood wine nearby. "That's my Dao partner," he said softly. "Are you interested in swapping?" "Not interested," and Lin replied coldly. As they spoke, he secretly gathered power. He was ready to pummel this male to death at any moment. At this moment, a nearby blood tribe male appeared to have overheard them. He walked over and pointed toward a female who was dancing with another male. "She's my Dao partner," he chuckled. "Are you interested in swapping?" An expression of interest appeared on the handsome male's face as he glanced at the dancing female. "No problem," he nodded. The two males chatted and laughed as they walked off together. And Lin and Su Xiaolin both drew in a sharp intake of breath. They ask such questions in public? Are members of the blood tribe all this open and promiscuous? Or could it be that the blood tribe cultivators gathered here are relatively more open and promiscuous? And Lin suddenly felt that his servant, Cassidy, was a pure and untainted lotus. Although she was slightly provocative, she was still relatively normal. "This place is so disgusting," Su Xiaolin scowled. "All kinds of disgusting," and Lin nodded in agreement. He picked up a glass of red wine and held it to his nose. A slightly alluring aroma of blood and alcohol rushed into his nose. This kind of blood wine smelled fairly pleasant. However, it was unclear how it was brewed, and it was also unclear what kind of creature's blood had been used. Anyhow, even the life essence was preserved and fermented especially well. And Lin and Su Xiaolin continued to chatter, and they occasionally listened in on other people's conversations. In fact, they even heard that the 3 holy disciples of the blood tribe were about to return from seclusion soon. However, these were merely rumors, and there wasn't any detailed information. During this period, there were even blood tribe females who approached Su Xiaolin and asked if she was interested in swapping Dao partners for the night. As they spoke, their glances kept swimming over toward and Lin. Su Xiaolin couldn't contain herself any longer. "What are you aiming for?" she asked bluntly. "My Dao partner is clearly not as handsome as yours." And Lin? Ah! The blood tribe female was slightly dazed upon hearing this. Didn't holy disciple Cassidy explain this to us a year ago? The mingling of different blood can trigger our hearts and Dao realms, thereby increasing our chances of attaining enlightenment. As members of the blood tribe, our life goals should be to pursue fresh blood. If we swap blood at night, the different kinds of yin blood and yang blood will combine together and work to complement each other. Thus, it will definitely trigger different types of enlightenment. This has already been proven to work. Say, you two don't even know about this. The blood tribe female gazed at Lin and Su Xiaolin as if they were country hicks. So, swapping for the night meant swapping blood exchange partners? Su Xiaolin and Lin were astonished. And Lin had just thought that Cassidy was a pure and untainted lotus. Now, however, he was told that she was the origin of this sinful-appearing practice. What the fuck? She must have babbled this bullshit while she was high on my blood. Right? Are the blood tribe cultivators misunderstanding something about Cassidy's words? It's fine if you've never heard of this before, at least you know now. Do you want to try? Although this little brother doesn't appear particularly powerful, he seems especially lively and vigorous. Presumably, his blood will also taste fairly pleasant. The blood tribe female winked at Lin and licked her dainty red lips. "Mister, meet me tonight?" And Lin shook his head. "No thanks. I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand my blood." This statement was the truth. His title of Poison Lord was there for a reason. Right now, his blood could already poison blood tribe cultivators of the return to void intermediate stage to death. Fufafu. I'm so scared. The female patted her voluptuous chest as she giggled uncontrollably. Su Xiaolin's face darkened, and she was just about to draw her sword and cut down the little bitch before her. However, a resounding voice suddenly sounded at this moment. "Esteemed guests, the time has finally arrived. I hereby announce that the blood-tasting festival auction will begin now." A stage started rising in the center of the hall. A blue barrier appeared and enveloped the stage. This was a barrier that could block the attacks of return to void stage cultivators. Starbucks, the sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood sect, appeared in the center of the stage. He was the host for this auction. Just like that, the Blood Tribe female escaped from the claws of death. The thousands of Blood Tribe cultivators all shifted their gazes toward the stage. The much-anticipated auction had finally begun. Starbucks appeared especially brilliant as he stood on the stage. There was a gigantic red cloth next to him, and it shrouded the auction items in an air of mystery. Bulk sat close to the auction stage, and a cold and prohibiting aura radiated from his body. Eliza from the Red Snow sect and Simpson from the Heavenly Scorpion sect both sat in the first row with their underlings. The supreme beings of some first-rate sects didn't attend, and they instead sent some underlings to represent them. These representatives sat slightly behind the first row. After that was the second-tier seats, third-tier seats, fourth-tier seats, and Lin and Su Xiaolan mingled with the members of the ordinary Blood Tribe sects in the standing area. They silently watched on. The most important event of the Blood Tasting Festival has finally arrived. Next, let us reveal the first item for auction. The Myriad Ghost Den's Abyss Lightning Bat. Starbucks pulled the gigantic red cloth away. A bat that measured 30 feet in length appeared before their eyes. Stripes of blue lightning patterns covered its pitch-black body. Numerous strange-looking silver tubes were pierced into its body, and dark red blood slowly flowed through them. The blood gathered together and eventually dripped onto a glass instrument. As if it was moaning in agony, the bat's body trembled slightly, and Lin frowned. This bat was still alive. Starbucks caressed the bat's face as he spoke fervently. This Abyss Lightning Bat is of the Soul Formation intermediate stage. In order to maintain the life force of its blood, we've sealed it in a severely wounded yet alive state. When its blood first enters your mouth, it causes an explosive sensation. Then, the taste will gradually become smooth and refreshing. Moreover, the life essence contained within the blood is A-grade. There's 1 ton of blood stored in the bat's body. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones. Before starting the auction, I'll give everyone a small sample first. Starbucks waved his hand, and countless drops of blood flew into the prepared wine glasses. Everyone was given a sample. Blood Tasting Festival. So this was referring to the blood sampling during the auction. And Lin fell deep into thought as he gazed at the viscous, dark red blood in the wine glass before him. Meanwhile, euphoric moans and sincere praises had already started to sound all around him. Soon after, the auction for the bat began. In the end, the Soul Formation Intermediate Stage Abyss Lightning Bat was purchased by a Soul Formation Final Stage sect leader for 180,000 spirit stones. As for the Red Snow sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect, they didn't even participate in the bidding process. It was evident that they weren't really interested in this kind of blood. The following few auction items were all similarly ranked mutant beasts. After a while, a naked and injury-riddled creature appeared on the stage. It was tied to a wooden stand, and there was a pair of black wings folded behind its back. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both stunned. The Blood Tribe is so courageous. They genuinely dare to auction everything that they can get their hands on. It appeared as though the auction had reached its climax. Starbucks was radiant with delight. As everyone can see, this is a Soul Formation Final Stage Darkwing Tribe Cultivator. If one is to ask what kind of intelligent creature is hardest to capture, then the answer isn't the powerful and unyielding Light Wing Clan cultivators, nor is it the mysterious Vermilion Bird Tribe cultivators. Rather, it's the cowardly Dark Wing Tribe cultivators. I believe that everyone's interested in this Dark Wing Tribe cultivator's blood. Am I right? Its blood isn't pure and sweet like that of Light Wing Clan cultivators. Quite the contrary. Its taste is a rich and profound flavor. I believe that you'll all enjoy its blood after sampling it. Starbucks waved his hand, and drops of blood landed in the Blood Tribe cultivator's wine glasses. The sample size was extremely small. There was only 1 drop of blood each. After all, cultivators from the Dark Wing Tribe had similar physiques to humans. Their bodies didn't contain all that much blood. After drinking the drops of blood, looks of intoxication appeared on the faces of the Blood Tribe cultivators. The evil-slaying sword in Lin's storage ring suddenly started trembling. This was a very rare occurrence, and Enlin could sense the extremely powerful killing desire coming from the sword. This was the first time that the evil-slaying sword had actively conveyed its desires to Enlin. He immediately suppressed the evil-slaying sword's urges. "Little Xie, what's wrong?" Enlin used his intent to communicate with the sword. "I want to hack someone." The evil-slaying sword's cool and crisp voice sounded in his mind. Enlin was slightly dazed. Then, a thought suddenly burst into his mind. The evil-slaying sword is an immortal weapon that the Dark Wing tribe's Dark Knight monarch used to always think about. "You want to rescue that Dark Wing tribe cultivator?" Enlin asked in astonishment. "Even so, we should wait for a while longer. Now's not the time. When the time comes, I'll massacre these blood tribe cultivators with you." Enlin felt like his reply was especially domineering. "I think you're misunderstanding something," the evil-slaying sword said indifferently. "What I meant was, I want to hack that Dark Wing tribe cultivator to death." "Enlin?" This turn was too sharp, and Enlin could barely wrap his mind around it. Meanwhile, the auction for the Dark Wing tribe cultivator had already begun. Just the starting price alone was already a whopping 500,000 spirit stones. Even so, many sects still participated in the bidding process. The atmosphere was extremely lively and enthusiastic. A significant portion of the blood tribe cultivators cultivated by sucking the blood and life essence of other creatures. Thus, in their eyes, this Dark Wing tribe cultivator was akin to an extremely rare pill. Eventually, this Dark Wing tribe cultivator was sold for 1,080,000 spirit stones. The bidder who had won was sect leader Simpson of the Heavenly Scorpion sect. This was a golden-haired male who had silver-colored muscles. Right now, there was an uncanny smile on his scar-filled face. Right at this moment, an even more impassioned voice traveled over. "Next up is the main event of this auction." Starbuck's face was flushed red with excitement as he flew to the center of the stage. "The item that you've all been waiting for is going to be auctioned now." This simple exclamation caused the blood tribe cultivators' breathing to quicken. "The auctioning of this item is being controlled by a being who is noble beyond your wildest imaginations. I've already comprehensively investigated all of your backgrounds. However, I still hope that you can all swear on your Tao hearts to keep this auction a secret." Right after Starbucks said this, the blood tribe cultivators started swearing on their Tao hearts. And Lin and Su Xiaolin also swore on their Tao hearts along with the others. There was nothing wrong with making such a vow anyway. Eventually, they were going to slaughter everyone present. After completing the vows, Starbucks finally announced the most astounding piece of information. The item for auction this time is a paragon treasure that Holy Disciple Cassidy obtained from our ancestors' holy lands. It's a paragon treasure that can allow one to attain enlightenment in the true meaning of life, and also increase one's potential infinitely. This introduction sent a series of shockwaves through the crowd. And Lin and Su Xiaolin both wore dazed expressions. Cassidy again? The title of Holy Disciple alone was able to make that treasure appear extremely dazzling. The blood tribe cultivators were all eager with anticipation. They were eager to lay their eyes on that treasure. Today is the blood tasting festival, so the auctioned items naturally have to do with blood. However, there isn't a sampling activity this time, because there's only one drop of blood. That's right. It's a drop of the Holy Patriarch's blood. It can purify our bodies and allow our life essence to undergo true sublimation. It can also raise the level of our existence and allow the blood in our bodies to become more similar to the Holy Patriarch's blood. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. The significance of this was profound, and the value of this drop of blood was unfathomable. The blood of the Holy Patriarch. This was a drop of blood that could evolve them to a higher level. If all of this was true, then almost no blood tribe cultivator could resist the temptation. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Starbucks' storage ring flashed, and a drop of blood materialized in the void. It was enveloped in a terrifying barrier. This was to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. However, the fluctuation and aura of that drop of blood suffused throughout the entire hall. Su Xiaolan was momentarily dazed. Then she looked toward the male beside her. and Lin was paralyzed to the spot in astonishment. It was as though he had seen something unbelievably absurd. After a moment, he murmured, "Isn't this my fucking blood?" And Lin's sense of his own blood wouldn't go wrong. In fact, even Xiaolan could sense a familiar aura coming from that drop of blood. Thus, both of them were stunned to the spot. A feeling of absurdity and shock washed over them. The paragon treasure of the blood tribe that I've been anticipating is actually a drop of my own blood? And Lin's eyes were wide with shock as he murmured to himself. Su Xiaolan rubbed her brows and couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps this is genuinely a paragon treasure in the eyes of the blood tribe cultivators? She was fully aware of how Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias had been subdued by Lin. Thus, even though she was extremely surprised, this appeared to be completely reasonable, and Lin was slightly disappointed. He had initially thought about stealing the most valuable auction item. Now, however, he was going to steal a drop of his own blood. What kind of joke was this? After careful thought, however, this all appeared to be perfectly logical and reasonable. His blood was indeed extremely beneficial toward cultivators of the blood tribe. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias becoming holy disciples at the same time was the living proof of this fact. What was Cassidy's aim in doing this? She, who valued his blood as highly as her own life, definitely wouldn't give his blood away for no good reason. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin's mind. Don't tell me, is she helping me recruit underlings? He gasped in surprise. First use my blood to conquer them, then refer them to me? This speculation was also grounded on another basis. His blood could only be absorbed by supreme beings of the return to void intermediate stage or above, and Eliza and Simpson were both supreme beings of the return to void intermediate stage. Perhaps this wasn't a coincidence, and Lin could already envision Cassidy bringing these blood tribe cultivators before him. He could envision her pointing toward him and telling the cultivators, "This is our holy patriarch." Then, looks of shock would appear on the blood tribe cultivators' faces, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were completely uninterested in that drop of blood. However, the rest of the blood tribe cultivators had all descended into a state of frenzy. They conversed fervently, praised effusively, and gazed on longingly. Even the return to void stage cultivators Eliza and Simpson had looks of yearning on their faces. Members of the blood tribe were especially sensitive to blood, and they could all sense the extraordinary nature of the drop of blood before them. Stop speaking. Hurry up and start the auction. Eliza's slender body shivered slightly, and there was a look of passionate yearning in her crimson eyes. Her pale cheeks were flushed red with excitement. Starbucks smiled and announced, "This drop of the Holy Patriarch's blood is extremely valuable. If a cultivator of the blood tribe ingests it, the effects might be even more powerful than ingesting a high-rank immortal pill. Holy Disciple Cassidy has provided her guarantee for this drop of blood. After ingesting it, one will definitely experience a sense of extreme euphoria. The starting price is 1,000,000 spirit stones." The hall instantly descended into a frenzy. This was only a single drop of blood. The starting price for this drop of blood was even higher than that of the extremely hard-to-capture Soul Formation Final Stage Dark Wing Tribe Cultivator. Should one say, as expected of the Holy Patriarch's blood? The blood tribe cultivators were absolutely stunned. However, they wouldn't question this starting price. Su Xiaolan silently squeezed Lin's arm. "Your blood is so valuable." She chuckled softly, and Lin didn't reply. There was a profound gleam in his eyes. "I feel like I've discovered a whole new way to make money." Su Xiaolan, "You want to sell your blood?" Su Xiaolan stared at Lin speechlessly. "Correct." And Lin's eyes sparkled in excitement. "Not only can I make money from selling blood, but I can also gain some spies. Heh! Cassidy is such a genius. I'll give her however much Holy Patriarch blood that she wants. At the same time, I'll also limit the sources of supply. After all, that which is rare is dear. Even crystals can be hyped into such valuable treasures. Why can't my Holy Patriarch blood sell for exorbitant prices? Moreover, my blood genuinely has miraculous effects on the cultivators of the blood tribe. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. You're really treating yourself as the Holy Patriarch now? Only Cassidy and the others can enter the Holy Land of the Blood Patriarch anyway. And Lin chuckled smugly. Anything that they say goes. No one can prove that my blood isn't the Holy Patriarch's blood. Su Xiaolan was a bit anxious. It'll be extremely dangerous to continue doing this. If it's accidentally discovered by other supreme beings. And Lin nodded. Caution is the parent of safety. We'll plan this out carefully once we get back. Meanwhile, the auction for the drop of blood had already begun. Powerful beings of the soul formation pinnacle stage also participated in the bidding. However, all of them stopped placing bids soon after, because they didn't have enough spirit stones. Some sect leaders even started borrowing money from those beside them. They were hell-bent on obtaining this drop of blood no matter the price. However, Simpson and Eliza had the greatest chances of winning the auction. As supreme beings of the Return to Void stage, they had already prepared large amounts of capital for this auction. The auction reached a feverish climax. Eliza and Simpson's eyes were bloodshot as they continually upped their bids. And Lin couldn't help but praise Cassidy's wonderful decision again. By deliberately bringing two supreme beings of the Return to Void intermediate stage together, she could not only receive a huge amount of wealth, but she could also receive a talented underling at the same time. This was a win-win situation. In the end, his drop of blood was won by Simpson for 1,800,000 spirit stones. This was almost double the starting price. Such a rich fool. No, this was the pursuit of life and Tao. Xiaolan, get ready to strike. And Lin chuckled. Su Xiaolan nodded silently and focused on the stage. Next, please welcome sect leader Simpson onto the stage to accept the holy leader's blood. Starbucks spoke animatedly toward the bustling crowd of blood tribe cultivators below the stage. Right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared before him. It wasn't Simpson. Rather, it was a complete stranger. Starbucks' expression suddenly changed. The speed of the person before him was far too quick. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming golden fist smashed toward him. It's too quick. I don't have time to dodge. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Starbucks, the sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood sect, was sent flying by the fist. The attacker was none other than the Blood Tribe version of Lin. Right now, he was already standing on the stage. Below him were thousands of dazed and shocked Blood Tribe cultivators. How dare you try to steal the Holy Patriarch's blood? Simpson, who had finally managed to purchase the blood after much difficulty, was instantly infuriated. He stood up and was just about to attack. Fellow cultivator Simpson, please calm down. This blood is shrouded within an extremely powerful protective barrier. Even supreme beings of the Return to Void final stage will struggle to crack the barrier open. Bulk, the ancient ancestor of the Bone Demon Blood sect, was still extremely calm at this moment. However, his aura had already shot up to a suffocating level. It was clear that he was extremely furious. Boom! Another explosion rang out. The protective barrier around the blood shattered. And Lin's eyes flashed with the white glow of the divine inspection technique as he placed the drop of blood into his mouth. He savored the blood for a moment. As expected of the Holy Patriarch's blood. It's super amazing. Sure enough, this is my blood. There's no doubt about it. Simpson. Bulk? Simpson looked toward Bulk expressionlessly. Didn't you say that even supreme beings of the Return to Void final stage would struggle to crack the barrier open? Bulk felt like he had been made a fool of. Guards. Make sure that he doesn't escape. Capture him for me. The sect protection spell formation was also activated at this moment. Countless blood tribe cultivators unleashed their powerful auras. As if it were trying to shatter the heavens, a tide of killing intent surged throughout the spacious hall. Ding! 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 3 crisp bell sounds reverberated in Lin's mind. Simpson +1, Bulk +1, Starbucks +1. Aha! Thank you so much. I actually received the help of 3 people at once. The corners of Lin's lips curled up into an unruly smile. He slowly drew his evil-slaying sword as he looked toward the soul formation stage cultivators and returned to void stage cultivators. Next, allow me to turn your world into a sea of death. Boom! 3 terrifying auras were suddenly unleashed. These were overwhelming auras, which belonged to supreme beings of the return to void stage. Bulk, Simpson, and Eliza all pounced toward Lin at almost exactly the same time. Lin's storage ring flashed, and the fully repaired Gundam 3 and Yao Ji entered the world once again. Gundam 3, hold Bulk back for me. Yao Ji, hold Simpson back for me. And Lin ignored the supreme beings who already detested him. He turned his gaze toward Eliza, the female blood tribe cultivator who had lost the auction and didn't detest him enough. She, a cultivator of the return to void intermediate stage, was his target. Gundam 3 quickly charged toward Bulk. Fuck off! A golden glow flashed past Bulk's eyes, and a roaring golden dragon surged out. A golden energy halo enveloped Gundam 3's fist as it lashed out. Boom! The golden energy halo trembled and expanded outward. Gundam 3 and Bulk both retreated hundreds of meters as they were struck by the energy shockwaves. Meanwhile, Yao Ji was already locked in intense combat with Simpson. Shit! Why is this mechanical puppet so strong? After blocking one of Yao Ji's sword strikes, a bloody gash appeared on Simpson's silver-colored muscles. At this moment, Lin had already drawn his sword and pounced toward Eliza. The powerful beings of the Bone Demon Blood Sect also started charging toward Lin. They planned on obstructing Lin with spell techniques, thereby giving Eliza a chance to wound him. One after another, countless red-robed powerful beings dashed toward Lin. Right at this moment, a terrifying mixture of blue lightning and white flames suddenly appeared on the stage. It swept across the stage, and the deafening booms that it created sounded like the roars of mighty dragons. Regardless of whether they were of the spirit-nurturing stage or soul formation stage, any being that came into contact with the lightning flame mixture was instantly scorched into a black corpse. Who is it? The expressions of the blood tribe cultivators changed drastically, and they all stopped in their tracks. At this moment, a dragon sparrow sword, which was shrouded in lightning and flames, descended from the skies. The sword stabbed into the ground and ripped out a gigantic fissure. It was as if a heavenly chasm had suddenly appeared. A golden-haired and crimson-eyed female descended slowly. Her appearance was noble and holy, and her delicate feet landed on the sword hilt. Death shall befall those who dare to cross this line. Su Xiaolan's voice was cold and imposing. The blood tribe cultivators were bloodthirsty and powerful individuals. Yet they were all intimidated by the female's aura at this instant. Humph! A mere soul formation stage cultivator dares to make such a reckless threat. A male blood tribe cultivator of the soul formation stage let out a furious roar as he lunged toward Su Xiaolan. Dark Shadow Poisonous Scorpion Domain. His domain instantly expanded into the surroundings, and countless poisonous demon scorpions materialized around his body. Their bloodthirsty and violent jaws snapped open and close as they scuttled about. Ring. The dragon sparrow sword ascended into the sky. An extremely sharp sword projection sliced through the void. A holy flame incinerated heaven and earth, and the poisonous demon scorpions were instantly melted into wisps of smoke. A fleeting white sword projection flashed past. Immediately afterward, an expression of shock and terror froze onto the blood tribe cultivator's face. Before he could even speak, his body had already split into two. His powerful and overwhelming life force had also been completely obliterated. The powerful blood tribe cultivator was insta-killed. A wisp of red light flew out from the blood tribe cultivator's body and landed in Su Xiaolan's palm. Su Xiaolan absorbed the wisp of red light, and her pretty face flushed a slight shade of red. Her life force recovered slightly, and her aura also seemed to become a tad more powerful. Is this the power of the god-slaying technique? Su Xiaolan chuckled to herself as she stood proudly before the blood tribe cultivators. This core cultivation technique, which she had inherited from Xing Tian, appeared to be fairly handy. The blood tribe cultivators shuddered in terror upon seeing this. A short moment later, however, numerous infuriated blood tribe cultivators still chose to charge towards Su Xiaolan. If one person wasn't enough, then they would attack in a mob. The female before them was merely an extremely powerful cultivator of the soul formation stage, not a supreme being of the return to void stage. How would she be able to suppress an entire mob of blood tribe cultivators? They would be able to defeat her simply by draining all of her energy. Instantly, a wave of attacks rained down towards Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan gripped the dragon sparrow sword and transformed the thousands of meters surrounding her into a sea of holy flames. The might of her sword was like a soaring lightning dragon, and the white holy flames roared through the surroundings. She slew blood tribe cultivators one after another, and there was almost no one who could survive her attacks. Hold her back. If this continues, she'll definitely become fatigued eventually, a blood tribe cultivator shouted. The battle was especially bloody, and blood tribe cultivators howled in anguish as they were cut down one after another. They all became corpses under the sword of the black-robed female. Countless wisps of red light leaped from the blood tribe cultivators' corpses and landed on Su Xiaolan's body. This not only reinvigorated Su Xiaolan, but it also caused her to become more courageous as she fought. Her aura also became increasingly terrifying. As the battle dragged on, fear slowly crept into the blood tribe cultivators' minds. Over 200 of them had already been slain by the black-robed female. However, the female's aura didn't show any signs of weakening. She was like a tireless god of death, and any cultivators who dared to cross the fissure on the ground were immediately killed by her dragon sparrow sword. This was truly a case of one individual holding off against 1,000 enemies. Many blood tribe cultivators lost the courage to cross the fissure in the ground. They wittingly stood in the distance and started casting long-distance spell techniques. Boom! Countless powerful spell techniques collided and exploded, obliterating the hall that they were battling in. Su Xiaolan twisted her hips as she stepped forward. Immediately, a sword projection that contained the supreme power of holy flames materialized in a crescent shape. It enveloped all the blood tribe cultivators in its range. Holy flame, soaring vermilion bird. As though a vermilion bird had descended from the heavens and soared across the sky, everything on the ground was swallowed by the formidable sword flame. The anguished howls of countless blood tribe cultivators tore through the air. We clearly didn't cross the line. Why are you still trying to kill us? Some spectating blood tribe cultivators started howling in agony as they were struck by the shockwaves of the spell techniques. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly. She had said that simply to disperse the blood tribe cultivators' firepower. In fact, she had never stated that she wouldn't kill those who didn't cross the fissure. The battle had only lasted for a short while, yet half of the blood tribe cultivators had already been killed. Su Xiaolan finally didn't feel anxious anymore. Right at this moment, a feeling of danger suddenly gripped at her heart. A blood-red sword projection suddenly pierced over from some direction. The formidable sword projection tore through her holy flame barrier and stabbed toward her chest. Starbucks, the sect leader of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, finally made his move. The red swelling inflicted by Lin's mountain-quaking fist was still visible on his face. However, his aura was not reduced in the least. In the beginning, Starbucks chose to observe the battlefield silently. Eventually, he determined that this female was the partner of that male. Thus, he chose her, the weaker opponent, to fight. He would either capture or slay her in order to intimidate the male. Starbucks was extremely confident in himself. After all, he was a supreme being of the return to void stage. He didn't believe that a cultivator of the soul formation stage could defeat him, even if they were exceptionally powerful for their rank. His sword projection stabbed over, yet the female didn't attempt to dodge. "Are you seeking death?" Starbucks sneered. The crimson sword projection was as quick as lightning, and it dragged out a domineering crescent in the air. Bam! There was an ear-splitting explosion. The unstoppable sword projection came to a halt before Su Xiaolan. An azure dragon was coiled around the female's body, and it had successfully blocked the sword strike. What? Starbuck's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Su Xiaolan's sword slashed down. Its speed was insane, and Starbucks had no time to dodge. Whoosh! Blood spurted into the air. I've said this before. Death shall befall those who dare to cross this line. Look! Leader Starbucks is finally making his move. Haha! Look at that demonic female. She's frozen to the spot in fear. Leader Starbucks has been struck. The Blood Tribe cultivators' emotions were taken on a roller coaster ride, just as they saw a glimmer of hope in Starbucks. His mighty figure was struck down by the black-robed female the very next instant. Why are you all standing around with stunned expressions? A Blood Tribe cultivator roared. Hurry up and help him. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly as she gazed at the endless stream of cultivators charging toward her. She raised her dragon sparrow sword and continued slaying them with fire and lightning. The collapsed Starbucks, who was being completely ignored by Su Xiaolan, was both embarrassed and angry. The gaping sword wound on his chest healed slowly as he struggled to crawl up. Don't look down on me, he bellowed. I'm going to kill you. Starbucks raised his blood sword and continued to charge toward Su Xiaolan. Spatial seal. He wasn't a fool, and he knew that he didn't have any advantage in terms of ordinary sword strikes. Thus, he used the almost against the rules spatial spell technique. This was an almost indefensible technique that returned to void stage cultivators could use in order to suppress lower-ranked cultivators. Su Xiaolan was brandishing her sword when her body was suddenly sealed by a boundless spatial power. It was as though she had been frozen in mid-air. Starbucks' blood sword whistled through the air. Ha ha ha! I'll have you know what? Shattering sun! Su Xiaolan let out a shrill cry, and a white glow unique to holy beasts suddenly burst out from all over her body. A boundless power surged outward and distorted the space surrounding her. It was true that she didn't understand anything about spatial powers. However, when one's power reached a certain level, they could rely on their overwhelming power to shatter spatial seals. This was the power of brute strength. Thereupon, under Starbucks' shocked gaze, Su Xiaolan turned around. The azure dragon coiled around her body once again. Boom! Starbucks' sword strike struck the azure dragon barrier again. Starbucks. How familiar this sight was. Su Xiaolan's sword suddenly slashed down. Her sword strike was especially harrowing this time, and Starbucks' body was almost cut into two. I had initially planned on letting you live, so Enlin could move one step closer to completing his mission. Why did you run over here to seek death? There was a look of irritation on Su Xiaolan's face. Starbucks vomited blood as he collapsed to the ground. His face was full of confusion. What's this female saying? Why can't I understand her at all? Another deafening explosion erupted in the distance. The sect protection spell formation had been shattered. The roof of the large hall was suddenly blasted open by a soaring flame explosion. The territory of the Bone Demon Blood Sect. The cranium of the ginormous Bone Demon, which was resting atop the mountain, was blasted open just like that. Blood seeped from Bulk's mouth. He had been severely wounded due to backlash from his spell formation. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Enlin could shatter his sect protection spell formation with a single finger. At this moment, Gundam 3 had already dashed before him. Its superparticle light sword carved out numerous arcs of death. Meanwhile, the return to Void Intermediate Stage Simpson was also being suppressed by Yao Ji. He had already been cut hundreds of times. If it weren't for the Blood Tribe's extraordinary regeneration ability, it was very likely that he would already be dead now. Up in the sky, Enlin's body was enveloped in 6 divine flames as well as the holy vermilion flame. A crimson gold glow radiated from his body, and each of his attacks was extremely explosive and hard to defend. Shatter! Enlin, who had activated his fire god mode, threw a punch toward Eliza's blood shield. Following a crisp explosion, the blood shield crumbled into pieces. However, the fist didn't stop, and it continued traveling toward Eliza's body viciously. Eliza's body was hammered out of shape, and a large mouthful of blood gushed from her mouth. Who on earth are you? Aren't you afraid of Holy Disciple Cassidy locking you into the soul blood abyss forever? Eliza's hair was disheveled, and she howled threateningly. To be completely honest with you, I'm not afraid at all. and Lin chuckled and continued to attack her. Eliza was no match for Lin, especially since he had already activated the Fire God mode. She fell into a continual retreat as Lin's attacks rained down on her. The flames, which erupted from Lin's body, lit up the entire space, and it was as though a sun had risen in the night sky. These flames continued to crush down on Eliza relentlessly. Boom! There was another explosion. Eliza fell toward the ground after being hammered by Lin's attacks, and Lin appeared above her and threw down another punch. Boom! A gigantic fist imprint instantly appeared on the craggy mountain. Eliza's breathing was labored, and her injury-riddled figure knelt on one knee within the fist imprint. The enemy was far too strong, and there were barely any opportunities for her to counterattack. The flames enveloping Lin gradually died down as he descended toward the ground. He unsheathed his evil-slaying sword. He looked toward Eliza uncertainly, then glanced at the system in his mind. A look of confusion spread across his face. Weird. Why am I still only abhorred by 9 supreme beings? I've already pummeled Eliza into such a sorry state. Why does she still not abhor me? This can't be right. And Lin gazed at the injury-riddled Eliza and exclaimed probingly, "I'm going to kill you!" Eliza tugged at her tattered red robe and humphed. "Come on then." A pitch-black sword projection soared through the air as Lin charged toward her. Eliza gritted her teeth. The power of frost appeared in one hand, and the power of bloody massacre appeared in the other. Then, they transformed into 2 imposing dragons and lunged toward Lin. Another deafening collision rocked heaven and earth. Eliza was once again sent flying backward and spitting blood by the terrifying sword projection. Wind soared, and Lin's speed was lightning quick as he flapped his wings of wind. He instantly arrived before Eliza and slashed his sword toward her once more. Rip! Eliza's red robe was torn open, and a bloody, dark red gash appeared on the pale skin beneath it. Blood spurted through the air, and Eliza collapsed to the ground once again. Her appearance was especially wretched and pitiful, and Lin shot another glance at his system. Eliza's name still hadn't appeared on the list. He was a bit gloomy, and he slashed toward Eliza once more. Eliza moaned as her blood sprayed into the air. She gripped onto her almost completely destroyed robe and collapsed into a sitting position on the ground. Her legs were crossed, and her body shivered uncontrollably. "My next strike will end your life," and Lin was seething with killing intent as he spoke. "Heh, rest assured, little brother. Do you think that you'll still be able to live after offending the holy disciple? You'll definitely accompany me in death." Eliza raised her proud chin, and Lin was unwilling to give up, and he glanced toward his system once more. "Fucking hell. You're already about to die. Why do you still not abhor me? Why don't you hate me?" And Lin finally couldn't help but ask this question. Eliza was slightly dazed upon hearing this. Then, she gritted her teeth and replied, "I do hate you. How can I not hate you? Not only did you steal the Paragon treasure, but you're also trying to massacre everyone present." Confusion washed through in Lin's mind. It looks like she does hate me. Perhaps I haven't wounded her enough? And Lin lunged over again, and his evil-slaying sword emitted a startling sword projection. Eliza drew on all her strength to cast a defensive spell technique, yet she was eventually unable to hold on. She shrieked in pain and stumbled backward as another gash appeared on her body. And Lin pursued her relentlessly, and another sword projection erupted from his sword. "Ah!" Eliza let out a yelp as a bloody gash appeared on her slender leg. Wind soared, and Lin broke through Eliza's snow crystal barrier and launched another sword strike. "Ah!" Eliza let out a yelp as another bloody gash appeared on her slender leg. Her robe ripped open even more, and large patches of her beautiful body were revealed. And Lin continued to attack. "Ah!" Eliza moaned as another bloody gash appeared across her chest. "Scoundrel! Why did you slash me here?" Eliza's face flushed red as she scolded Lin, and Lin silently ceased his attacks. "This scenery, does something feel a bit off?" He turned his gaze toward Eliza. There was an unnatural blush on this injury-riddled supreme being's face. Although her robe was in tatters, her breathing had quickened, and it appeared as though there was a hint of excitement in her voice. "Come on. Come and bully me. I definitely won't yield," Eliza moaned, and her voluptuous breasts shuddered seductively. She charged toward Lin with an excited glow in her eyes. And Lin felt like he had already discovered the truth. He discovered why this female's hate for him was insufficient. This Eliza, she was likely a masochist. Eliza was a masochist. This discovery had Lin astonished. Everything made sense now. He understood why Eliza didn't hate him even though he had pummeled her for so long. That was because the pain that she had received became the source for her pleasure. At this moment, Eliza stood up again like an undefeatable warrior. A blood saber and a snow saber materialized in her hands as she charged toward Lin ferociously. Bursts of red and white saber projections crisscrossed through the void and tore the mountain and earth to shreds. It was as though heaven and earth had been plunged into chilly winter. "Ha ha ha! Why aren't you attacking? Have you become afraid of me?" Eliza continued to attack as she chuckled seductively. Her crimson eyes gleamed with excitement, and there was also a hint of anticipation flashing within them. "Would you fucking cut it out already?" And Lin howled in fury. He activated the Endless Night Sword technique, and the sky instantly became a canvas of black. The glimmers of the stars and moon were all blanketed. His sword projection was particularly formidable, and it easily shattered the saber projections from Eliza's twin blades. Immediately afterward, a sword strike landed on Eliza's body. "Ah!" Eliza moaned seductively as her robe was torn open. Large patches of her skin were revealed, and blood spurted from the fresh gash. The blush on the female's face became increasingly obvious as she stumbled backward. "Such domineering sword strikes," she whispered. "Such a potent aura." And Lin. Right now he really wanted to curse out loud. Thereupon, a critical question was now put in front of him. How could he get a hardcore masochist to hate him? The battle raged on, and Lin shifted from attack to defense. He had a massive headache right now. He felt a sense of helplessness when facing off against this peculiar blood tribe cultivator. He had absolutely no idea how to deal with her. Pummel her? She derived great pleasure from the pain. Stop pummeling her? She also derived great pleasure from becoming the assailant. No matter what, she wouldn't detest him. And Lin suddenly realized that this female was actually quite adorable if he regarded her without considering the influences of the system. No matter what he did to her, she refused to hate him. "Ha ha ha ha! What's wrong? Are you unable to continue?" Eliza became more and more excited as she fought. She ignored the skin that was exposed due to her tattered robe, and the attacks from her dual blades became increasingly potent. "Do you see now? No matter how many times you wound me, I'll be able to recover thanks to my powerful vitality. If we fight a war of attrition, the loser mightn't necessarily be me. Forget about it, I'll go for broke. You think that I can't defeat you?" And Lin sneered. "Get ready for the climax." He shot a menacing glare at Eliza. "Make you cry." Tears streamed down Eliza's face as a boundless feeling of grief suddenly welled up in her heart. "Wah! What did you do to me?" Eliza sobbed in grief as she defended against Lin's attacks. And Lin glanced at the system. There was still no response. "Heh! Why don't you guess?" he snickered. And Lin blocked Eliza's saber strike. He then sent forth another pitch-black sword projection. A gaping wound was ripped into Eliza's body. Just as Eliza was moaning seductively, and Lin activated the make-you-poo technique, the overwhelming discomfort of suffering from diarrhea suddenly washed over Eliza's entire body. At her rank, it was already unnecessary for her to ingest food. However, she had still eaten and drank quite a lot during the blood-tasting festival earlier. Moreover, some of the food still hadn't been completely digested and absorbed yet. PFFF. Eliza's back door exploded. Bright red liquid and some unknown matter sprayed out uncontrollably. "Ah!" The female finally started shrieking. She clutched at her lower body and hurriedly retreated. There was a look of humiliation and hatred on her flushed face, and Lin felt extremely reassured upon seeing this. If he couldn't get her to detest him by pummeling her, then he would get her to detest him by disgusting her. He would disgust her until she loathed him. In fact, pummeling someone and disgusting someone were two completely different concepts. Pummeling someone was a show of dominance and violation. On the other hand, disgusting someone was to provoke their discomfort and repulse them. And Lin excitedly glanced toward his system upon seeing the look of hatred on Eliza's face. However, he discovered that there was still no progress. This signified that she still didn't detest him enough. He needed to work harder. He could only use the make you poo technique once a day. Now that he had already used it, what could he still do? Eliza used a body cleansing technique. Then, she roared in fury and lunged toward Lin. Ha ha ha! You actually did such kinds of things in front of me. You're super disgusting. There was a look of disdain and ridicule on Lin's face as he howled with laughter. Right now, he had already stopped attacking Eliza. This was in order to prevent her from deriving pleasure from being pummeled. Meanwhile, he had also made sure that her attacks didn't hit him. This was in order to prevent her from deriving pleasure from pummeling others. Eliza was a hardcore masochist, and she also had a sadist tendency at the same time. The best strategy for Lin would be to not engage in any battles. If she couldn't pummel someone or be pummeled, then she wouldn't be able to experience any pleasure. As a result, she would become agitated and perhaps even start to detest him. Why are you hiding? Why aren't you attacking me? The blade of Eliza's blood saber was wild and bloodthirsty, while the blade of her snow saber was cold and emotionless. When the attacks of these two sabers combined, even supreme beings of the return to void intermediate stage would be unable to evade their attacks. However, Lin had already activated the divine inspection technique and Kuan Peng travel technique. His body was as nimble as a ghost, and he was able to narrowly evade Eliza's attacks time and time again. Eliza had hacked at Lin countless times already, yet not a single one of her strikes had landed. This drove her crazy and pushed her toward the brink of a mental breakdown. At this moment, within the spacious hall, close to 1,000 blood tribe cultivators lay on the floor. Starbucks, the newly ranked up return to void stage cultivator, also lay half dead on the floor. The pools of blood on the floor made the red carpet appear even more brilliant and vibrant. Su Xiaolan's beauty appeared otherworldly as she stood proudly with the dragon sparrow sword in her hand. Her appearance and aura were like that of a heavenly celestial maiden. However, in the eyes of the half-dead blood tribe cultivators, she looked like a terrifying demoness who had walked out from a sea of blood and corpses. Absolutely terrifying. She can actually absorb life force. She's tireless and becomes more powerful the more that she kills. Sure enough, she's a demon lord. Shut up. Don't draw her attention to us. The collapsed blood tribe cultivators quietly chatted among themselves. Although Su Xiaolan was slightly short of breath, she still felt full of vigor and energy. This was thanks to the formidable power of the core cultivation technique of Xing Tian's Tao of Slaughter. The more that one killed, the more devastating one's aura became. Su Xiaolan didn't so much as glance at the defeated cultivators sprawled on the floor. Instead, she quietly walked toward the entrance of the hall. She gazed into the distance and murmured, "What on earth is Lin doing? Does he need this long to defeat a supreme being of the return to void intermediate stage?" Then Su Xiaolan saw the strange battle between Lin and Eliza. Eliza attacked ferociously, yet Lin continuously evaded her attacks. Moreover, he never launched a single attack of his own. Su Xiaolan was slightly confused. What's Lin doing? Also, Eliza's clothes are far too tattered. Eliza's figure was especially voluptuous and seductive. Right now, her clothes were hanging off her body like strips of rags. This was far too indecent. On the battlefield, Lin shot back in retreat as Eliza launched another powerful saber strike. At the same time, a piercing glow flashed across Eliza's eyes, and she immediately fled into the distance. She had chosen to escape after forcing Lin into retreat. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Lin snickered. After activating the wings of wind, Kuan Peng travel, and wind soared in unison, he caught up to Eliza in no time. Then he started to continually harass her. Hands of clouds and mists, binding snake whip, Su Xiaolan's dainty mouth hung slightly agape. Weren't the techniques that Enlin used a bit strange? Why aren't you hitting me? And why aren't you letting me escape either? Eliza, who was being continually disgusted while being unable to experience pleasure, finally started to howl in grief and anger. Enlin gazed at Eliza affectionately. Because I like you. Eliza's pupils contracted, and her jaws dropped. A pure and sincere smile spread across Enlin's face. He was clear about what he was doing. Since he was unable to pummel Eliza, then he would try his best to harass her. He would prevent her from achieving her goals and even use frivolous love to disgust her. After realizing that she had been humiliated and disdained, Eliza would definitely develop a feeling of hatred toward him. And Lin felt that his plan was perfect. However, what he didn't know was, a certain female who was standing on a distant mountain had witnessed this entire process. Su Xiaolan, you have to control yourself. Now is not the time for domestic violence. You must control yourself. Su Xiaolan stood atop the mountain, and the dragon sparrow sword in her hand trembled uncontrollably. She kept reminding herself to control her impulse and to look at the bigger picture. Perhaps there are unspeakable reasons for Enlin doing this? On the battlefield. He likes me? Eliza's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Then, a feeling of repulsion welled up in her heart. You're so disgusting. It was evident that the frivolity and disdain in Enlin's voice had ticked Eliza off. She brandished her sabers and charged toward Enlin once more. Enlin activated his divine inspection technique and Kuan Peng travel technique and continued to evade her attacks. As before, he refrained from attacking her. Taking advantage of Enlin's retreat, Eliza turned around and started fleeing again. At this moment, the hands of clouds and mists slapped down toward her. Moreover, tens of thousands of water snakes coiled around her body like tentacles. Eliza almost had a mental breakdown. She hacked her sabers at Enlin and roared furiously. You're not attacking me, yet you're also not letting me leave either. What the fuck do you want? There was a frivolous and contemptuous smile on Enlin's face. I don't want anything. I just want to tease you. I want to see how insects like you struggle before their inevitable death. Boom! Eliza erupted in anger. Disdain, scorn, frivolity, and disgust were all different from sadistic abuse. These kinds of non-violent provocations pushed her toward violent rage. I'm going to kill you. A menacing glint erupted from Eliza's eyes as her aura soared drastically. Stripes of white appeared on her arms, and it was evident that she had activated some kind of mystic technique. Red snow saber wheel. A blinding white light radiated from her arms. As she turned around and brandished her sabers, a devastating blizzard froze the space within a 5-kilometer radius. Two arcs of saber projections, one crimson and one white, hacked toward Enlin with crushing powers. One saber was wild and domineering, as if it wanted to obliterate all life, and the other was emotionless and cold-blooded, as if it wanted to freeze heaven and earth. Although the intents of the two sabers were different, they were somehow fused together in a mysterious way. Their attacks were unavoidable. However, Enlin didn't need to dodge. He simply took out his chaotic alloy brick. This was most likely Eliza's strongest attack. Enlin could detect a dangerous aura from this attack, and these two sabers genuinely possessed the ability to wound him. Boom! A wave of destruction exploded outward as the saber projections collided with the brick, and everything within a 5-kilometer radius was completely obliterated. In fact, even a few mountaintops were sliced flat by the shockwaves from the saber projections. There was a look of hatred on Eliza's face as she panted heavily and glanced toward some location. He was struck by my red snow saber will head-on. Even if he isn't dead, he's most likely severely wounded. Then, her eyes gradually widened in disbelief. How is this possible? A gigantic black brick appeared in the distance, and it was silently resting in the void. Enlin calmly walked out from behind the black brick. A mysterious smile spread across his face. "Thank you so much," he chuckled. "Thank me for what?" Eliza had an ominous feeling. It truly wasn't easy, and Lin chortled. "Thank you for helping me complete my mission. God of War heaven-blasting cannon. No living being can stand on top of the God of War's head. If one does, then blast it down. Activation condition will be satisfied if and only if the target is looking down at the host. The host can activate this technique by combusting their vital energy. This technique can only be used once per day. That's right. Eliza's hatred toward him had finally reached the sufficient threshold, and Lin had finally learned the God of War heaven-blasting cannon technique. "You really want me to attack you, am I correct? Now, I'll fulfill your wish." And Lin slowly descended toward the ground. Then he looked up at Eliza, who was hovering in midair. This angle was just right. He could clearly see Eliza's slender legs, which were exposed by her tattered red robe. Bah! What he meant to say was, he could activate the God of War heaven-blasting cannon. The hair on Eliza's body suddenly stood on end. A feeling of death surged toward her like billowing waves, and Lin bent his fingers and intertwined them together. Instantly, the vital energy within a 50-kilometer radius started swarming. At the same time, the sea of vital energy in his body also started churning and devouring the vital energy in his body. 2 orbs of golden light appeared in his palms. They became brighter and brighter, and their might also became more and more terrifying. The radiance from Lin's palms lit up the entire night sky. Eliza's slender body trembled when she felt some sort of energy lock onto her. She immediately cast a dozen different defensive spell techniques and also activated her strongest dual saber defensive Immortal formation. Meanwhile, Lin's hands had already extended toward the hovering Eliza. "No one can look down on me. Go! God of War heaven-blasting cannon!" Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through heaven and earth. Lin stamped his feet, and the ground within a 1,000-meter radius instantly caved in. A beam of golden light surged toward the sky from his palms. This beam shattered the void wherever it passed, and it was as though hundreds of millions of creatures were roaring in anger. It was as though they wanted to obliterate the heavens. This was a cannon that wanted to blast the heavens. Eliza fell into despair when she saw the heaven-blasting cannon appear. This energy cannon was genuinely trying to blast the heavens, and she was merely a cannon fodder who had blocked the blast by accident. Boom! Eliza's 12 defensive spell techniques were instantly destroyed. After a short moment, her strongest dual saber defensive Immortal formation was also shattered. Ah! Eliza let out the most euphoric moan in her life. The golden cannon strike swallowed the ragged female and eventually pierced into the heavens. It reached an unimaginable height, and it looked like a golden pillar that connected heaven and earth. Starbucks, Bulk, and Simpson were all stupefied upon seeing this cannon strike. A soul formation stage cultivator can use such a technique? This cannon strike is so fucking powerful. And Lin, the caster of this technique, also stared at the scene before him dazedly. He was just as shocked as everyone else. He felt like the energy his body had been sucked dry, and his aura was also extremely weak. He had no option but to swallow a few high-rank spirit pills to replenish his exhausted vital energy. Then he dashed over and picked up Eliza's storage ring. As for that masochist female, she had already been incinerated by the God of War heaven-blasting cannon. A black-robed female smiled. "It looks like his mission has already been completed, and now it's time for you to die." The female's eyes became expressionless as she turned around to look at the collapsed Starbucks. Her dragon sparrow sword slashed down. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you." Starbucks roared in anger as he ferociously stabbed his blood sword toward the female before him. His strike was extremely powerful, yet the look of despair and terror in his eyes gave his true feelings away. That soul formation stage male cultivator was unreasonably powerful. However, couldn't the same be said for the freakishly strong female standing in front of him? The crisp call of the vermilion bird was like a heavenly cry. A devastating sword projection shattered Starbuck's stab and obliterated his blood sword. Then it engulfed his body. A flaming white sword projection suddenly ripped through the night sky and lit up the entire space. The gigantic skull on the mountaintop was sliced into two by this sword projection. Then, it eventually started to roll down the mountain. Xiaolin's final sword strike ended the lives of all the blood tribe cultivators in the hall, including Starbucks. The Bone Demon blood sect vanished from the world. Following Eliza and Starbucks' deaths, Bulk and Simpson both started to become increasingly anxious. They both drew upon all their powers and attempted to escape. Simpson, who was being held back by Yao Ji, faced the greatest difficulty in trying to escape. This was because Yao Ji could perform spatial skip, and its swordsmanship was also especially profound. After expending great efforts to increase the distance between them, Yao Ji could easily appear back in front of him by performing a spatial skip. Then it would reward him with a sword strike. By the looks of it, Gundam 3, who hadn't mastered the skill of spatial skipping, was easier to fight against. Bulk was extremely resolute in his escape. He had used a life-consuming mystic technique, Thousand Blood Clone. A viscous black cloud expanded into the surroundings and enveloped the entire sky. Thousands of Bulks dashed out from the black cloud and started fleeing in all directions. Not only were their appearances identical, but their auras were also identical. Heh, every single one of us is me. Come on, come chase after me. The thousands of Bulks laughed in unison as they fled into the distance. Countless photons flashed across Gundam 3's eyes in this instant. An electromagnetic field instantly enveloped a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Analyzing life essence. Whoosh! The booster behind Gundam 3 emitted a dazzling light, and a sonic boom expanded outwards soon after. Its body transformed into a white streak of light as it lunged toward one of the Bulks. The distance between them continually shrunk while the particle sword in its hand grew thousands of meters long. Then, it slashed toward the black-robed male viciously. How is this possible? Bulk's expression changed drastically. He immediately retrieved countless lengths of chains from his sleeve and had them wrapped around the particle sword. His escape plan was ruined just like that. Don't look down on advanced Purple Star technology. Okay? Robots are the best at spotting differences. A distant and barely discernible voice traveled over. At this instant, heaven and earth suddenly descended into the boundless darkness. His five senses stopped working, and his divine sense was drowned. Bulk suddenly felt an indescribable pain tear through his body. This pain stretched from his head to his thigh, and it even tore at his divine sense. When the soft glow of the moon and stars appeared again, the male had already started howling in agony. Standing behind him was a male who held a pitch-black sword in his hand. Then, his body slowly started to slide apart and separate into two pieces. Blood sprayed through the air, and Lin snapped his fingers. The holy vermilion bird flame surged out and incinerated Bulk's body. And Lin picked up Bulk's storage ring as he ordered, "Gundam 3, go and help Yao Ji." On the other battlefield, Simpson was already a spent force. Moreover, he had already detected the deaths of the three other returned to Void Stage Supreme Beings through his divine sense. A feeling of grief instantly welled up in his heart. At the same time, he also developed a feeling of terror and insanity. He had already given up on fleeing because he knew that it would be impossible to escape. Moreover, he couldn't defeat Yao Ji anyway. Simpson held on with great difficulty. He was waiting for an opportunity. Soon after, Gundam 3 arrived and joined in on the battle. The pressure on Simpson increased drastically, and the divine body that he took great pride in was already riddled with wounds. Right at this moment, that white-clothed figure finally appeared. "Fellow cultivator, please hear me out," Simpson shouted. And Lin remained silent and continued to close in on Simpson. He secretly ordered Gundam 3 and Yao Ji to attack the Blood Tribe cultivator with their full strengths. Boom! Simpson's body was engulfed by a terrifying photovoltaic cannon strike. A charred male flew out from the center of the explosion. "Don't kill me," he screamed. "I have the contacts and means necessary to help you receive more of the Holy Patriarch's blood." And Lin grimaced. He graded this offer 0 marks. My entire body is flowing with the blood patriarch's blood. Do you think I need your help to obtain it? You little shit are telling me that you have the contacts and means to obtain it? You want to beat the blood out of me, then have me lick my own wounds? Simpson saw that Lin was still charging toward him. His speed didn't slow down, and there was a look of disdain on his face. He was a bit stupefied. A feeling of absurdity welled up in his heart. Not only did his words not entice the male, but it appeared like the male was even more disdainful of him now. You've forced me to do this. Since you refuse to accept this offer, then I'll have you die with me. Simpson's face was distorted with rage. He pressed 5 fingers together and stabbed his hand into his own heart. His robust body weakened rapidly, and the blood within his body also started to evaporate uncannily. His body started shrinking like a leaking balloon. Soon after, all that was left was skin and bones. At the same time, his life force also vanished. And Lin was stumped. Is this suicide? No. This kind of enemy searches for opportunities and makes offers even in the face of death. How can he kill himself just like this? And Lin was still stuck in a daze. However, Yao Ji wouldn't be held back by such useless thoughts and emotions. It directly launched a column of dark purple dragon flames toward the shriveled corpse. This purple flame was extremely hot, and it also possessed a devastating corrosive ability. The corpse was instantly incinerated into wisps of black smoke. Yao Ji made a grabbing motion, and a powerful attractive force sucked Simpson's storage ring into its palm. This process of landing the killing blow and gathering the spoils of battle was extremely smooth and deserving of praise. Before the purple flames had died down, a gray shadow suddenly extended its claws and leaped out from the flames. Then, it lunged toward Lin at a terrifying speed. Appraisal. Divine Sense Body. A white glow flashed across Yao Ji's eyes, and it aimed its palms at the gray shadow. Countless pink chains, which were also formed from shadows, spat out toward the gray shadow. Ha ha ha. In this divine sense form, I can unleash an even greater power for a short amount of time. The divine sense form of Simpson roared with laughter. My power will be much stronger than before. His body swayed uncannily, and Yao Ji's pink chains were unable to wrap around him. Gundam 3 stood in front of Lin and launched a sword strike toward Simpson. Simpson's gray body suddenly became even vaguer and more intangible. Gundam 3's strike penetrated through Simpson's body, yet it was unable to cause him any damage. Not only this, but Simpson's body even floated through Gundam 3 and lunged toward Lin. Combusting soul takeover. A brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from Simpson's transparent gray body. The formidable power of his divine sense rippled outward like surging waves, and it instantly reached a pinnacle level. His true aim wasn't to die within Lin. Rather, his aim was to corrode Lin's divine sense and take over his physical body. Ha ha ha. Such a wonderful body. You have my thanks. A greedy smile tugged across Simpson's face as he extended his blood-red claws. He was going to tear Lin's divine sense to shreds. And Lin was momentarily stunned upon seeing Simpson's powerful divine sense fly over. Then he burst into laughter. You've come at just the right moment. Let me test a technique out on you. After killing the Black Fox Emperor, he had received a second-rank Immortal pill, Dark Phoenix Dead Spirit Pill. This Immortal pill was refined from the Dark Phoenix mythological beast's bone marrow, and it had the effects of strengthening one's divine sense and allowing them to absorb the power of dark flames. Moreover, there was a chance that its user could attain enlightenment in the Tao of the Dark Phoenix. And Lin had already ingested this pill while he was at the West Sea. To be frank, there's quite a strong fate between me and phoenixes. His eyes suddenly became pitch black and profound, and his surroundings also became still and silent. It was as though an indiscernible black phoenix had flown out from his body and started circling around him. A power of the divine Tao, which paralleled the power of a return to void pinnacle stage cultivators, suddenly erupted from his body. Come out! Divine Sense Supreme Technique, Dark Phoenix Saber. The intangible black phoenix next to Lin suddenly hovered before his body, and condensed into a bone-chillingly sharp black saber. This was the Tao of the Dark Phoenix that Enlin had attained enlightenment in after ingesting the Dark Phoenix Dead Spirit Pill. It was a form of offensive divine sense spell technique, Dark Phoenix Saber. Right now, the power of Enlin's divine sense was on the same level as a return to Void Pinnacle Stage Cultivator. And he had also activated a divine sense spell technique which was derived from phoenixes. How devastating would his power be? The expression on the Chortling Simpson's face changed drastically. Confidence rapidly drained from him, and his expression was as though he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He howled in shock and terror. Why is it that even your divine sense is this powerful? Because I'm almighty. And Lin chuckled. Simpson. He knew that there was no route of retreat anymore. Thus, he directly swiped his blood-red claws toward the black saber. Extreme Evil Blood Blade. A blood-colored blade that possessed enough power to tear apart the divine senses of return to void stage supreme beings slashed down. The demonic melody of wailing ghosts also sounded at this instant. As though sensing something, the dark phoenix saber also slashed over. As the saber sliced through the air, it felt as if the entire world were being pulled into a deep slumber. A slumber which would lead one into eternal darkness. The demonic melody of wailing ghosts vanished, and Simpson's blood-colored claw was also engulfed. No! A look of terror appeared on his face. Eventually, his divine sense body was also engulfed by the saber. The darkness vanished, and silence returned. The only thing that stood out was the twinkling of the stars and the glow of the moon. Simpson had vanished from this world completely and thoroughly. And Lin shook his head lightly as he looked toward the empty void. There isn't even a single worthy opponent. He sighed with emotion. Give it a rest. There are no outsiders left. They've all been killed already. Who's left to watch you flex? A crisp and pleasant voice sounded from behind him. And Lin turned around and saw Su Xiaolan flying over on her sword. She rolled her eyes at him, giving him an irritated look. Not only this, but she was also gripping onto her dragon sparrow sword tightly. Felt like there was killing intent. Let's go. What are you standing there stupidly for? Are you planning on staying here after flexing? Are you waiting for other supreme beings to come and exact revenge? After seeing that Enlin showed no signs of wanting to escape, Su Xiaolan couldn't help but speak to remind him. Enlin finally came to his senses. He glanced at the demolished bone demon blood sect and asked reluctantly, Have you taken all the treasures already? Of course. Isn't it standard practice to take the treasures after winning the fight? What else would I do? Watch you flex? Anyway, the enemies are all dead. However, I think that some blood tribe cultivators reported this battle through their voice transmission talismans. There was a hint of disappointment in Su Xiaolan's voice. There's still one thing that I need to do. And Lin suddenly flew toward the bone demon blood sect. Huh? What else do you still want to do? Su Xiaolan shouted a question as she flew after him. And Lin gazed over the obliterated bone demon blood sect and quickly found a relatively independent space. Su Xiaolan finally came to her senses. She recalled that this was where the treasures for the blood-tasting festival auction had been placed. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, How unexpected! You've actually got such a kind and merciful heart. And Lin slashed the space open with his sword. All kinds of powerful but half-dead creatures appeared before them. I'm not here to rescue them. I'm here to hack a certain creature to death. Su Xiaolan, how great is your hatred for it? I also want to know. Little Xia has been urging me on this entire time. And Lin also had a look of confusion as he replied. While he was at it, he released the remaining 12 or so intelligent creatures. These creatures knelt and kowtowed in gratitude, and they all thanked Enlin and Su Xiaolan effusively. Then Enlin walked to the Dark Wing tribe cultivator. He waved the evil-slaying sword and asked curiously, Brother, do you recognize this sword? There was a look of hope on the Dark Wing tribe cultivator's face as he glanced toward Enlin. After seeing the evil-slaying sword, however, his expression changed drastically. This is... Rip. The evil-slaying sword became a blur as it suddenly tore into the Dark Wing Tribe cultivator's heart. The male Dark Wing Tribe cultivator was stupefied. Su Xiaolan was also given a fright, and Lin was dumbfounded as well. "Holy fuck! Little Xie, why did you move by yourself?" he scolded. "At the very least, you should have let him finish his sentence first." "I have no interest in listening." The evil-slaying sword's aloof voice traveled into his mind, and Lin grimaced. "But I was interested." The evil-slaying sword ignored him, and Lin turned his gaze toward the stunned Dark Wing Tribe cultivator. "Brother, you're not going to believe this," he explained. "To be honest with you, it wasn't me who wanted to stab you." The sword moved by itself. The male Dark Wing Tribe cultivator grimaced. "I believe you," he said with great difficulty. "And Lin?" Then the male Dark Wing Tribe cultivator died. The evil-slaying sword let out a happy ring as if it had completed some mission. Then, it fell into a deep slumber again, and Lin was momentarily dazed. After regaining his senses, he used a divine flame to cremate the Dark Wing Tribe cultivator. Right now, his mind was full of questions. Why did little Xie want to kill cultivators of the Dark Wing Tribe? Also, why did the Dark Wing Tribe cultivator appear to be aware of the fact that little Xie wanted to kill him? And Lin used his mind to ask the evil-slaying sword these questions. However, the replies that he received were, "Guess," "I'm not telling," "Humph," and a chilly silence. "Our task here is done. Let's leave quickly." After receiving no answers, and Lin ignored the evil-slaying sword, he decided to deal with the matters at hand first. The two of them left the set of destruction behind them and flew toward Lincoln City. Up in midair, a black brick whizzed along in an easterly direction, and Lin and Su Xiaolan impatiently started making an inventory of their spoils of battle. I was fairly fortunate. I was able to loot 3 supreme beings of the Return to Void stage," and Lin said while glancing at Su Xiaolan apologetically. He had snatched the treasures of the 3 strongest cultivators. Thus he was a bit worried that Xiaolan would feel disappointed because of this. However, Su Xiaolan's brows creased prettily as she smiled. "I was also fairly fortunate. I was able to loot the treasures of countless Blood Tribe cultivators." And Lin saw that Su Xiaolan was in a fairly good mood, so he continued to look over his loot. He refined the 3 storage rings and started with counting the spirit stones. Soon after, a look of delight spread across his face. "This is amazing. There are actually 8,200,000 spirit stones inside. On average, each of them had over 2 million spirit stones. These supreme beings all prepared quite the small fortune for this blood-tasting festival." Su Xiaolan also had a look of delight. "My yield is also quite amazing. I obtained around 14 million spirit stones." And Lin shuddered in shock, and the supreme being's storage rings fell out of his hand onto the black brick. How many spirit stones did you say?" And Lin's eyes were wide with shock. 14 million. 2 cute dimples appeared on Su Xiaolan's cheeks as she smiled. It was evident that she was in a very good mood. And Lin, "What the fuck? Perhaps my method of opening the storage rings was incorrect?" After exhausting himself and killing 3 powerful bosses, the number of spirit stones that he received turned out to be this much lesser than Su Xiaolan's. But Su Xiaolan had only dealt with the weaklings. As if noticing in Lin's shock and confusion, Su Xiaolan explained. In fact, even cultivators of medium-sized sects prepared great amounts of assets for this blood-tasting festival. Moreover, it's very likely that some of the representatives came from first-rate sections. Indeed, this explained everything, and Lin came to a sudden realization. Even though some supreme beings didn't come personally, their spirit stones came. If this was the case, then didn't they just breed great enmity with numerous powerful sects? However, this method of making money was fairly swift. "Xiaolan, I have a bold idea." "And Lin, behave yourself for me. If you're short on money, I'll give some to you." Su Xiaolan's expression was especially sincere, and Lin was quite touched by her words. After experiencing an intense battle, The blood tribe versions of Enlin and Su Xiaolan finally tasted the sweet result of instant riches. Enlin was itching to cause some trouble. However, Su Xiaolan solemnly put a stop to Enlin's bold idea. During this sensitive time, provoking the blood tribe once was already more than enough. If they continued to cause trouble and infuriated a super mighty figure of the Dao integration stage, then there was a chance that they would be plunged into a perilous situation. And Lin considered this for a moment and felt like Su Xiaolan had a point. During their attack, they didn't offend just one or two sections. Rather, they had offended a string of blood tribe sects. There was indeed a chance that a supreme being of the Dao integration stage would come. Their best option was to return to Ling Can City to hide. The two of them continued to take inventory of their loot. There were relatively few high-rank items in Su Xiaolan's loot. The most valuable items that she had looted were merely high-rank spirit tools and high-rank spirit pills. However, although the items that she had looted were low in rank, they were many in number. Which person didn't have one or two life-saving spirit pills in their storage ring? When combining the possessions from all the blood tribe cultivators together, Su Xiaolan's loot was hugely valuable. As for Enlin, the number of items that he had looted was relatively fewer. However, they largely consisted of valuable and exquisite items. There were 16 spirit tools and 46 spirit pills. Furthermore, there were even 4 immortal pills and 1 immortal tool. These were all genuinely valuable items. And Lin had looted the immortal tool from Simpson's storage ring. It was called the Blood Soul Cross, and one could activate it with the power of their blood and divine sense. Once activated, it could be used to suppress an enemy's life force. This Blood Soul Cross was an intermediate rank immortal tool. It was a very useful immortal tool. It was a pity that Simpson had come across the non-living Yao Ji, and then Enlin, who possessed an extremely powerful divine sense. He was killed before he could even show off his immortal tool. As for the 4 immortal pills, they were all 7th rank immortal pills. They were called the Blood Replenishment Immortal Pill and were a type of replenishing pill. Their effects included rapidly replenishing one's vitality, as well as rapidly healing one's wounds. This type of pill was extremely well liked by blood tribe cultivators. The blood tribe's research into replenishment pills was particularly advanced. Thus these pills all had amazing quality. There was a jubilant smile on Enlin's face as he put these items away elatedly. As expected, killing people and looting their treasures is the quickest way to make money. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. If you play with fire, you'll eventually get burned. I'm going to warn you again. Please forget your bold idea. And Lin could barely suppress his urges. His wealth had already surpassed 94 million spirit stones, and his target of reaching 100 million spirit stones was already well within reach. Forget about it. And Lin sighed after forcibly suppressing his urges. We'll find another chance to do heaven's work and destroy a few demonic sects when we return to the Kingdom of the 9 States. The Kingdom of the 9 States has the Heavenly Court for 9 immortal sect and the 9 Imperials. What powerful demonic sect can there be? The only ones remaining are small and weak. Even if they have cultivators of the Return to Void stage, they're all keeping a low profile now. And Lin nodded in agreement. In the Kingdom of the 9 States, all the genuinely powerful demonic sects had already been destroyed. Even if the remaining demonic sects wanted to commit crimes, they would do so secretly. On the surface, they still had to dress themselves up as upright and law-abiding sects. The only possibility of them committing crimes openly was if they became retarded or if they wanted to seek death. Right now, the number of upright sects to demonic sects was severely imbalanced. Thus, it was almost impossible for Enlin to generate wealth through annihilating demonic sects within the Kingdom of the 9 States. Just as Enlin was mulling over how to reach his target of 100 million spirit stones, in the core region of the Dark Marshlands, inside the Heavenly Blood sect, an aloof female was staring at a message coldly. She was dressed in a holy white robe, and her eyes were as red as blood. Humph! Someone actually dared to sabotage the blood festival and ruin my holy leader's great plan. They're clearly looking down upon me, the holy disciple Cassidy. Since you want to die so badly, don't blame me for being merciless. There was a ruthless look in Cassidy's eyes as she laced her fingers together. Messenger. Have the Heavenly Blood Divine Battle Squad investigate this matter at all costs. Also, request our tribe's great divination master, Feng Wuyan, to help with the investigation. While you're at it, don't forget to report this to Emperor Yi Deng. After issuing a string of commands, she called a mail with her voice transmission talisman. Tobias, some ignorant fool sabotaged the Holy Leader's spy development project. Huh? You're gonna personally head over? You've only just broken through to the return to void final stage. Is your cultivation base stable? The enemy might be fairly powerful. 4 return to void stage cultivators were killed. What? You're gonna bring that thing over? Okay, I understand. The Holy Leader's prestige can't be tainted. A cold smile spread across Cassidy's aloof face after she hung up the voice transmission talisman. Heh, no matter who you are, you're dead meat. Cassidy was extremely confident, as she had already laid out an elaborate net. Even if the enemy were a supreme being of the return to void pinnacle stage, they still wouldn't be able to escape from her grasp. She had initially planned on gifting Enlin a present. Unexpectedly, however, an unknown enemy ruined her plans. Right now, Cassidy was extremely pissed off. After pondering for a moment, she transformed into a streak of red and shot into the sky. Achoo! And Lin suddenly sneezed. Huh? You're already at the soul formation stage. How come you're still sneezing? Su Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise. And Lin rubbed his nose and chuckled. Perhaps someone's thinking of me. Su Xiaolan dragged her voice out and stared at Enlin intensely with her clear eyes. I'm talking about my dog. Enlin explained hurriedly. Debai's thinking of me. Oh. The two of them flew toward Ling Can City on Enlin's black brick. Although it wasn't far, it was only tens of thousands of kilometers away. It would still take some time to get there. However, this wasn't a big problem. They had been extremely stealthy in their escape, and there was almost zero chance of them being caught. In the core region of the dark marshlands, inside the divine palace of life, Emperor Yi Deng fell silent after reading a message. It appeared as though a supreme being of the blood tribe had slaughtered thousands of blood tribe cultivators during the blood-tasting festival in order to snatch a rare treasure. In order to carry out such a massacre, several supreme beings of the return to void intermediate stage would be needed. Or perhaps one or more supreme beings of the return to void pinnacle stage. As for the super mighty beings of the Tao integration stage, if they fought in the dark marshlands, there was no way that he wouldn't sense them. In truth, annihilating entire sects in order to snatch treasures was a common occurrence in the dark marshlands. However, shocking events such as 4 supreme beings of the return to void stage being killed at the same time was extremely rare. The previous time that something similar had occurred was last year. That was indeed a painful memory. Moreover, the return to void stage cultivators who had been killed at that time were all supreme beings under his command. Hang on. Last year? A grim expression suddenly fell across Emperor Yi Deng's face. The end-of-semester examination for students of the Heavenly Court is also during this time, right? Is this a coincidence or... After linking these pieces of information together, a shocking piece of speculation flashed through Emperor Yi Deng's mind. Boom! A streak of red shot out from the divine palace of life. It tore apart the void and streaked toward a certain location, within the ruins of the Bone Demon Blood Sect. Feng Wuyan, the great divination master, released a golden domain, which enveloped an area of 5 kilometers in radius. 2 blood-robed supreme beings stood beside him with boundless and terrifying auras emanating from their bodies. They were none other than the Blood Tribe's holy disciples, Cassidy and Tobias. As for Merlin, he was tracking down the enemy using all the resources that the Blood Tribe could mobilize. The enemy team only consists of a few people, 3 to 4 at most. Moreover, they have members who are extremely skilled with lightning, fire, and swordsmanship. In fact, they even possess some high-tech weapons, which are formed from a combination of cultivation and technology. Feng Wuyan pointed toward someplace in the east. Judging by the marks on the ground, the wind direction, and the circulation of vital energy, They've most likely fled in that direction. Cassidy frowned slightly. Toward the east? If I remember correctly, there's no large-scale sect situated over in that direction. Rumble. A rumble boomed across the sky. A blood-like crimson glow blotted out the heavens. A male who was dressed in an emperor robe decorated with blood-red dragons appeared from behind the cloud layers. His face was expressionless as he swept his gaze over the marks of the battle, and the power of his divine sense spread out without reservation. Emperor Yi Deng. Tobias nodded respectfully. Holy Disciple Cassidy, Holy Disciple Tobias. Emperor Yi Deng also nodded in greeting. The standing of holy disciples was extremely high, so much so that it was almost on the same level as the blood tribe emperors of the Dao integration stage. Thus, they interacted with each other as equals, and there was no notion of one being more superior than the other. Feng Wuyan, who was merely at the return to void final stage, bowed respectfully after seeing Emperor Yi Deng arrive. After exchanging information, they all flew toward a certain direction together. Cassidy secretly transmitted a message to Tobias. Tobias, why is Emperor Yi Deng so proactive about this matter? He didn't hesitate for a moment before deciding to hurry over. It's almost as if he's afraid that the culprit is going to escape. Is he hiding something from us? Tobias nodded and secretly replied, perhaps it's someone that Emperor Yi Deng is familiar with? Or perhaps it's a foe of his. Anyhow, I have no idea what he's basing his deductions off. I'm pretty sure that he didn't receive much information at the time, yet he still rushed over just like that. It's indeed odd. In any case, this isn't a big deal. The end result will still be the same regardless. Anyone who dares to ruin the holy leader's plans must die. At this moment, in the western region of the dark marshlands, and Lin was flying on his black brick. I have an ominous feeling, Su Xiaolan suddenly whispered. It feels like there are enemies bearing down on us. Don't worry. We merely obliterated a single sect, and Lin reassured. Ignoring the fact that they mightn't even be able to track us down, we'll be able to deal with the enemies even if they're supreme beings of the return to void pinnacle stage. If they really do discover us, we'll fend them off as we escape. What if the enemy is a super mighty being of the Dao integration stage? Su Xiaolan retorted. Hey, you think it's that easy to shock a super mighty being of the Dao integration stage into action? Such mighty figures will definitely ponder carefully before deciding whether to act or not. At that time, we'll have already escaped back into the territory of the 9 states. Who'll be able to catch us then? And Lin replied with utmost confidence. Then, a boundless stretch of red clouds suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. And Lin behind us! Su Xiaolan exclaimed in alarm. And Lin sucked in a deep breath. He had already detected it with his powerful divine sense. Stop looking. Hurry. Crush the Heavenly Court Jade Seal and call for reinforcements. Crush the highest-ranked Jade Seal. Su Xiaolan immediately crushed a Jade Seal, which released a location-tracking aura. Then, she asked in a panicked voice, what rank is the enemy? Dao integration stage. And Lin replied with great difficulty. Did I jinx us? Su Xiaolan muttered in an upset tone. She was almost on the verge of tears. Don't mention it. It's not your fault. And Lin was also on the verge of having a breakdown. Shit. He had just said that supreme beings of the Dao integration stage wouldn't be shocked into action so easily. Now what? They were charging over without any hesitation. Moreover, they had discovered their location extremely easily. It was almost as though they knew that they would escape in this direction. Can it be that the super mighty being has caught on to something? And Lin felt the crushing power possessed by the red clouds in the distance as he released the full power of his divine sense. That power was especially vast, and it contained an irrepressible might and hostility. It was drawing closer and closer. An imposing and majestic voice traveled over from the distance. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you stop resisting, I'll give you a painless death. Rumble. The red clouds started to flood throughout the entire sky. Blood-like fluid churned and bubbled, and the thick smell of blood permeated the air. A male who was dressed in an emperor robe decorated with blood-red dragons leaped over at a startling speed. As expected, it's a supreme being of the Tao integration stage. Su Xiaolan's face became pale, and her heartbeat quickened. You want to escape after killing several return to void stage cultivators of my blood tribe? You really think that the Dark Marshlands is a place where you can come and go as you please? A crisp and pleasant cry traveled over from the distance. 3 supreme beings of the blood tribe appeared behind Emperor Yi Deng. 2 of them were dressed in white holy disciple robes, and 1 of them was dressed in a golden blood cloak. They were none other than the holy disciples, Cassidy and Tobias, as well as the great divination master Feng Wuyan. And Lin and Su Xiaolan detected the majestic-looking Cassidy and Tobias. Cassidy and Tobias also saw the frantically fleeing Lin and Su Xiaolan. Cassidy and Tobias, who were teeming with killing intent, were instantly stupefied. The grim and panic-looking Lin and Su Xiaolan were also stupefied. In their eyes, this current situation was indescribably absurd. Is there something wrong? Cassidy's beautiful eyes widened in shock. I went all out to chase after the enemies who ruined the holy leader's plan. Yet the enemy who I was chasing after was the holy leader himself. And Lin was also momentarily stunned by this unexpected encounter. The enemies pursuing me are actually my slaves? This has to be a joke. Was it you two who killed Bulk and Starbucks of the Bone Demon Blood Sect, Simpson of the Heavenly Scorpion Sect, and Eliza of the Red Snow Sect? Emperor Yi Deng's voice was like booming thunder, and there was an intense gaze in his eyes. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the void within a 50-kilometer radius was instantly sealed by a terrifying spatial power. This was a cage formed by a supermighty being of the Tao integration stage. Thus Lin and Su Xiaolan had nowhere left to escape. After coming to his senses, Lin immediately replied in a panicky voice, "Ha? What Bulk? Senior, what are you saying? I'm merely an ordinary cultivator of the soul formation stage." "That's right. We're merely land surveyors sent over by the humans." Su Xiaolan instantly understood Lin's intentions and also started blabbering nonsense. Their only option right now was to buy time and wait for Daddy Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Emperor Yi Deng frowned deeply. The 2 people before him were indeed of the soul formation stage. This couldn't be faked. However, how could 2 cultivators of the soul formation stage kill 4 supreme beings of the return to void stage and also massacre thousands of other blood tribe cultivators? This was not only ridiculous, but it was also practically impossible. Could it be that he had caught the wrong people? No. Last year, his son had also lost to an abnormally powerful cultivator of the soul formation stage. Moreover, the identity of that cultivator had already been determined. It was highly likely that that cultivator was also his son's murderer. I've got it. So that's how it is. No wonder this male looks so familiar. So it's you and Lin. Emperor Yi Deng roared in fury. And Lin? Emperor Yi Deng finally saw through Lin's disguise. All the indicators pointed toward Lin, the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. He was a powerful soul formation stage cultivator who could face off against supreme beings of the return to void final stage. That's right. If it's him, then everything makes sense. The crushing red aura started surging again, and even the void started to distort and tear. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both faltered, and their bodies became tense. They stared intently at Emperor Yi Deng, who looked as though he was about to attack any second. Although Emperor Yi Deng didn't have any proof to back up his claims, he would rather kill an innocent person than let an enemy escape. Thus, Lin and Su Xiaolan both had to die here. Right at this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded. "So, you're Lin. You actually dared to kill my brother Simpson. I'm going to exact revenge for my dead brother today." Tobias roared angrily and activated a crimson-colored Imperial Jade Seal. This was an ancient artifact of the Blood Patriarch that he had coincidentally obtained after breaking through to the Return to Void final stage in the Holy Land of the Blood Patriarch, Divine Heaven Isolation Seal. He had initially planned to slay the enemy with this rare treasure. Demonic slaughter space! Tobias roared and launched into action. The Crimson Imperial Jade Seal suddenly expanded, and the aura of the Blood Patriarch radiated outward. Tobias stood atop the Divine Heaven Isolation Seal as he charged toward Lin. Cassidy also roared in anger upon seeing this. She stabbed her sword at Enlin and shouted, "Bastard! Give me my dear friend Eliza back." Boom! A terrifying crimson halo surged out from the divine heaven isolation seal and enveloped Tobias, Cassidy, Enlin, and Su Xiaolan. "No one can defeat me inside my demonic slaughter space," Tobias chortled. At this instant, the spatial power of the divine heaven isolation seal erupted, and all four of them were sucked into the imperial jade seal. Emperor Yi Deng was slightly dazed as he gazed at the empty void and the frozen divine heaven isolation seal. After a moment, he flared up. "Have those two gone mad? If they left them out here, I would have been able to kill them with a single slap." However, he was able to understand why the two holy disciples acted as they did. After all, the slain Eliza and Simpson did indeed have some level of friendship with Cassidy and Tobias. As for whether they were brothers or best friends, he had absolutely no idea. Anyhow, them impatiently seeking revenge was pardonable. Fools! As long as Tobias didn't activate the divine heaven isolation seal again, Emperor Yi Deng would have no way of entering the demonic slaughter space. Thus, he could only curse aloud and then wait around idly. That's right. Emperor Yi Deng could only stand around like a fool and wait for the battle within the divine heaven isolation seal to finish. Feng Wuyan, who was standing beside Emperor Yi Deng, was also dumbfounded. The events had unfolded in a way that was beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, within the demonic slaughter space, the sky here was dark and dreary, and the land was a sea of blood. This was a realm of death. The demonic slaughter space was brimming with dense flows of bloody auras and demonic auras, and the owner of this realm could draw on these powers to relentlessly suppress and slay beings who had been sucked inside. At this moment, however, the beings who had been sucked into this realm were sitting on chairs and enjoying leg massages from the owner of the realm. "Tobias, although you were quick-witted and forcibly sucked us into this realm, don't think for a second that giving me a massage will settle things." And Lin humphed coldly. "It's time for you two to explain yourselves. Don't you think so?" Tobias silently turned his gaze toward Cassidy. Cassidy blushed slightly, and a rare look of awkwardness and embarrassment appeared on her face. The spies that I was recruiting for you were suddenly killed, so I became infuriated," she explained. "I was the one who suggested exacting revenge at all costs," Tobias admitted honestly. Cassidy pursed her dainty lips and scolded herself remorsefully. "I was the one who notified the great divination master Feng Wuyan and Emperor Yi Deng, and Lin." Cassidy and Tobias' loyalty touched him greatly. "So, in order to exact revenge for Enlin, you two drew on all your powers to hunt Enlin down." Su Xiaolan was astonished. Cassidy and Tobias nodded awkwardly but respectfully. Enlin face-bombed. What a fucking wonderful plot development. So be it if he was screwed over by his beast pets and disciples. Now, he was even being screwed over by his servants. They directly had a super mighty being of the Tao integration stage come after him. How was he supposed to escape now? Cassidy blushed and said, "But, Holy Leader, isn't this a kind of fate? We were actually able to meet under such circumstances. This is mysterious beyond words." And Lin grimaced. "Are you misunderstanding something about the word mysterious? This is ill fate. Ill fate, do you understand? We're about to die here soon. That won't happen. Holy Leader, I'll protect you even if I have to sacrifice myself." Cassidy patted her voluptuous chest as she spoke confidently. "Holy Leader, this divine heaven isolation seal of mine is an ancient artifact left behind by the Blood Patriarch. Without my permission, even Emperor Yi Deng can't enter into this demonic slaughter space. We can buy time in this realm." Tobias also tried to console Enlin. "How much time can you buy?" 20 minutes. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief. 20 minutes should be enough. The supreme beings of the heavenly court should be able to arrive within this time frame. This realm of mine is extremely unique," Tobias suddenly said. "It can completely block off all auras. Even the emperors of the heavenly court mightn't be able to sense the location of your crushed jade talisman." And Lin, and Lin felt like he had been screwed over again. But there's no need for you to panic, Tobias hurriedly continued. The emperors of the heavenly court will at least be able to determine where your aura last appeared. If they follow other trails, they should be able to find us fairly easily. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but speak up at this moment. I have a question. Can the divine heaven isolation seal be moved by others? This was a very important issue. Usually no, Tobias replied. However, supreme beings who have grasped the power of the divine Tao can forcibly move it. Even so, they're still unable to place it inside their storage rings. Su Xiaolan and Lin. So, what you're saying is, our fate is going to be decided by whether Emperor Yi Deng is mentally retarded or not. If he has some IQ and decides to move the divine heaven isolation seal, then the emperors of the heavenly court won't be able to find us? A dark expression fell over in Lin's face. Tobias nodded. Something like that. They all fell silent. They were now gambling on the IQ of a super mighty being of the Tao integration stage. Fucking. Was there any hope? Xiaolan, I love you. And Lin, I love you too. And Lin and Xiaolan embraced each other passionately as they enjoyed the last moments of their lives. Cassidy and Tobias were also deeply moved upon seeing this touching final scene. Holy Leader, I also love you, Cassidy shouted emotionally. Holy Leader, I also love you. The rims of Tobias' eyes were already red. Fuck off. And Lin glared at them as he shouted this. He didn't want to speak to them anymore. Outside the demonic slaughter space, the divine heaven isolation seal was revolving slowly in the air, releasing a faint red light. 10 minutes had passed since Tobias and Lin and the others had entered the demonic slaughter space. Great Divination Master Feng Wein couldn't help but interject. Emperor Yi Deng, should we move the divine heaven isolation seal to another location? What if the two humans sent out signals? Emperor Yi Deng harumphed coldly with an indifferent expression. Do you think I wouldn't have thought of that? Those two humans have fallen into the demonic slaughter space. With the combined strength of Tobias and Cassidy, it would be far too much for them to survive. He slowly pulled out an inky black spike as a mysterious smile appeared on his face. As for why I'm still here, of course it's to wait for that emperor. Ever since the death of my son, Layden, I've been preparing something for him. It's time for me to exact some vengeance for what happened last time. A bone-chilling cold light flashed from Emperor Yi Deng's eyes. Emperor Tian Huang, if you dare to come here today, I'll make sure you regret it, even if I can't kill you. Layden's death quite possibly had something to do with Lin and the others. However, Emperor Tian Huang was someone who was most definitely involved. He had beaten Layden to within an inch of his life and prevented Emperor Yi Deng from being able to exact vengeance for his son, which made him unable to even verify the identities of his son's killers. Emperor Yi Deng had not forgotten about this. It was now time for him to take revenge. He's here. Emperor Yi Deng seemed to have felt something as he looked into the distance. Heaven and earth suddenly began to rumble and boom. A massive rift was suddenly torn into the vast expanse of red clouds in the sky. Someone stepped through the air, and the red clouds disappeared in his wake. No, this isn't Emperor Tian Huang. Emperor Yi Deng's expression shifted. This aura is even more terrifying than Emperor Tian Huang's. It's as if it represents the will of the entire heavens. Dong! The sound of a massive gong being struck reverberated through the air. All of the red clouds in sight were completely dispelled by this mighty sound wave. The return to void final stage Feng Wein trembled from fear upon hearing this sound, and he stared blankly at the white figure in the distance, not even daring to breathe too loudly. It's you, Celestial the Arch. Emperor Yi Deng's eyes widened when he caught sight of the new arrival. Emperor Yi Deng, long time no see. I'm very touched that you decided to wait here for me. A gentle smile appeared on the Celestial Thearch's face, and he looked as if he was making his way forward at a casual stroll. But each and every one of his strides took him several dozen kilometers through the air. Emperor Yi Deng was absolutely fuming. Who the fuck is waiting for you? I'm waiting for Emperor Tian Huang. Speaking of which, wasn't Emperor Tian Huang responsible for patrolling the dark marshlands? Why wasn't he here? Emperor Yideng repressed the rage in his heart and forced a smile onto his face. Is there not much going on with you, Celestial the Arch? I didn't expect you to make a trip here for something insignificant like this. This was the top dog of the heavenly court. He was expecting a general to come, but an emperor came instead? What the hell was this? Was this really just a simple matter of bad luck? Hee. I've been staying at the heavenly court for too long, so I decided to come out for some fresh air. The Celestial the Arch replied with a smile. He wasn't going to tell Yi Deng that he had prohibited Emperor Tianhuang from coming here so that he could personally make a visit. It was the time for the end-of-term examination, so Enlin would have definitely been the one who had attracted all of the enemy forces. Enlin had a knack for drawing enemies to himself, and each time he did, his assailants became more and more terrifying. In order to ensure everyone's safety, the Celestial the Arch decided to make a trip himself and sweep through all obstacles. Thus, the plan Emperor Yi Deng had been preparing for a long time came to waste. Why didn't Emperor Yi Deng use his secret weapon to fight the Celestial the Arch? Only an idiot would do something like that. Setting aside whether the secret weapon would be able to do much to the Celestial the Arch, he wasn't even the person Emperor Yi Deng wanted to exact revenge on. There was absolutely no reason to offend such a terrifying mighty figure. Are you feeling a little disappointed? That's all right. If you want to fight, I can be your sparring partner. The Celestial the Arch clasped one hand behind his back while splaying one hand in front of him as his white robe flapped around him. Emperor Yi Deng's face convulsed slightly. No thanks. I'm waiting for someone. The Celestial the Arch turned his eyes upon the divine heaven isolation seal with a smile. Are they in there? Emperor Yi Deng's mood finally lifted at the mention of this topic. That's right. 2 of my tribe's holy disciples are in there sparring with the prodigies of your heavenly court. I'm very much looking forward to the result. This was a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage plus a Return to Void final stage mighty figure, and they had the power of the demonic slaughter space to help them. How could they possibly lose to 2 soul formation stage cultivators? Even if their opponent were a mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage, they would still have no chance at surviving this ordeal. So what if the Celestial the Arch was here? He couldn't enter the demonic slaughter space, so this trip was made in futility. The most he could do would be to take 2 corpses back with him. The Celestial the Arch disregarded Emperor Yi Deng's smug expression. In any case, he firmly believed that Enlin would be able to defeat his opponents as long as he wasn't up against a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. A few minutes later, the divine heaven isolation seal began to tremble. Boom! A red halo appeared before expanding through the air. Powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth. Both emperors were staring intently at the divine heaven isolation seal. Emperor Yi Deng wore a confident smile, while the Celestial Thearch's expression was full of anticipation. One figure after another began to appear within the red halo. Emperor Yi Deng's smile gradually froze on his face, and the Celestial Thearch's mouth also gaped open in surprise. For figures had appeared before them, but 2 of them seemed to be in quite a miserable state. Those 2 were the 2 blood tribe holy disciples that Emperor Yi Deng had been strongly endorsing. Cassidy and Tobias were both riddled with wounds, and their bodies were bound by countless silver chains. There was a crimson cross behind them, which was unleashing extremely formidable sealing power. This was the intermediate rank Immortal tool that Enlin had just obtained, the Blood Soul Cross. One could use their own blood and the power of their consciousness in conjunction with this Immortal tool in order to seal away their enemy's power. Even though Cassidy and Tobias had licked away all of the Blood Soul Cross was still able to unleash extreme sealing power. How did you lose? Emperor Yi Deng wore an expression of incredulity. He was waiting for the 2 holy disciples to slay their opponents before leaving in a joyful mood. But what was going on here? The 2 holy disciples had been taken hostage? Enlin is simply too powerful. He possesses a mystic technique that can make someone's power disappear for a short period of time. We were both defeated by this, Tobias explained with an indignant expression. Emperor Yi Deng fell silent, but his brain was working overtime. Was this some sort of large-scale immobilization spell technique? It looked like he would have to prepare some high-rank spatial isolation spell techniques in order to counteract Lin's peculiar spell technique. He would remember this information for future reference. Ha ha ha, as expected of the pride of our heavenly court. Well done. The Celestial the Arch offered words of praise with a relaxed smile on his face. Everyone heaved a light sigh of relief upon seeing the Celestial the Arch. They had found a backer. Taking Cassidy and Tobias hostage was a course of action they had been forced to revert to as the enemy was too powerful for them to handle. However, this was a very risky plan. The best way to ensure their safety was for powerful reinforcements from the Heavenly Court to arrive. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, Cassidy, and Tobias all subsequently turned toward Emperor Yi Deng with peculiar expressions on their faces. To think an idiot like this existed in this world. When they were within the demonic slaughter space, regardless of whether it was Lin and Su Xiaolin or Cassidy and Tobias, none of them expected Emperor Yi Deng to be stupid enough to remain on the spot. However, reality gave them a huge slap to the face. Emperor Yi Deng really was standing obediently as he waited for them. And he didn't even try to move the divine heaven isolation seal. Thus, the heavenly court reinforcements were able to arrive on the scene without even having to go through the hassle of searching for everyone. And Lin and the others had all been touched by the straightforward and thoughtful Emperor Yi Deng. Emperor Yi Deng had also discovered that everyone seemed to be looking at him with a peculiar expression. And he immediately flared up. What the hell are you looking at? My thought process is not something the likes of you can comprehend. Release my tribe's holy disciples at once. Only now did Lin realize that he was still holding Cassidy and Tobias captive. With the Celestial the Arch here, there wasn't much point to having these hostages anymore. The Celestial Thearch's eyes lit up when he saw Cassidy and Tobias, and he quickly realized what had happened. Those two were Lin's slaves. What a happy coincidence. Fate really did work in some wonderful ways sometimes. The Celestial the Arch felt like he should cooperate with the act Lin and the others were putting on, and he immediately took a step forward to position himself in front of Lin and the others. Ha ha ha! As expected of the small war god of the heavenly court, even two of the blood tribe holy disciples have been subdued by you. This sure is a massive haul. Emperor Yi Deng glowered at the Celestial the Arch. Let them go at once, Celestial the Arch. They are the holy disciples of my tribe. Do you really want to start a full-blown war between the blood tribe and the human race? The holy disciples were much more important than ordinary people could imagine. They were chosen by the blood patriarch, so in a sense, they were representatives of the blood patriarch's lineal descendants. If Emperor Yi Deng was to have two blood tribe holy disciples killed or abducted before his eyes, not only would his reputation be shattered, he would also come under stern questioning from the other emperors. Hee. These two holy disciples were trying to kill me just a moment ago. Why should I release them at your behest? And Lin chuckled coldly as he laid the blade of his evil-slaying sword on Cassidy's swan-like neck. Emperor Yi Deng could see what Lin was implying, and he gritted his teeth. All right, tell me what I need to do for you to let them go. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before transmitting his voice to the Celestial the Arch. I need money. He had to let the most important person on their side state the terms of negotiation. The Celestial the Arch instantly understood what he needed to do. A smile appeared on his face as he said, 10 million spirit stones per holy disciple, and it has to be issued right now. You! Emperor Yi Deng's eyes widened. Even the space around him tremored violently with his rage as he snapped, This is daylight robbery. Ha ha ha. Are you saying a holy disciple's life is not even worth 10 million spirit stones? A sneer appeared on the Celestial Thearch's face. His sneer was like an insult to Emperor Yi Deng. The high and mighty blood tribe holy disciples were indeed worth that price. All right, I'll give you the money. Emperor Yi Deng exhaled through gritted teeth. He was initially going to say that the two holy disciple storage rings were there for the taking so they could take those as spoils of war. Why did he have to pay? But if he did say that, his reputation as an emperor really would come under scrutiny. Emperor Yi Deng pulled 2,000 vital stones out of his storage ring with a pained expression before tossing them to the Celestial the Arch. The Celestial the Arch didn't even look at the vital stones before tossing them to Enlin. Here, you caught them, so you deserve the money. He was tossing 20 million spirit stones nonchalantly to Enlin as if he were giving him a tip. Such grace and poise instantly created a stark contrast with Emperor Yideng. Emperor Yideng had smoke rising out of his head from rage. He was the one that had paid the money, but the Celestial the Arch was the one flexing with the money. Enlin was very much in admiration and committed the Celestial Thearch's disposition and poise to memory. He gleefully accepted the 20 million spirit stones. His target of 100 million had been reached. Who would have thought that his underlings would flip this dire situation into such a fruitful one for him? Thinking about it from another perspective, Cassidy and Tobias loved him after all. If this wasn't love, then why would they go so far just to act as his hostages so that he could blackmail Emperor Yideng for 20 million spirit stones? They were doing all these to give him warmth. With this in mind, an involuntary smile appeared on Enlin's face again. Emperor Yideng's eyes were spitting flames of rage when he saw Enlin's smug expression. Hurry up and release my tribe's holy disciples. Enlin's heart jolted with shock at the sight of Emperor Yideng's thunderous rage, and he transmitted his voice to the Celestial the Arch again. I don't feel safe. The Celestial the Arch instantly understood what he was getting at, and a smile appeared on his face. Not yet. In order to ensure the safety of my heavenly court's prodigies, you have to swear a Dao heart vow that you're never going to seek revenge on Enlin again. That's impossible. I must avenge my son. Emperor Yideng was incensed. The power of the divine Dao began to surge around his entire body, and he was clearly switching from a policy of appeasement to a more aggressive approach. Enlin transmitted his voice again. Let me progress to the return to void stage first. After that, he can try to take vengeance on me however he likes. An indifferent smile appeared on the Celestial Thearch's face as he turned to look at Emperor Yideng with a regal might shining from his eyes. All right. I'll give you the chance to exact your revenge then. You won't have to wait too long. After Enlin progresses to the return to void stage, you can take revenge on him however you like. How about that? Emperor Yideng was about to explode from rage. This motherfucker was flexing on him again. All right, it's decided then. Emperor Yideng swore a Dao heart vow that he wouldn't hunt Enlin down before he reached the return to void stage. The Celestial the Arch transmitted a slightly concerned voice. Is that really okay? He's a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Don't worry. I've already stood up to plenty of Dao integration stage super mighty figures. When I reach the return to void stage, I can kill 1 or 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures as an inauguration. Enlin's expression was extremely tranquil. The Celestial Thearch's heart jolted violently upon hearing this. He thought he was the only flexer here. Turns out 2 could play at this game. Enlin put away the Blood Soul Cross and released Cassidy and Tobias back to Emperor Yideng's side. Enlin, don't think that this is the end. Tobias glowered at Enlin with a thunderous expression. Cassidy placed one hand on her hip and pointed to Enlin with the other hand. Next time, I'm definitely going to hold you captive, torture your soul, and suck your blood dry. Enlin's lips twitched. He felt like Cassidy was serious about the last part of that threat. Let's go. Emperor Yideng harumphed coldly before turning to leave. Cassidy, Tobias, and Feng Wuyan immediately trailed along in fear of being left behind. Thus, some of the most powerful mighty figures of the Blood Tribe scurried away with their tails between their legs. Emperor Yideng only came to a realization now. Not only had he failed to exact his revenge, but he had also lost 20 million spirit stones. He flared up again with this in mind. Hi-ya! He launched an enraged palm to the ground. Boom! The power of death surged for over 50 kilometers, and the earth fractured open as countless living beings perished. At the border of the dark marshlands, Enlin looked up at the Celestial the Arch with reverence practically glowing from his eyes. This was the second time that the Celestial the Arch had descended like a god to save him from a dire situation. He had so much he wanted to say to him, but he condensed it to one sentence in the end. Thank you, Flex King. The Celestial the Arch initially had a tranquil smile on his face, but his expression immediately darkened upon hearing Enlin's words. "Who are you calling Flex King?" Enlin's heart jolted with shock. He was too excited just then and had accidentally spoken his mind as a result. The Celestial the Arch continued in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. "The Heavenly Court is the representative of the human race, so of course we have to stand up to our enemies. We can't allow others to look down on us. Everything I'm doing is for the sake of the human race." Enlin nodded. "I understand." The Celestial the Arch was flexing for the sake of the human race. What a grand vision! He was flexing on a higher level. Enlin felt like he should learn from the Celestial the Arch. "My apologies for making you come all this way, Celestial the Arch," Su Xiaolan said with an apologetic expression. "Haha, Enlin is a magnet for trouble. I would feel like things are abnormal if he didn't stir up some trouble. I'm just glad you're all safe." The Celestial the Arch gave a hearty laugh in response. Enlin was a little embarrassed upon hearing this. The Celestial the Arch turned to Enlin and Su Xiaolan again with a meaningful gaze. Furthermore, Emperor Deng seemed genuinely enraged this time. "You two must have slain many blood tribe cultivators again, right? This is a good thing for the human race. Tell me in detail what you two did this time." Enlin recounted everything that had led up to this point. The Celestial the Arch became more and more astonished as he listened, and he was forced to reevaluate Enlin and Su Xiaolan's combat capabilities. They had ventured deep into enemy territory and slain several return to void stage mighty figures along with over 1,000 blood tribe powerful beings. Just the courage they had was worthy of praise and admiration. Thinking back, how long had it been since he had been this hot-blooded? "Come on, let's go home," the Celestial the Arch said. Enlin and Su Xiaolan felt like their heartstrings had been tugged upon hearing this. It was just a simple sentence, but it gave them such a powerful sense of security and reliability. Thus, the two of them returned to Lingkan City with the Celestial the Arch. On the city wall of Lingkan City, the homeroom teacher sword Immortal Ling Xiao was initially planning to give the willful Enlin a piece of his mind. However, he was then greeted by the sight of Enlin flying back with Celestial the Arch, while they conversed joyfully with one another. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. How was he supposed to scold Enlin now? He made his way toward the Celestial the Arch before extending a respectful bow. The other students were excited beyond belief. Who would have thought that they would meet the legendary Celestial the Arch here? All of them gathered around him to extend respectful salutes of their own, while lamenting the disparity between person to person. While they were still dying from boredom on the city wall, Enlin was having a pleasant conversation with the Celestial the Arch. The fact that the Celestial the Arch had personally accompanied Enlin and Su Xiaolan back further elevated their lofty status in everyone's hearts. The Celestial the Arch made some pleasant conversations with the teachers and students on the city wall before departing gracefully. He gave everyone a sense of approachability and warmth, but he was also able to give off an ethereal and mysterious aura, which constantly reminded everyone that he was much more than just an average, pleasant middle-aged man. Enlin felt like he had been taught many lessons today just by watching the Celestial the Arch. After this, their days of boredom resumed. The Blood Tribe army didn't dare to invade Lingkan City, and the Lingkan City army didn't take the initiative to hunt the Blood Tribe down either. Thus, a peaceful impasse ensued. Miao Tian, Luo Ziping, Zhong Yongyan, and the others all nagged Enlin for a recount of his heroic feats in the Blood Tribe territory. Enlin had no choice but to continue flexing to everyone. News of the Bone Demon Blood Sect incident quickly spread throughout the Dark Marshlands and even the entire Taichu continent, where it created an explosive stir. The death of 4 returned to void stage mighty figures was quite a significant event even in the context of the entire Taichu continent. After that, Emperor Deng intentionally disclosed the fact that Enlin was the main culprit behind this incident, thereby giving him an excuse to hunt down and kill Enlin in the future. Thus, Enlin was famous again. His name appeared once again in news articles all across the Taichu continent. Thinking back, there had certainly been no lack of earth-shattering news about Enlin in the past 2 years. Even across the entire Taichu continent, where countless prodigies dwelled, Enlin was by far the most dazzling rising star among them. He was extremely young, but he had already founded a powerful sect. His combat prowess was simply astounding, and he had mastered some sort of core tribulation transcendent technology, which other prodigies among the younger generation could compare to him. In the past few years, Lin had become a role model for all young cultivators and also the recipient of admiration and adoration from countless female cultivators. News of the Dark Marshlands incident had even spread to the West Sea. Within the Sea Heart Palace of the West Sea. Ha 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 ha. What a force to be reckoned with. Lan Xingyang chortled gleefully when he heard about Lin's feats. The heavenly lightning god leaves his mark wherever he goes. He's now bullying the entire blood tribe. Lan Xiaoni was a little concerned. Isn't he going to attract attention from the blood tribe Dao integration stage super mighty figures? Lan Xingyang turned to his daughter with a smile. Do you not have any confidence in your big boss? Besides, he hasn't even used that bomb I gave him. He could sense whether the bomb had been used or not. You're right. Big Boss Lin is the best. A resolute expression suddenly appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face, which was starkly in contrast with her cowardly self in the past. What we should be doing now is to unite the power of the West Sea to support Big Boss Lin. Lan Xingyang nodded with an elated expression. Lin's trip here had made his daughter mature quite significantly. He sighed with emotion. Serving the very heavens itself. This is probably a path that has never been taken before. Under a starry night sky, a gargantuan floating continent slowly hovered through the air. This was the Dark Wing tribe territory, their mobile floating continent. The entire tribe was currently in the process of reconstruction in the aftermath of the battle between the Black Spirit Snake and the Dark Wing Emperor. That was an epic battle that had truly rocked heaven and earth. In fact, it had almost split the entire continent in half, so the reconstruction process was going to be quite difficult. What? A casual job will cost me 10 million spirit stones? You're going too far, Grandmaster Construction Cultivator. The Dark Wing Emperor cut off the voice transmission with an enraged expression before turning to look at what little remained of his castle, upon which he fell silent. Repairing everything to their original condition was simply too expensive. Just his castle alone was going to cost 10 million spirit stones in repair fees. The Dark Wing Emperor was feeling quite depressed. What would be the total cost for repairing everything that had been damaged or destroyed during that one battle? He sat down onto a chair with a gloomy expression. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked into his palace. She had skin as fair as the moon and flowing black hair that fell all the way to the backs of her knees. A slight smile appeared on the Dark Wing Emperor's face upon seeing the new arrival. Why have you come back, Moonlit Knight Monarch? How are you going with the mission to recover the evil-slaying sword? The Moonlit Knight Monarch was one of his most powerful subordinates and was also the monarch with the highest successful mission completion rate. If there was anyone that could lift his current mood slightly, it would be her. The Dark Wing Emperor had extreme faith in this monarch, and as such, he had high expectations for her too. The Moonlit Knight Monarch wore an indifferent expression. She held a stack of newspaper articles and research findings in her hands as she said in a faint voice, I'm giving up on the mission, Dark Wing Emperor. Damn it, Moonlit Knight. The Moonlit Knight Monarch's words echoed through the Dark Wing Emperor's head. He was finally looking forward to hearing some good news, but the news that was delivered to him almost made him throw up a mouthful of blood. You're aborting the mission? Why, Moonlit Knight Monarch? The Dark Wing Emperor asked with a quizzical expression. The Moonlit Knight Monarch threw a stack of information to the Dark Wing Emperor before replying with a clipped response. I don't want to die, Dark Wing Emperor. He carefully read through the information the Moonlit Knight Monarch had gathered, and he slowly became even more depressed. The final part of the information provided by the Moonlit Knight Monarch comprised of her evaluation. Lin's normal power level prior to unleashing his mysterious power is around the return to void final stage. In order to kill Lin, we will require two mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage, one of whom will have to act as cannon fodder. The Dark Wing Emperor stared at the information and analysis presented to him, and he couldn't find a single point to rebut on. For years. It has only been 4 years. The Dark Wing Emperor's hands trembled as he spoke. I haven't underestimated my enemies in the slightest. I deployed a return to void stage monarch right from the very beginning. But why? Why have I still lost in the end? He was feeling extremely crushed. Why was there nothing going his way? The moonlit night monarch provided words of consolation as she said, "You're not to blame for this. And Lin really is far too uncanny. His rate of progression is completely inconceivable, and he has that special trump card power within his body that he can summon under dire circumstances. I really can't complete this mission. I'm willing to take any punishment." The moonlit night monarch expressed her decision again. Her personality was quite casual and nonchalant, but that didn't mean that she didn't have any opinions. On the contrary, if she made a decision on something, it would be very difficult to convince her otherwise. The Dark Wing Emperor's chest constricted. He had prayed to the moon and the stars that the moonlit night monarch would slay Lin and recover the evil-slaying sword. Yet she gave up on the mission a few years later by citing a fear of death as her reason for aborting the mission. Furthermore, Lin had become some unfathomably powerful boss. What the fuck? What a massive headache. The Dark Wing Emperor felt like he had not only been bullied by the Black Spirit Snake, but also by a mere child like Lin. This was not a bitter pill he could swallow. "Gather all of the monarchs," the Dark Wing Emperor roared. 11 carved symbols lit up on the wall of his castle. This meant that the Dark Wing tribe had a total of 11 return to void final stage monarchs. That's right, there were as many as 11 monarchs that had attained the power of the divine Tao. All of the powerful monarchs heeded the Emperor's call and tore through space to arrive at the castle. Soon, 11 returned to void final stage mighty figures were gathered at the palace. Among all of the monarchs, the Moonlit Night monarch could be ranked at about second or third in terms of power level. Furthermore, all of the monarchs here should theoretically possess the power to kill Lin. The Dark Wing Emperor distributed the Moonlit Night monarch's findings for all of the other monarchs to read. All of the other monarchs were initially quite puzzled, but they soon realized why they had been summoned here upon reading through the findings. One of the handsome male monarchs present wore an expression of relief and lingering fear after reading through the findings, as if he had escaped some sort of dire situation. The Moonlit Night monarch has decided to give up on the mission to kill Lin and recover the evil-slaying sword. Which one of you is willing to take on this mission? The Dark Wing Emperor asked. His words drew cries of surprise from all of the monarchs. The Moonlit Night monarch had never failed in a mission before, but she was giving up on a mission now. The handsome man among them was struck by an almost irrepressible urge to applaud, as if he had found a comrade. He was the Starry Night monarch, who had accepted this mission first before also giving up on it. As a result of giving up on the mission, the Starry Night monarch received the punishment of supplying power to the Heart of Darkness for 100 years. However, he did not regret his decision in the slightest. He had finally managed to sneak away from the Heart of Darkness in order to heed the Emperor's call, and he was full of praise and approval for the Moonlit Night monarch upon learning of her decision to abort the mission. Sure enough, he was not the only one who valued his life here. The Dark Wing Emperor's words reverberated through the entire palace, but it was met with silence from the monarchs. "Emperor, you've seen the Moonlit Night monarch's findings as well. This is nothing but a suicide mission." One of the monarchs with a short fuse broke the silence first. "Exactly. Where are we going to find a return to void final stage cannon fodder? Mighty figures of that level all value their lives above all else. Who's going to be stupid enough to die for this cause?" Another monarch chimed in. "Could it be that the Emperor is telling us to form teams of 2, one of which will be responsible for killing Lin while the other has to sacrifice themselves? What a cruel Emperor! Dark Wing Emperor. This is definitely a suicide mission. I remember you telling us that we should value our lives. We've been living by your words this entire time. Have you forgotten, Emperor?" Another monarch spoke in a distressed voice. Thus, all of the monarchs engaged in a spirited and heated discussion, following which all of them came to a single unanimous conclusion. "This mission is too dangerous, we refuse to take it." The Dark Wing Emperor felt like he was on the verge of breaking down. "Who told you someone had to die for this mission? There may be another way. Can't you all use your brains and think?" "Use our brains and think?" Another round of spirited and heated discussion ensued. After using their brains, all of the monarchs came to a consensus that the Moonlit Night monarch's findings were irrefutable. Darkwing Emperor. Right at this moment, the Moonlit Night monarch suddenly bowed slightly. I have a suggestion. The Darkwing Emperor's thunderous expression eased slightly. Go on. The mysterious power within Enlin's body will only be triggered when he is faced with a life-threatening situation and is on the brink of death. As long as we don't push him to such a dire situation, we should be safe. The Moonlit Night monarch's voice flowed like gentle creek into everyone's heart. The Dark Wing Emperor's expression shifted. So you're saying, we take the sword but leave him alive? The Moonlit Night monarch said with a slow voice. That's... The Dark Wing Emperor's eyes lit up, but his brows immediately furrowed again. Are we not going to avenge the Dark Knight monarch then? The Moonlit Night monarch replied in a level voice. That's up to you to decide whether avenging the Dark Knight monarch is more important or whether recovering the evil-slaying sword is more important. If the mission is only to recover the sword, then I would be happy to take it again. A conflicted expression appeared on the Dark Wing Emperor's face before a faint sigh escaped from between his lips. So be it. We'll recover the sword and leave him alive. The reward for the mission remains unchanged, and I'll assign the mission to Moonlit Night again. I hope you won't disappoint me. All of the monarchs' hearts jolted upon hearing this, and they all cast envious glances toward the Moonlit Night monarch. If the mission was only to recover the sword, then it would be significantly less difficult. One had to realize that the reward for completing the mission was a divine fruit and the Tao-bearing light. What a huge reward! Some of the other monarchs were already struck by the urge to try and take the mission from the Moonlit Night monarch. Thank you for your trust, Emperor. The Moonlit Night extended a grateful salute with an expression that was just as nonchalant as ever. She made her way out of the palace and slowly disappeared into the night. The Dark Wing Emperor glowered at the remaining 10 monarchs. Meeting dismissed. Lingcan City. And Lin lay down on the city wall, looking up the moon and stars. Su Xiaolan sat beside Lin with her eyes closed, silently tempering the holy flame within her body. Xiaolan, do you think I will be able to completely conquer the dark marshlands someday? And Lin suddenly asked. Su Xiaolan opened her eyes after hearing Lin's question. The starry night sky appeared in her eyes, and there seemed to be a vermilion bird soaring into the sky and exploring all of the countless worlds. I think you'll be able to, and I don't think it will take too long. Su Xiaolan nodded with conviction. She had never doubted Lin's ability. She was only worried that this would be a perilous and arduous path for Lin to take. Have you already made a decision? Su Xiaolan asked. Lin heaved a faint sigh. I've already assigned the mission, so there's no going back. That's right, he was preparing to make a huge gamble next. When they were in the demonic slaughter space, Lin had already extracted a liter of holy blood and given it to Cassidy and Tobias so that they could recruit more underlings for him. A liter of blood didn't seem like much, but it was enough to recruit a huge number of blood tribe underlings if used sparingly. They had decided to set a time period of a year, during which the holy disciples would target those closest to them first before expanding to recruit more and more underlings. A year from now, all of the blood tribe mighty figures converted by the holy blood would gather to establish slave contracts with Lin. If things went smoothly, Lin would have taken his first major step to conquer the entire Dark Marshland a year from now. I just want to become an ordinary cultivator. Why is it that I seem to be deviating further and further from that original goal? I'm beginning to regret founding this holy blood cult. Lin wore a disconsolate expression on his face. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. You have to think about it this way. You've founded the holy blood cult for the sake of the human race. By converting the enemies of the human race to your slaves, you're making it safer for the human race. Lin's expression shifted, and he turned to the woman beside him before exclaiming in amazement, Impressive, Xiaolan. You're putting this valuable lesson to good use. What valuable lesson? Su Xiaolan was confused. Flexing for the sake of the human race. Lin replied with an excited expression. This was the lesson he had only just learned from the Celestial the Arch, but who would have thought that Su Xiaolan had already mastered it? Su Xiaolan. What was the point of conquering the entire dark marshlands? And Lin was initially a little lost when he thought about this subject. But he now had an answer. Wasn't he doing all these things to ensure the safety of the human race and to make the continent a more peaceful place? His heart was instantly filled with motivation with this grand vision in mind. And Lin looked up at the stars. Perhaps the ordinary life I led during which I sold stuffed buns for 1,000 spirit stones per steamer will be the happiest days of my life, but I will continue to forge ahead for the greater good of the human race. Su Xiaolan slapped a hand to her forehead. She didn't even want to respond to that. By the way, Xiaolan, as I am now, am I qualified to hear about our parents? And Lin asked with a buoyant smile. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's delicate features. Stop being so shameless. Those are my parents. I guess you're ready to hear it. You've already pissed off more than just 1 or 2 DAO integration stage super mighty figures anyway, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything rash and that you'll do as I say in this matter. And Lin immediately made a promise at her behest. Su Xiaolan shook the crimson bracelet on her wrist with a smile on her face. Do you remember when I told you that this vermilion bird bracelet once belonged to my mother? And Lin nodded. Of course I do. And Lin still clearly remembered that day when Su Xiaolan had obtained the vermilion bird bracelet at the Vermilion Bird sect and told him that this once belonged to her mother when she was still alive. And Lin had made a promise to himself then that he would help her resolve some things when he became powerful enough. My mother's name is Zhu Yishuang, and she was the little sister of the current Vermilion Bird sect leader, Zhu Shuza. Back when Situfeng was still the sect leader, they were the 2 most likely candidates to inherit the position of the sect leader. Su Xiaolan began her story, and Lin made a thoughtful gesture of bringing out some top-grade Immortal wine from his storage ring, which they sipped on as they chatted with one another. My mother and my uncle were very close in aptitude and broke through to the Return to Void stage almost at the same time. After that, they were invited by the Heavenly Court to enter the ancient Taichu realm, and it was there in the Void Star section of the ancient Taichu realm that my mother and my father met for the first time. That must have been an unforgettable encounter, right? And Lin sipped some wine as he spoke. Su Xiaolan nodded. It sure was. The 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle for a bunch of realm essence crystals, and my mother almost killed my father in the process. PFFF? And Lin spat out a mouthful of wine. That was a little different from the type of unforgettable encounter he had in mind. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face at the sight of Lin's dumbstruck reaction. She looked up into the night sky as she continued with a reminiscent expression on her face. After that, my mother snatched away the realm essence crystals, but she spared my father's life out of the kindness of her heart. About a dozen days later, my mother accidentally fell into a perilous realm from which she was struggling to escape from. My father sacrificed an extremely precious treasure in order to save her. It was also at that time when they officially got to know one another and became friends. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Many beautiful relationships are often the result of an act of kindness from one party. He turned to look at Su Xiaolan as he spoke. Back when he had first begun attending the university, he was a cultivating noob who knew absolutely nothing. However, Su Xiaolan was kind enough to not treat him with disdain and instead helped him onto the path of cultivation. Their fates had been intertwined with one another ever since Su Xiaolan first extended a kind, helping hand to him. Su Xiaolan blushed slightly when she sensed Lin's slightly scorching gaze, and she continued with her story. After that, my father and my mother searched for opportunities together in the ancient Taichu realm, and they helped each other out during many dangerous situations. It was through their friendship that they gradually developed feelings for one another. They kept in contact with one another even after exiting the ancient Taichu realm. Thus, their relationship slowly developed over time, and they became more and more important to one another. One day, my grandfather, Ao Meng, discovered the relationship between my father and my mother. He refused to accept this relationship and even threatened to disown my father if he insisted on being with my mother. And Lin couldn't help but grumble. TSK, Why would he refuse to accept this relationship? Our mother had an exceptional aptitude and even had a good chance of becoming the future sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect. What reason could he have for opposing this relationship? Su Xiaolin explained, "It's because my father is a dragon tribe cultivator. Relationships between dragons and humans are prohibited within the dragon tribe, as it would not only be very difficult to conceive a child between them. The child also had a very high chance of dying at birth, due to the conflicting bloodlines in their body. Furthermore, there was also the incident where Big Sister Shanine had failed to integrate the Daos of the Phoenix and the True Dragon. This was quite a traumatic event to the entire dragon tribe, which led them to hold rather antagonistic feelings toward the Vermilion Bird sect. My father was a mighty figure who had a good chance of progressing to the Dao integration stage in the future as well, and my grandfather did not want to take a risk with him. Hence, due to all of these reasons, my grandfather vehemently opposed this relationship." And Lin heaved a long sigh. "It feels like this is a very difficult love story. How did they conquer all of these obstacles in the end?" A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "After that, my mother beat the entire dragon court of the Eastern Seas into submission by herself and took my father by force." And Lin gaped with astonishment. "Was our mother that badass? I feel like I can already envision an exquisitely beautiful woman crushing the dragon court beneath her feet." He couldn't shake the feeling that the male and female roles seemed to be reversed here. "Wait a minute!" And Lin suddenly realized something, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. "Ao Meng is your grandfather? As in Ao Meng of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas?" He turned to Su Xiaolan with an incredulous expression. "Who did you think it was?" Su Xiaolan blinked. "And Lin, I almost killed your grandpa." He suddenly sighed with emotion. "Su Xiaolan, you're referring to that battle for the Spirit Stone Mine in the Flying Ball Tribe territory?" Su Xiaolan asked with a speechless expression. And Lin nodded with lingering fear in his heart. "I am. I was really angry at that time and I came very close to killing Ao Meng. Thinking back now, I almost made a huge mistake. He had almost killed Su Xiaolan's grandpa. Wasn't that the equivalent to almost killing his own grandfather-in-law? At that time, he was bashing Ao Meng like he was bashing his son. Speaking of which, he should have made this connection a long time ago after learning of Su Xiaolan's dual bloodline. Perhaps he just never thought about it that way." Su Xiaolan immediately provided words of consolation upon seeing An Lin's distressed expression. "You don't need to be so self-critical. My father had been disowned by Ao Meng after being taken away by my mother, so he had cut all ties with the Dragon Court. Even I have no further ties with the Dragon Court. The Dragon Court won't acknowledge me, and I don't want to have anything to do with them either." And Lin nodded. "Ao Meng sure has a weird way of treating his own children. I find it really hard to imagine that he would just disown your father and force him to leave the Dragon Court." Su Xiaolan took a sip of wine and shook her head. "Wasn't the Dragon Princess Bai Lian of the 4-9 Immortal sect also forced to leave? Ao Meng is a professional at forcing away his children." Both of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. Su Xiaolan had never seen Ao Meng, so she naturally had no emotional ties with him. Furthermore, Ao Meng's outlook on life really was quite hilarious. This is probably the downside to having too many children. He doesn't have enough time to understand the thoughts and feelings of all of his children, but he still tries to force them to live their lives according to his ideals. And Lin summarized. Su Xiaolan heaved a forlorn sigh. "After severing all ties with the Dragon Court, my father changed his name from Ao Guanyu to Su Guanyun." A smile appeared on An Lin's face. "No wonder your last name isn't Ao. Su Xiaolan sounds much better." An amused smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "After that, my father and mother got married, and they lived happily together at the Vermilion Bird sect. If this were just some generic love story, then this would be the end." However, An Lin knew that the story was only just beginning. Su Xiaolan extended a slender hand. "I'm thirsty. Bring on the fruit." And Lin immediately produced a first-grade spirit fruit, which he placed obediently into her outstretched hand. "Please enjoy, Your Majesty." "Good boy, little Lin." Su Xiaolan accepted the spirit fruit with a dainty smile before digging in. After living together happily for a long time, they encountered a major hurdle that they knew they were going to encounter. Even after living together for so long, they couldn't conceive a child together no matter how hard they tried. And Lin instantly became nervous for some reason upon hearing this. From a scientific standpoint, my mother and my father were from completely different species. Their sperm cells and eggs weren't compatible with one another, so how could they produce an offspring? Su Xiaolan analyzed it with a serious expression. And Lin became even more nervous upon hearing this. Then how can this be overcome? He finally figured out what he was nervous about. This was an issue he had to face with Xiaolan as well. Xiaolan was also a half-dragon. If Lin was to be in a relationship with Su Xiaolan in the future, wouldn't they have an issue with conception as well? This was a very important issue. Well, a slight blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. My parents went to a Purple Star fertility clinic and finally resolved this issue. And Lin? A peculiar silence ensued. Why did the atmosphere suddenly feel a little bit weird? And Lin? I'll go ask Bai Ling. There's no need for that. I still have the pill recipe. But the ingredients are quite difficult to find. Su Xiaolan's blush deepened as she continued. The issue was resolved after my mother took the pill to improve her constitution. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. No problem. Sword Immortal and Lin will gather any ingredients no matter what it is. After that, my parents went to great lengths in order to balance my dual bloodline. Only then did I escape the fate of detonating from the clash between my powerful bloodlines. Su Xiaolan sighed with emotions, clearly lamenting how difficult a journey it was just for her to be born into this world. And Lin immediately offered his shoulder and chest for Su Xiaolan to lean on. He couldn't help but get nervous again. When you say balance your bloodlines, Su Xiaolan, I have a pill recipe for that as well. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. In any case, I grew up to be a healthy little girl. My father taught me dragon tribe spell techniques, while my mother taught me fire type spell techniques. I have had great aptitude since birth. And my dual bloodlines further accelerated the progression of my cultivation base. She was actually the epitome of a standard prodigy. She had a good background, came from a good sect, had a good set of parents, and had a good aptitude. She was living the life of a princess. My mother was very strict. She would always beat me whenever I tried to slack off, and I was beaten by her to the point of tears close to 20 times. In order to hone my courage, she would often unleash some terrifying mutant beasts to scare me. In contrast, my father was really gentle with me. He would always comfort me, and he was really handsome when he smiled. And Lin nodded. I'm not surprised. Zhu Yishuang had crushed the entire dragon court by herself and abducted Su Guanyun, who was a male version of the cliché damsel in distress. It was not difficult to guess their personalities based on this. Su Xiaolan recounted her past in a slow voice, and Lin listened very carefully, trying to understand as much of her past as possible. Su Xiaolan's recount was very diligent and thorough, as if she was trying to reveal everything she could about her past to the man beside her. I was 12 that year when the holy vermilion flame suddenly showed signs of becoming volatile and unstable. In order to stabilize the holy vermilion flame, my parents and my uncle traveled to the void spirit realm in order to find a certain energy crystal. However, they caught the attention of 2 vermilion bird tribe Dao integration stage super mighty figures who wanted to devour their souls. Su Xiaolan's hands were tightly clenched into fists, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she recounted this part of the story. And Lin encircled his arms around Su Xiaolan and consoled her in a gentle voice. He already knew the ending of the story at this point. Among the vermilion bird origin treasures, there is a treasure known as the vermilion bird wing, which is a one-time life-saving treasure. When activated, the treasure allows the user to unleash a spatial teleportation technique for a short time. Not even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure would be able to stop them. Unfortunately, the vermilion bird wing can only teleport one person. It was the second vermilion bird origin treasure that my mother had obtained, and she didn't use it for herself or my father. Instead, she gave it to my uncle and told him to look after me before they separated. Su Xiaolan was already sobbing at this point in the story. They left me forever, just like that. It was so sudden. They didn't even say goodbye to me before they suddenly disappeared from my life. There was no longer anyone who could teach me dragon tribe spell techniques. My uncles taught me fire type spell techniques, but they wouldn't beat or scold me, nor would they release beasts to scare me. I was very obedient. I listened to everything my seniors told me. I tried my best to live, to smile, to not make my relatives worry, and to be an exceptional woman. Everyone would praise me, but the people I wanted to hear praise from the most would never appear again. Su Xiaolin sobbed as she spoke, releasing years and years of pent-up emotions. Her uncles really did love her and take good care of her. But how could they take the place of her parents? And Lin silently wiped the tears from Su Xiaolan's face. After crying for a while, Su Xiaolan carefully pulled out a photographic crystal, into which she injected her vital energy. An image began to appear before them. This was an image of a family of 3 wearing intricate red vermilion bird robes. There was an exquisitely beautiful woman with a vibrant smile on her face with one hand on a man's shoulder. Her other hand was holding a little girl's hand. The man had dragon horns on his head, and he wore a shy and gentle smile as he too latched onto the little girl's other hand with a hand of his own. The tiny Su Xiaolan stood between them with 2 buns on her adorable little head. Both of her hands were being held, and she wore an extremely warm and joyful smile under the light of the sun. What a warm and beautiful scene. What a happy and delightful family. And Lin felt as if his heartstrings had been tugged on, and he was slightly entranced by the image displayed before him. This is the first time I've ever shown this image to anyone. I can only use this image to reminisce about what my parents looked like now, Su Xiaolan said in a faint, forlorn voice. And Lin heaved a long sigh. Xiaolan, you were so adorable when you were small. Our parents also looked really good when they smiled. Su Xiaolan's grief was alleviated somewhat by Lin's compliment. A smile appeared on her face. Of course. My parents and I are all supermodels. By the way, do you think I'm more like my father or more like my mother? Su Xiaolan turned to look at Lin with her bright eyes. Lin thought for a moment before replying, You're more like your father in normal, everyday life, but you're more like your mother when you fight. Su Xiaolan faltered upon hearing this before bursting into laughter at Lin's comical evaluation. After that, the two of them chatted about the past under the serene night sky. Su Xiaolan had released all of her pent-up emotions, and she seemed to be a little exhausted as she soon fell asleep in Lin's arms. Lin looked up at the starry night sky and took a deep breath as a determined expression appeared on his face. With regard to those 2 Dao integration stage Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures, Xianxia had refrained from disclosing their identities in order to prevent Su Xiaolan from doing something rash. However, Su Xiaolan managed to find out for herself after she grew up. This wasn't actually something that was very difficult to find out. She told Lin that the 2 Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures were known as the God Engulfing Skeleton and Ember. They were both emperors who ruled over large empires. Even among Dao integration stage super mighty figures, they were 2 of the most powerful ones. This was why even after becoming the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect, Xianxia was unable to exact revenge on them. It was also the reason why Su Xiaolan had cautioned Lin over and over again not to do anything radical after hearing this story. Their opponents were simply too powerful, and Lin was naturally not going to do anything brainless. Everything had to wait until at least after he progressed to the return to Void stage. However, he was certainly not going to forget about this anytime soon. The sun gradually rose into the sky, indicating the beginning of a new day. Su Xiaolan slowly awakened in Lin's arms, and a blush appeared on her face as she gently struggled free from his arms before leaning against the city wall. Good morning. Lin greeted her with a smile. Su Xiaolan wore an expression of happiness mixed with a hint of embarrassment. Good morning. Did you not sleep last night? I did. I just woke up slightly earlier than you did. Lin replied. He was lying. This was a rare opportunity to hug Xiaolan for an extended period of time. How could he afford to waste time on things like sleep? Su Xiaolan nodded upon hearing this before beginning to meditate. Lin didn't need to cultivate. so he rode on Dubai's back to patrol the city wall again. This was the final day of the end-of-term examinations. Many students still had achievement scores of 0. All of them extended greetings of admiration and reverence upon seeing Enlin. Emperor Deng had disclosed what Enlin and Su Xiaolan had done in the dark marshlands, so everyone naturally knew about it by now. For return to void stage mighty figures and over 1,000 blood tribe powerful beings were killed, and Lin's current achievement score was probably defying the natural order. And Lin also extended warm greetings to all of the students he encountered. Don't work so hard, fellow students. Make sure to cover up under the sun, fellow students. Remember to rest, fellow students. Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's chest constricted upon seeing this. Did Enlin think he was the homeroom teacher? All of the students almost shed tears upon hearing Enlin's words. Don't work so hard? There's no work at all. I feel like I'm just a useless noob. I haven't done anything in the past half a month other than sunbathing on the city wall. Wah! Didn't Big Brother and say that he was going to take us to flex over our enemies? Why did he ditch us to flex by himself? And Lin conversed in a friendly manner with all of his fellow students. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Thus, the end-of-term examinations drew to a conclusion under this serene and harmonious atmosphere. The students of the first class created the legend of sustaining 0 casualties. At the same time, they also created a record where over 90% of the students recorded scores of 0. Wah! Homeroom teacher, can you at least give me a pass? I'm not asking for much, just 60 points. No more and no less. Miao Tian pouted with an aggrieved expression as she tugged on Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's sleeve. A wry smile appeared on Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's face as he offered words of consolation. Don't worry, these end-of-term trials are a little special, so you'll all graduate with no problems. However, I can't manipulate the scores. Furthermore, almost everyone received scores of 0, so you won't be out of place, and it's certainly not embarrassing. Miao Tian. Miao Tian had no response to this. She turned to glower at a group of people in the distance. Class Captain Shenyuan Cheng accidentally destroyed the entire Blood Tribe army and left no Blood Tribe soldiers for anyone else. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had gone even further. The Bone Demon Blood Sect incident had shocked the entire Dark Marshlands, and all of the Blood Tribe cultivators had scurried away into hiding. The students could not even find any Blood Tribe cultivators to fight after that. Hence, Shenyuan Cheng and Lin and Su Xiaolan received full marks, while everyone else got big fat donuts. Miao Tian was a powerful being on the Immortal rankings board, and she was extremely upset to have received a score of 0. However, she felt slightly better upon realizing that the exceptional prodigy Su Qianyun had also ended up with a score of 0. Everyone embarked on the journey back to the university, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the others were preparing to set off for the 4-9 Immortal sect. Xiao Chao's wedding was going to be held the day after tomorrow. This was an important event that they could not miss. After some discussion, they decided to ask their homeroom teacher to accept the rewards the school was going to give them in their stead. Thus, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Shenyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, Miao Tian, and the others applied for some leave and set off for the 4-9 Immortal sect. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was happy to send them on their way. Events like award ceremonies took place every year, but weddings were once-in-a-lifetime events. The homeroom teacher justified his decision with this reasoning as he munched on stuffed buns ignored by Dubai. On a vast grassland in the Purple Star State, there was a path paved with rose petals that was extremely eye-catching against the backdrop of the green grass. It was like a path of happiness leading all the way to the legendary Immortal sect. There were still 2 days until Xiao Chao's wedding, but many guests had already arrived. Mutant beast mounts made regular appearances over the blue sky, and at the same time, immortals flew through the air as streaks of dazzling light to create a lively and bustling scene. That's right, the renowned for 9 Immortal sect was holding a wedding. This was the second celebration the sect was holding after the grand opening of the sect, and this celebration was of an even larger scale than the first one, presumably because the sect held much more influence than it once did. Not only were there human sect representatives coming to attend the wedding, but many other powerful beings from all over the continent also converged to celebrate this grand occasion. At the same time, Enlin and the others were also on their way. Enlin rode on Dubai and flew toward the teleportation spell formation in the gem state. Behind him were his fellow students, who were also on the way to the wedding that was being held at the 4-9 Immortal sect. They were all prodigies that Enlin had convinced to join the 4-9 Immortal sect, and the Celestial the Arch had been depressed that they had not chosen to stay at the Heavenly Court. However, the Heavenly Court had no control over where these prodigies went, and the Celestial the Arch could only grumble about the situation to himself without being able to do anything. "Enlin, have you asked Xiao Chou what he would like as a present? I don't even know what to give him this time," Su Xiaolin asked in a soft voice. Enlin turned to her with a smile. "Haven't you already given him something during his wedding at Qinghu City? That's not the same thing. This is his second wedding, so I have to give him a second present too." Su Xiaolin spoke with a firm expression. "Just give him anything. We're all family, so there's no need to put so much thought into it." Enlin waved a dismissive hand. "It's exactly because we're family that we have to think carefully about this." Su Xiaolin expressed a conflicting viewpoint. There was a difference in opinion between the two of them in the end, and Lin conceded to Su Xiaolin's point of view. "And Lin, what are you going to give Xiao Chou?" Su Xiaolin asked. And Lin faltered for a moment. Su Xiaolin stared at Lin. "Don't tell me you haven't even thought about this." "Haha, that's impossible." And Lin laughed and said, "I've prepared a present a long time ago, and it's a very good present." He wasn't going to admit that he was too busy thinking about how much they would profit from this wedding to think about what he was going to get Xiao Chou as a present. Su Xiaolin extended a hand. "What are you planning to give him? Let me have a look." And Lin paused momentarily. He was just about to produce something when the evil-slaying sword in his storage ring suddenly began to tremor with surging battle intent. A crisp yet panicked voice sounded in his mind. "Be careful! There is a Dark Wing tribe powerful being approaching." And Lin's expression shifted. A being that could be referred to as powerful by the evil-slaying sword was definitely a terrifying foe. Whoosh! The evil-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Su Xiaolin was perplexed. "You're giving him your evil-slaying sword? Be careful, everyone. There is a powerful enemy approaching us." And Lin yelled with a grave expression. Su Chenyun, Shen Yuanchang, and the others reacted extremely quickly and instantly pulled out their weapons. And Lin leaped down from Dubai's back and released Gundam 3 and Yao Ji before issuing a solitary command. "Protect everyone else." This was the first time everyone had seen Lin display such a grim expression, and all of them began to get quite nervous. The evil-slaying sword was even more nervous. "Don't use me now. Put me back." And Lin faltered slightly before glowering at the evil-slaying sword. "How can the premier sword of the mighty sword Immortal and Lin be such a coward? You have really disappointed me." He couldn't understand why the high and mighty evil-slaying sword would suddenly be so fearful, but he knew that he couldn't lose in a battle of wills against their approaching opponent. Putting away his weapon would put a huge dent in his morale even before the battle had begun. The evil-slaying sword continued in a panicked voice. "This isn't about me being a coward or not. There's no time to explain. Just hurry up and listen to me." "Not listening. Not listening." And Lin shook his head with a firm expression. Evil-slaying sword. Crack! A crisp sound erupted in the air. An inky black spatial rift appeared in front of them before slowly extending. A fair and translucent foot made its way out of the spatial rift first, immediately following which a lithe and graceful woman in a black dress emerged slowly from the spatial rift. Her features were exquisitely enticing, and her beautiful eyes were tranquil and indifferent. Her skin was as fair and dazzling as the moon, creating a stark contrast with her dark dress, which fell just above her knee to reveal the lower section of her flawless legs. The woman was extremely dazzling. Not only did Dubai and Enlin fall into a slight stupor upon seeing her, but even the supreme beauties Su Chenyun and Su Xiaolin also faltered momentarily. It was clearly the middle of the day, but they felt as if they had seen the most beautiful moon. "What a gorgeous moon, woof!" Dubai praised with an entranced expression. Of course, everyone was still on high alert. The pair of black wings protruding from her back was simply too eye-catching, and everyone could instantly determine who she was. She was a dark wing tribe mighty figure. The woman's features were as cold as moonlight, and her eyes slowly settled on Enlin, upon which a hint of an enticing smile appeared on her face. Evil slaying sword. Enlin, I've finally found you. Enlin's heart sank. Sure enough, this dark wing tribe powerful being was coming after him. A concerned expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. She had already used her emergency talisman in the dark marshlands to request for reinforcements from the heavenly court. Now that she had no talisman left, how was she going to request for reinforcements? Xianxia was just about to pull out his voice transmission talisman when the woman in the black dress gripped the air before her. Boom! Heaven and earth instantly tremored as the space within a radius of 50 kilometers was sealed. However, not only did her spatial seal prevent everyone from escaping, even the voice transmission talisman signals had been cut off. Who are you? Enlin asked with a grave expression. A friendly smile appeared on the woman's intricate features. Let me introduce myself. My name is Moonlit Knight, and I'm only here to recover the evil-slaying sword, which belongs to the Dark Wing tribe. As long as you hand over the sword, I can guarantee that I won't hurt any of you. Everyone faltered upon hearing this. They had initially thought that this Dark Wing tribe powerful being was here to seek vengeance against Enlin. But who would have thought she was actually after his sword? The Moonlit Knight Monarch was a mighty figure at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage who was extremely renowned even across the entire continent. She was comparable to the likes of Layden of the Blood Tribe and War God Erlang of the Heavenly Court. However, her words and actions struck everyone with a peculiar feeling. Generally speaking, wouldn't powerful beings of her level just commit murder and robbery? Why was she negotiating in such a friendly tone with Enlin? She only wanted the sword, and she would let everyone go if he handed over the sword? For some reason, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This Moonlit Knight Monarch of the Dark Wing tribe seemed to be a little scared. Enlin also faltered slightly. Were all Dark Wing tribe mighty figures this easygoing? Of course, the Moonlit Knight Monarch was scared. She had done all of that prior research on Enlin after all. Unbeknown to everyone else, she was trying to recover the sword without putting Enlin in any life-threatening dangers. Any further delays could spell trouble. The Moonlit Knight Monarch had already swallowed the bitter pill of being overly cautious, as she was forced to witness the entire process of Enlin's meteoric rise. This time, she decided to complete her mission as quickly as possible. This was actually also the safest method. You stole the evil-slaying sword from the Dark Wing tribe. It's time for you to return it. The Moonlit Knight Monarch stepped forward, and her jade-like foot stamped into mid-air. Rumble, a crushing aura erupted forth, striking everyone with a sense of asphyxiation. A power of the divine Tao instantly spread through an area, which covered a radius of over 50 kilometers, as day transitioned into night. A pristine, round moon hung high in the sky, casting a wisp of moonlight down upon the Moonlit Knight Monarch, making her appear as holy and regal as a moon goddess. The Moonlit Knight Monarch had given Enlin a reason to hand over the evil-slaying sword, and she was trying to use her powerful aura to strike fear into their hearts and knock the final nail into the coffin in the process. I took this sword with my own strength. Why should I give it back? Enlin could sense the evil-slaying sword trembling uneasily in his hand, and his aura instantly soared as he looked at the Moonlit Knight Monarch with a resolute expression. Little Xie is mine. No one can take her away from me. Little Xie is mine. This sentence echoed through the air. The Moonlit Knight Monarch's brows furrowed. She felt like things were going to be a bit more difficult than she had thought. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. She felt like things weren't as simple as they seemed. Tina's brows furrowed. She felt like things were a bit strange. Debai's brows perked up. He felt like things were getting very interesting. The evil-slaying sword was extremely touched and immediately let loose a torrent of abuse. Are you a retard? She's trying to take me. So you better hurry up and put me away. And Lin only came to his senses then, and he immediately put the evil-slaying sword into his storage ring. The evil-slaying sword once belonged to the Dark Wing tribe, so keeping it out in the open might spell trouble. For example, the Moonlit Night Monarch might have some sort of mystic technique to summon it back to her or something like that. With that in mind, it was best to keep it safe and sound in the storage ring. If she wanted to take in Lin's evil-slaying sword, then she would have to earn it. Alright then, I guess I'll just have to disable you first. The Moonlit Night Monarch's brows furrowed slightly as she gripped the air before her. The moon in the sky brightened significantly, and its light materialized into a pristine white scythe in her hands. All of you find a chance to escape. I'll hold her off. And Lin roared to everyone behind him. Yao Ji was a Gundam that had mastered spatial skipping, while Tina was extremely proficient at using spatial powers. If they combined their forces, there was definitely a chance that the Moonlit Night Monarch spatial seal could be broken. All of the students knew they couldn't do anything in a battle of this caliber anyway, so they quickly retreated into the distance. You have to be careful, and Lin, your life is your top priority, Su Xiaolan urged. I believe in you, classmate and Lin, Su Qinyun encouraged in her mellow voice. Big brother and we'll wait for your safe return. Miao Tian was trembling uncontrollably from fear, but she still mustered up the courage to yell with all her might. And Lin didn't turn around. Instead, he gave everyone behind him a thumbs up. His skin began to turn crimson golden, and his aura began to climb. He possessed 6 divine flames, 1 holy flame, and the fire god mode. He could combine the powers of those flames, thus creating a power that exceeded the sum of the powers of his individual flames. Boom! The flames exploded, and Lin's entire body was enshrouded in a scorching ball of flames, as if he were a fire god incinerating the night unleashed by the Moonlit Night Monarch. The Moonlit Night Monarch completely disregarded all of the retreating students. Her target had always been the evil-slaying sword in Lin's storage ring, and that had not changed in the slightest. You are very powerful, but you're still too weak compared to me. Moonlit Night raised her proud head as she stepped forward, upon which she instantly disappeared from the spot. Spatial skip. The hair on Lin's body stood up on end as he was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of extreme danger. In the next instant, the Moonlit Night Monarch had already appeared right in front of Lin, and her moonlight scythe slashed toward Lin's waist at a terrifying speed. And Lin activated his divine inspection technique and only just managed to capture the trajectory of the Moonlit Night Monarch's attack. He blocked the scythe blade with one hand while his other hand clenched into an almighty fist that he launched toward the Moonlit Night Monarch. The crimson golden fist hurtled forward with explosively, making the space around it twist and warp. The air was flattened and liquefied for several kilometers from the overwhelming power behind the fist. Moonlit Night's expression shifted minutely, and a full moon flashed before her eyes as she dodged her head to the side in the last moment in order to evade Lin's fist. The blade of her scythe slashed open Lin's arm, and blood splattered through the air. At the same time, Lin's other fist landed on her. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The explosive power behind the fist erupted forth in a radius of close to 10 kilometers, fracturing the earth below and uprooting countless trees, which were then reduced to sawdust by the violent and destructive gale force winds. The Moonlit Night Monarch's hair was lifted by the power behind Lin's fist. Even though she evaded the punch, her body was still blasted, flying for over a kilometer just from the terrifying shockwaves alone. After their first exchange, it appeared that neither of them had gained an advantage. But that was not actually the case. Lin's hand was trembling, and a gash had been slashed into his left arm, from which blood flowed relentlessly. Even though the Moonlit Night Monarch had been blasted flying for over a kilometer and her blood was churning a little, she had not sustained any injuries. It was quite clear that Lin had fallen to a disadvantage during this opening exchange. Fuck! He almost had his entire arm amputated by that scythe, and Lin looked up at the woman in the black dress standing in the distance, and he was struck by a massive headache. He did not know how he was going to be able to get out of this one. The Moonlit Night Monarch had no intention of giving him any time to catch his breath, and her body disappeared on the spot yet again. This was the most annoying part about facing an opponent who was capable of spatial skipping. If you weren't extremely proficient at using the spatial powers, you wouldn't even know where your enemy would appear or where their attacks were coming from. And Lin activated the power of his divine sense to the maximum and also maintained his divine inspection technique at the same time in order to allow him to react as quickly as possible to his enemy's attacks. However, he was soon dumbstruck again. For moonlit night monarchs with the exact same aura and appearance had appeared in the air. All of them were holding peerlessly sharp moonlight scythe, which slashed toward Lin from all directions, sealing away all potential avenues for evasion and escape. And Lin couldn't dodge this attack. This was the terrifying power of a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void stage who had attained the power of the Divine Tao. They simply had too much variety and diversity in their spell techniques, making them extremely difficult to defend against, and all of those spell techniques had the power to severely wound or even kill him. Sigh! And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. All of a sudden, an extremely dazzling light lit up the entire heaven and earth. The moonlit night monarch's expression shifted. Even the students who had retreated into the distance were all dumbstruck. Su Xiaolan murmured to herself. And Lin, he's so green. That's right. There was an extremely dazzling and rich green light erupting from Lin's body. Immediately afterward, an even more surprising development took place. The rich green light in the air suddenly materialized into a turtle shell, which enveloped Lin's body, leaving only his head and his 4 limbs out in the open. That's right. And Lin was now wearing a green turtle shell. All of the students fell silent upon seeing this, and Lin let loose an enraged roar. Evading turtle! His head and 4 limbs instantly withdrew into his turtle shell. All of the onlookers. This evading turtle technique was the core spell technique that Tianqinji had bestowed upon him in the fallen god's seabed tomb. It was the spell technique she had taken the most pride in during her lifetime, and Lin had once experimented with this spell technique, and he was dumbstruck as well after seeing the visual effect it created. If it was possible, he really didn't want to use this technique. However, he couldn't think of any other way to defend himself against the moonlit night monarch's attack. The moonlit night monarch's attack fell at this moment. For peerlessly sharp moonlight scythe blades crashed down upon the green turtle shell from different directions, upon which an extremely sharp screeching sound erupted. The terrifying power of the moonlight divine Tao surged through the entire night sky. This was like a clash between the sharpest blades against the most resolute shield. Crack! The turtle shell finally showed signs of cracking open. However, the moonlit night monarch's attack also ran out of steam at this very same moment. The turtle shell had blocked the moonlit night monarch's attack, and Lin was completely unscathed as he hid within the turtle shell. The 4 moonlit night monarchs stared at Lin's turtle shell, and their brows furrowed slightly. Her body slowly began to become illusory as her true body, which was holding the moonlight scythe, reappeared. Heh! The sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect and Lord of Transcendence, who is renowned across the entire continent, is hiding in a turtle shell like a coward? Moonlit Night taunted in a cold voice. And Lin was obviously not going to be goaded so easily by such basic mind games. His turtle shell suddenly hurtled toward the moonlit night monarch while his head and 4 limbs were still hidden within it. That's right. The dazzling green turtle shell was rotating as it crashed toward the moonlit night monarch with formidable power. The moonlit night monarch. She extended a delicate palm and pressed down with a vicious force onto the turtle shell. Dark moon divine palm. The full moon in the sky suddenly projected a moonlight that was imbued with the power of true Yin, which instantly materialized to form a divine palm. The divine palm then fell from the sky and crashed toward the turtle shell. Boom! An earth-shattering power smashed the turtle shell into the ground, raising everything within a radius of close to 10 kilometers to the ground. That thing sure is hard. Moonlit Night pursed her lips with frustration as she looked down at the green turtle shell at the center of the crater, which had cracked open but still not completely broken. She was just about to unleash a more powerful spell technique to break open that annoying turtle shell when she discovered that 2 extremely strong bursts of spatial power had shattered the perimeter of her spatial seal. The moonlit night monarch's expression shifted. Even though the spatial seal was something thrown together casually by her, there was still almost no chance of it being broken unless it was by a return to void stage mighty figure that had already attained the power of the divine Tao. And Lin's party still had such a powerful mighty figure within its ranks? In the end, the Moonlit Night Monarch had underestimated the powers of the divine techniques that Tina mastered in the divine mirror world. After breaking through the spatial seal, the first thing everyone did was to request help from the heavenly court via voice transmission talisman. It was already too late for the Moonlit Night Monarch to stop them, so the only thing she could do was to pile on the pressure to recover the evil-slaying sword as quickly as possible. She turned toward Su Xiaolan and the others, and a dangerous smile appeared on her face. "You're not coming out to battle? Fine. Then I'll just have to cut down your friends first." How was his turtle shell going to protect his friends? The Moonlit Night Monarch was trying to use a tactic like this to force Enlin out of his turtle shell. She believed that Enlin was definitely not the type of person who would disregard the safety of his friends. As expected, the green turtle shell suddenly began to tremor. However, the turtle shell didn't completely disappear. Instead, only a hole opened up, from which a ball of energy suddenly whistled toward her. The turtle shell quickly fled into the distance. The Moonlit Night Monarch was suddenly struck by a suffocating sense of peril. Her life was in grave danger. True Moon Barrier. The Moonlit Night Monarch unleashed her most powerful defensive spell technique without any hesitation. The moon in the sky disappeared and instantly enshrouded her body to form an extremely resolute barrier. The ball of energy cracked open. An explosion that rocked heaven and earth suddenly erupted. Boom! Blue explosive energy engulfed heaven and earth. This energy was as violent as a tsunami and as vast and boundless as the ocean. The divine Tao domain that Moonlit Night had unleashed, which encompassed an area of over 50 kilometers in radius, was instantly pulverized by the terrifying power of the explosion. That's right, in the face of the Moonlit Night Monarch's blatant threat. And Lin didn't retract his turtle shell mode. Instead, he tossed the deep-sea superbomb toward her. The deep-sea superbomb was constructed from two high-density energy cores that had been subjected to extreme water pressure for over 100,000 years, which were then infused with Lan Xingyang's power of the divine Tao. After being activated by Enlin, it was able to unleash a power comparable to the full power strike of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. There was a note attached, which warned him that cultivators below the Tao integration stage had to maintain a distance of over 50 kilometers from the bomb before detonating the bomb. And Lin couldn't escape to over 50 kilometers away, but his fellow classmates were already at a safe distance away. He had to make sure of that before he detonated the bomb, in case Su Xiaolan and the others were caught in the explosion. Just a moment ago, the perfect opportunity had arisen. He did not give in. Instead, he took the initiative to unleash an unexpected attack in order to turn the tables in an instant. And Lin didn't run away. Instead, he maintained his turtle shell form in order to keep the terrifying shockwaves of the explosion at bay. The boundless, monstrous power of the ocean rocked heaven and earth. A vast area of over 50 kilometers in radius was engulfed by vast, violent energy. It engulfed the Moonlit Night Monarch and Enlin, and everything that was standing in the way of the blue energy was instantly pulverized. Not only that, but vast waves swept through an area of over 250 kilometers in radius, instantly transforming it into a surging ocean. And Lin, all of Enlin's classmates were knocked flying by the shock waves of the explosion as they yelled Enlin's name. That explosion was simply too terrifying, and they couldn't help but worry about Enlin's current condition. Su Xiaolan had tears shimmering in her eyes as she held the black turtle shell in front of her chest with a white-knuckled grip. "You should have told me. If you have told me you were going to use a weapon like this, I would have given the Heavenly Star Dark Shell to you." This was actually an oversight by Enlin. He was simply too tense and had completely forgotten about the Heavenly Star Dark Shell as a result. Otherwise, the deep-sea super bomb and the Heavenly Star Dark Shell would make an invincible combination. The devastating power was still wreaking havoc in the distance. Heaven and earth had been transformed into a lethal marine realm. Dabai stared at the scenes of devastation before his eyes with wide eyes. Did Big Brother and detonate the large water ball? How did he trigger such a terrifying explosion? Woof! That's not the case. Giant Enlin received a present from the clan leader of the Spirit Fish Clan, Lan Xingyang. It's called the Deep Sea Super Bomb. He most likely just detonated that. Tina had accompanied Enlin on that trip, so she knew what was going on. Deep Sea Super Bomb? Dabai stared at the vast ocean before him and drew a sharp intake of breath. This is the first time I've seen a bomb that I can detonate to create an ocean. Woof! Xianyuan Cheng's eyes glowed with scorching light as his body trembled with excitement. It's perfect! To think that the powers of yin and yang could fuse together so flawlessly to create such a harmonious and well-rounded explosion. Everyone's expression darkened upon hearing this. What the hell was a harmonious and well-rounded explosion? The power of the marine divine Tao gradually dissipated. Atop the violent, turbulent ocean, there was a beautiful speck of green light. A man lay on a shattered turtle shell, which rose and fell with the waves, as he panted heavily. The explosion had shredded his white robe into ribbons, revealing skin that was either charred black or split open, accentuating just how extraordinary that explosion was. That was way too scary. Thankfully, I managed to put some distance between myself and the explosion. Even with the body of the war god and the evading turtle technique, I was still severely injured. And Lin muttered to himself with fear lingering in his heart. There was a split second where even he thought he was going to die. The moonlit night monarch had probably been wiped off the face of this world, right? And Lin turned toward the location where the moonlit night monarch was standing earlier. And Lin looked up at the location where the moonlit night monarch was standing earlier. The light of the sun shone down upon the boundless ocean, and there was nothing there aside from a vast amount of seawater. It's finally over, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief as a triumphant smile appeared on his face. The moonlit night monarch was indeed very powerful. Just from the fact that she could easily break through in Lin's divine body indicated that she was more powerful than the likes of the dark night monarch, palace leader Qing Li, Layden, and Shan Hao. Unfortunately for her, she hadn't even had a chance to show everyone what she was capable of before Enlin threw a game-ending hack at her. Little Xie, are you touched by the lengths I went to just to prevent you from being taken by the moonlit night monarch? Enlin pulled out the evil-slaying sword with a smile on his face. For what felt like the first time ever, the evil-slaying sword didn't rebut Enlin's words. It only responded with a light and did not say anything else. And Lin knew that his image had improved significantly in the evil-slaying sword's heart. With this in mind, tears began to flow down his face. Only he knew how arduous a journey it was to get to this point. He raised the evil-slaying sword as words of praise flowed from his mouth. Ah, little Xie, your inky black blade is like the purest black under the sun. So pure that it's absolutely flawless. Your gorgeous, streamlined figure is the most beautiful among all swords, and I am entranced just by setting eyes upon you. The evil-slaying sword trembled with rage, and it simply couldn't help but flare up in anger. Are you trying to disgust me to death? It was feeling quite moved by what Enlin had done for it, but Enlin had to go and instantly ruin the touching atmosphere. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he was just about to put the sword away when an extreme sense of danger suddenly welled up in his heart. Be careful! The evil-slaying sword also let loose a panicked cry at this moment. Whoosh! An extremely dazzling crescent moon erupted from underneath him, slicing apart the ocean and space itself as heaven and earth lost all of its lusters. The shattered turtle shell Enlin was lying on was also sliced apart by the crescent moon. In the end, the crescent moon sliced viciously into Enlin's arm, which was holding the evil-slaying sword aloft, upon which the sound of flesh and bone being torn apart erupted. Blood splattered through the air, and he saw an amputated arm flying into the air with an inky black longsword still gripped in its hand. An extremely acute sense of agony spread through his entire body. Ah! And Lin couldn't help but let loose a wail of anguish, and he abruptly jumped up to grab the arm in the sky. However, a black figure suddenly emerged from the ocean and reached the evil-slaying sword before him. And Lin came to a sudden realization upon seeing this black figure. The moonlit night monarch wasn't dead. She managed to survive even after the terrifying deep-sea superbomb explosion. Not only that, but the first thing she thought of after being severely wounded during that explosion was not to run away, but to hide and conceal her aura at the bottom of the ocean before landing the lethal blow after finding the right opportunity. What a terrifying opponent! The moonlit night monarch's black dress was in tattered ribbons, and ghastly wounds riddled her entire body. Not only that, but she was missing an arm and a leg, and her two glorious black wings were now completely charred and ruined. Her previously flawless body was now in an extremely sorry state while her blood, which intermingled with seawater, dripped into the ocean down below. I won. The moonlit night monarch's voice was gentle and soft as she turned toward Enlin with an expression as soft as the light of the moon. Even after sustaining such gruesome injuries, there was still not even a hint of panic in her eyes. Oh really? A black mist began to emanate from Enlin's body as his aura climbed. Origin energy of the netherworld. The moonlit night monarch's expression darkened slightly when she sensed the astonishing power radiating from Enlin's body. She did not think that Enlin would be capable of unleashing an explosive mystic technique like this even in his current state. A dazzling golden light appeared in Enlin's palm while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently to form golden particles of light, which converged toward Enlin's palm, making the energy gathered there more and more formidable. This was one of Enlin's trump cards, the god of war heaven-blasting cannon. The moonlit night monarch could feel that the attack Enlin was about to unleash had locked onto her, and she raised the evil-slaying sword high into the air as she forced herself to retaliate. At a time like this, the most accurate course of action was to be decisive and prevent the enemy from unleashing their spell technique. Evil sword technique. Darkness-crushing monarch. A delicate cry sounded. Whoosh! An ethereal and insubstantial, yet extremely mighty black projection appeared behind the moonlit night monarch. She swung the evil-slaying sword in her hand down toward Enlin. The overwhelming sword intent colored the entire sky black. Her sword strike was imbued with an extreme power. Enlin's body trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the powerful sword strike. Fuck! He couldn't evade this. This bitch was attacking far too quickly and not giving him enough time to prepare his god of war heaven-blasting cannon. In this impossibly dire situation, a familiar white light shimmered in the air. A tiny, flawless figure suddenly appeared, and she raised her hands to the sky as she let loose a delicate cry. Divine technique, energy source reversal. A white halo suddenly appeared to enshroud herself and Enlin, creating an extremely resolute barrier that kept the overwhelming power sweeping toward them at bay. Rumble. The space around them tremored violently. All of the dark energy that entered the white halo somehow transformed into a form of gentle, harmless energy. And Lin discovered that all of this energy was then available for him to use as it poured relentlessly into his god of war heaven-blasting cannon spell technique. And Lin was astonished. This technique had nullified the destructive element of Moonlit Knight's power before transferring the energy for him to use. What a terrifying technique! The Moonlit Knight monarch's expression also shifted slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately spread open her wings and unleashed a movement technique to flee into the distance. She had been severely debilitated by her injuries and was capable of unleashing less than half of her normal power. As such, the best course of action would be to get out of here as quickly as possible. However, right at this moment, an extremely scorching aura suddenly swept toward her. The sharp cry of a vermilion bird erupted through the sky. A white holy vermilion flame sword projection swept toward the moonlit night monarch like a vermilion bird descending upon this world. Su Xiaolan had also sprung into action. Her opponent had hurt Lin, and for that, she had to pay. In her current condition, the moonlit night monarch couldn't just disregard this attack. As such, she was forced to sweep her sword through the air in order to slice apart the holy vermilion flame sword projection. However, there was a split second of delay as she did so. Boom! An extremely dazzling golden light imbued with a form of devastating power erupted into the sky. And Lin stood atop a turtle shell, and he let loose an almighty roar as he unleashed his god of war heaven-blasting cannon. Turtle Chi technique. The golden energy blast was like an unstoppable force of nature, annihilating everything in its path. The moonlit night monarch was just about to unleash a spell technique when boundless sorrow welled up in her heart, bringing tears to her eyes. At the same time, her lower abdomen was struck by a sharp pain as she was suddenly struck by the irrepressible urge to defecate. Not only was she wet up top, but she was also wet down at the bottom. This bizarre development further delayed her reactions. It was also in that instant that the moonlit night monarch missed the best opportunity to defend or evade, and her body was engulfed by the terrifying pillar of golden energy. The golden pillar of energy from the god of war, heaven-blasting cannon flew into infinity and beyond, as if it were trying to puncture the heavens itself. Tina and Su Xiaolan could also sense how terrifying that attack was from nearby. After all, the god of war heaven-blasting cannon was a spell technique that could blast a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure into dust. It should have no problems dealing with a severely debilitated mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage. Sure enough, an inky black sword soon plummeted from the sky. The golden light slowly dissipated. A woman with black wings who was riddled with wounds fell from the sky. Her aura was flickering in and out of existence, and a few black feathers fluttered down around her, making her appear as if she were a goddess that had fallen from great heights. And Lin was completely exhausted, and he lay on his turtle shell, panting relentlessly. At the same time, he swallowed a 7th-grade immortal pill to replenish his depleted energy as well as his blood. Su Xiaolan retrieved the evil-slaying sword. Tina took the initiative to charge toward the moonlit night monarch. She planned to use her Heart Lotus Ice Sword to land the killing blow. The moonlit night monarch suddenly opened her eyes, and she abruptly gripped the air, bringing her fingers together to shatter a ball-shaped object with 4 pairs of wings, creating a black energy barrier that instantly enshrouded her entire body. Tina's sword struck the black barrier, but she was not even able to put a slight scratch on it. Everyone's expression shifted upon seeing this. They didn't think that the moonlit night monarch would still be capable of defending herself even when she was clearly on the brink of death. And Lin was feeling extremely depressed. He was already out for the count, but the moonlit night monarch could still fight? Had this woman obtained a cockroach inheritance or something? Within the black spherical barrier, the moonlit night monarch stared intently at the evil-slaying sword in Su Xiaolan's hand. A chill ran down Su Xiaolan's spine, and she tightly gripped the black turtle shell in front of her chest. Just when everyone thought that they were going to have another tough battle on their hands, the black ball around Moonlit Knight's body suddenly tore through space and disappeared into a spatial passageway. Tina's mouth gaped open with incredulity. She ran away? Su Xiaolan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. That black ball was probably the Moonlit Night monarch's life-saving treasure. She had also been forced into dire straits. Even so, that death stare the Moonlit Night monarch gave her was quite scary. Their enemy had fled the battle, but everyone was still on high alert in case there was more to come. And Lin, are you all right? Su Xiaolan flew toward Lin, picking up his amputated arm along the way. I'm fine. And Lin squeezed a smile onto his face. He had already taken an immortal pill, so he was in a stable condition. Everyone flew toward Lin with expressions of concern on their faces. Alongside their concerned expressions, Luo Zipping, Miao Tian, and the others also had a hint of scorching reverence glowing in their eyes. Their classmates had just forced a dark-winged tribe monarch into fleeing right before their very eyes. How could they not be exhilarated after witnessing something so epic? Can the arm be reattached? Su Xiaolan turned to Tina. Not only was Tina quite proficient in using spatial spell techniques, but she was also quite skilled in the art of healing as well. No problem. Leave it to me. Tina patted her little chest and lifted Lin's arm before flying over to Lin's side, where she began to reattach his arm. In this world, regrowing limbs wasn't all that difficult, let alone reattaching an amputated arm. And Lin hadn't even gotten used to the feeling of being a one-armed hero before his left arm was reattached. After that, he lay in his coffin to facilitate fast recovery. Crack! A spatial rift appeared in the air. Everyone's heart jolted with shock because they thought the Moonlit Night monarch was back. All of them took up a defensive formation around Enlin before pulling out their weapons as they stared at the spatial rift with grave expressions. A man wearing a set of purple imperial robes and a cold expression emerged from within the spatial rift. He immediately faltered slightly at the sight of everyone with their weapons at the ready, staring at him with enmity in their eyes. Everyone also faltered momentarily. Who would have thought that it would be Emperor Ziwei? Peculiar silence ensued. Emperor Ziwei turned toward the coffin Enlin was lying in before breaking the silence. Enlin died. Everyone, Enlin. Even though his god of war heaven-blasting cannon mission had disappeared from the system, Enlin was 100% sure that Emperor Ziwei still hated him. Not yet. I'm just recovering from my injuries, Enlin said with difficulty. Emperor Ziwei nodded to show his approval of Enlin. As expected of the small war god of the heavenly court. To think you were even able to defeat the moonlit night monarch. Your rate of growth is extremely commendable. After verifying everyone else's conditions, he unleashed a mystic technique to try and trace the moonlit night monarch. Unfortunately, Emperor Ziwei's brows furrowed deeply after a short while. That's strange. Why are there no spatial energy fluctuations? Could it be that she used an extremely advanced fleeing device? Emperor Ziwei's eyes glowed with an all-encompassing light as he carefully examined his surroundings. But he was unable to find anything. This was a little awkward. He had come all the way here, so he couldn't just do nothing except inquire about whether Enlin was dead or alive, right? He had to do something to alleviate this awkwardness. Emperor Ziwei made his way over to Enlin before a benevolent smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Enlin. Long time no see, Senior Ziwei. Enlin forced a smile onto his face. Ziwei, you old dog. Give me my damn inheritance, Ziwei said with a calm expression. The moonlit night monarch must have had a reason for attacking you. Did she say anything to you? Enlin shook his head. She didn't say anything except to tell me that the evil-slaying sword belonged to the Dark Wing tribe, and that she was here to recover it. Senior Ziwei, do you know anything about the evil-slaying sword? Thinking back now, it was Emperor Ziwei who had left the evil-slaying sword on Earth. In that case, Emperor Ziwei should have been the first owner of the evil-slaying sword. Emperor Ziwei came clean with a resigned expression. I don't know much about the evil-slaying sword either. I took it from a Dark Wing tribe monarch that I had slain in the past. I knew that it was a pinnacle immortal tool and that it's missing something, which was preventing it from advancing to the divine tool level. I thought it was unable to advance to the divine tool level as it was missing a powerful sword spirit, so I left it on Earth to be tamed and nurtured, but I didn't think the Dark Wing tribe would try to recover it even at the risk of irking Her Majesty Nuwa. Emperor Ziwei looked at the evil-slaying sword in Su Xiaolan's hand with a thoughtful expression. It looks like the evil-slaying sword is much more important to the Dark Wing tribe than I had imagined. It was as if the evil-slaying sword had sensed Emperor Ziwei's scrutiny, and it trembled before flying out of Su Xiaolan's grasp to settle next to Enlin. Everyone faltered momentarily upon seeing this. This was the first time the evil-slaying sword had displayed such trust and reliance toward him, and Enlin was very touched. Little Xie, you do love me after all. Shut up and give me some time to calm down. The evil-slaying sword's cold voice sounded. This was the first time Enlin had seen the evil-slaying sword display such humanized emotions. Emperor Ziwei didn't really seem to take this to heart. Instead, a warm smile appeared on his face. Enlin, your performance at the Immortal Spirit Tower over a year ago was exemplary, and I still haven't given you a reward. Today, I've prepared one that I can give to you. Enlin's entire body shuddered upon hearing this. Oh my God, what did I just hear? Emperor Ziwei is voluntarily offering me a reward? Was he really that benevolent? The reward wasn't going to be a beating, was it? Enlin was astonished. Emperor Ziwei's chest constricted upon seeing Enlin's shocked expression. What? You don't want my reward? No. I'm just too happy. Enlin forced a fake joyful smile onto his face. When the reward he had been thinking day and night about was suddenly about to be delivered, he was suddenly struck by a sense of surrealism for some reason. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was some sort of trap. After all, this was a reward for pummeling Emperor Ziwei. And Lin's rise to becoming a household name throughout the Heavenly Court and across the entire Taichu continent seemed to have begun from that incident where he pummeled Emperor Ziwei. A Dao integration stage true god had been bashed by a soul formation stage cultivator. Even though the Immortal Spirit Tower was a special place, this was still a piece of earth-shattering news. Emperor Ziwei had probably stabbed a voodoo doll of Enlin countless times. Enlin did not doubt Ziwei's pettiness. After all, the system would not lie. Emperor Ziwei looked at Enlin's smile, which was so obviously fake. Was Enlin taunting him? Or was this a provocation? He initially didn't want to give Enlin a reward, but it would be a little embarrassing for him if he came all the way here only to do nothing. As such, he decided to give Enlin the reward he owed him. This would also help him keep up appearances. He paused momentarily before deciding to ignore Enlin's blatantly fake smile. He extended a hand, upon which a white ball of light began to appear over the center of his palm. I have the titles of Master of all things as well as the Lord of the Stars. I have mastered countless immortal spells, but the immortal spell I take the most pride in is my star divination technique. I can bestow this core inheritance upon you. Of course, aptitude will play a huge part in how much you can actually derive from my inheritance. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Even Enlin was slightly dumbstruck by it. This was an extremely sought-after inheritance. The star divination technique could be said to be one of Emperor Ziwei's more core inheritances. Countless mighty figures dreamed of receiving an inheritance like this. Even if they were lacking in aptitude and could only learn a little from it, it would still be an extremely practical technique that would prove to be quite useful. Emperor Ziwei was quite pleased with everyone's expression, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't get excited too early. I still have a second option for you, which is a second-grade immortal pill, which will also be immensely beneficial to your cultivation. A second-grade immortal pill was at least worth 1 million spirit stones, and some of the more expensive ones even cost several million. Miao Tian, Zhong Yongyan, and the others were rooted to the spot by this lavish reward. Were they really living in the same world as Enlin? This was like a bricklayer finally finishing a day of hard work before accidentally overhearing a conversation. One person offered a choice to another in an indifferent voice. I can give you superhuman properties, or I can give you $1 billion. Pick one. The other person was extremely distraught as a result and didn't know what to choose. The bricklayer only wanted to tell them both to fuck off. What had the bricklayer done to deserve overhearing a conversation like this? Enlin and Emperor Ziwei both disregarded the dumbfounded students around them. After hearing the two options Emperor Ziwei had presented to him, Enlin was struggling to come to a decision. One was a spell technique inheritance, while the other was a materialistic reward. This really was an extremely difficult choice. Firstly, taking Emperor Ziwei's star divination technique was a bit of a gamble. If his aptitude wasn't up to scratch and he didn't get much out of it, then it would be a bit of a waste. Furthermore, Enlin's divine simulation technique was also an extremely powerful divination technique. Even though there was a price that had to be paid for using it, it was extremely badass. Hence, the star divination technique would be a little redundant. Choosing the immortal pill seemed like a good option. After all, no one would complain about having too many immortal pills. However, filthy rich and was not lacking in money, so he could buy whatever immortal pill he wanted. There were countless opportunities to buy immortal pills, but there was most likely only going to be one opportunity to receive a reward from Emperor Ziwei. Thus, Enlin gave a response that no one anticipated. Enlin, Emperor Ziwei, I don't want either of those two things. Everyone was dumbstruck, and they were beginning to doubt their ears. He considered the two options for so long before deciding that he wanted neither. Emperor Ziwei was also quite taken aback. What did you say? Su Xiaolan interjected in a panicked voice. What are you doing? Enlin, this is something being offered to you for free, so you might as well take it. Has that deep-sea super bomb explosion knocked you silly? Enlin's lips twitched as he offered an explanation. I'm not saying I don't want anything. I'm saying I would like another reward. If possible, I would like Emperor Ziwei to do me a favor. Emperor Ziwei's interest was piqued. Oh? What do you propose? A smile appeared on Enlin's face. I know you have another renowned title, and that is the #1 tool refinement master of the Heavenly Court. Is that correct? Emperor Ziwei nodded with an indifferent expression. Correct. I would like you to refine a divine tool for me. And Lin cut straight to the chase. Emperor Ziwei's face convulsed slightly. What? Of course, I'll supply all of the materials, you'll only need to supply the expertise. And Lin added. Emperor Ziwei came to his senses upon hearing this. He was almost knocked over by Enlin's request. He didn't want an immortal pill, but he wanted a fucking divine tool instead. Did Enlin think he was a retard? Thankfully, he was offering to supply all of the materials, which made everything a lot more plausible. Just refining a divine tool with the materials already provided would only incur a fee of a few million spirit stones, which was still within an acceptable range. However, his pupils soon contracted with shock. You've already gathered all of the ingredients required to refine a divine tool? You need a lot of divine rank materials. Divine rank materials were all priceless and were extremely sought after even by Dao integration stage super mighty figures. A soul formation stage had gathered enough materials to refine a divine tool? Just this very notion sent waves of shock surging through Emperor Ziwei's heart. And Lin was so young as well. Not only was Emperor Ziwei astonished, but all of the students were also dumbstruck with the exception of Xiaolin. To them, immortal tools were already legendary items. However, Enlin had actually set his sights on divine tools already. There were only a handful of divine tools across the entire kingdom of the 9 states. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. I can show you the materials I've gathered right now. His storage ring flashed as he spoke. One divine rank material after another began to appear alongside a series of phenomena, which enshrouded heaven and earth. These divine rank materials emanated extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Golden Yang Chaotic Stone, Sea Essence Vital Wood, Deceased Emperor Bone, a Drop of Emotional Tears, Jade Pendant of Heaven and Earth, and Sea Heart Stone. Emperor Ziwei fell into a daze as he stared at the divine rank materials laid out before him. He couldn't help but extend a hand toward these divine rank materials with an entranced expression on his face. Such pure divine rank materials. I can sense their ages, but despite the countless years they have been in existence, they are still in flawless condition. They must have been preserved extremely well, right? And Lin nodded. These divine rank materials had been gathered by the 2 high priests of the Spirit Fish clan and the Heavenly Turtle tribe after countless years, and they had always been carefully stored within the tomb. Furthermore, they had always been nurtured through unique methods, so they were naturally quite pure. Emperor Ziwei, what divine tool do you think you'll be able to refine using these divine rank materials? And Lin asked. Let me have a look first. Emperor Ziwei eagerly reached for those divine rank materials as he spoke. Oh, this texture is exquisite. So hard, so thick, and so long. Is this a congealed droplet of water? How could it contain such a terrifying true intent of the ocean? Is this a teardrop? I can feel a sense of sorrow welling up in my heart. Emperor Ziwei commented on each and every one of the divine rank materials, and his cheeks were flushed with excitement. That's right, these divine rank materials were valuable enough to make even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure exhilarated. Emperor Ziwei held the Golden Yang Chaotic Stone. This is a divine rank material with metal and yang elements. It can be molded into any shapes and will be ideal as the main body of the divine tool. He then turned toward the Deceased Emperor Bone. This is the essential Dao bone of the Dao integration stage Deceased Emperor of the West Sea, right? It contains the extreme intent realm and the essential power of death. It is an extremely powerful Yin-type divine rank material that can act as the weapon's Dao realm. As for that tear, it is a water-type divine rank material. It can be used as the core of the divine tool to elevate it to greater heights. The Sea Essence Vital Wood is a divine rank material with wood, fire, and lightning elements. It can be used to guide and amplify power. Emperor Ziwei then turned to the huge cuboid stone. This is an extremely renowned divine rank material, the Sea Heart Stone. It is a manifestation of the power of the earth and ocean found at the bottom of the West Sea. It's a super container for nurturing weapons and can be used to nurture the creation of the divine tool. And Lin was very impressed by Emperor Ziwei's commentary. He really was worthy of the title of the #1 tool refinement master in the heavenly court. He could quickly and accurately identify the properties of all of the divine rank materials here before assigning uses for them. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin-yang, lightning. Emperor Ziwei turned to Enlin with a peculiar expression. I'm not sure if this is a false impression, but I feel like these items are all very suitable for you. Is it just a coincidence? And Lin faltered upon hearing this. He had never carefully thought about this before. Now that he did think about it, were these divine rank materials tailor-made for him? And Lin responded half-heartedly. Perhaps it's the will of the heavens. Emperor Ziwei then held a black and white jade pendant in his hand as a confused expression appeared on his face. This is an extremely mysterious item, which I am unable to identify. And Lin's expression shifted upon hearing this. The jade pendant Emperor Ziwei was holding was the jade pendant of heaven and earth, which Lin had obtained after slaying the residual power left behind by the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial. Who would have thought that even the #1 tool refinement master of the heavenly court would be unable to identify it? And Lin recalled back to the information the divine inspection technique had bestowed upon him, and he gave an explanation. White represents heaven, black represents earth. This pendant is boundlessly profound and exceptionally exquisite. One can activate the myriad change technique and instill their Tao into this pendant. Emperor Ziwei's hands trembled upon hearing this. This is a Tao vessel divine rank materials? His expression finally shifted as he stared at the jade pendant in his hand with astonishment. What's a Tao vessel divine rank material? And Lin was perplexed. He had only been cultivating for a few years. Technically, he was still a cultivation noob, so he had never come into contact with such a term before. Emperor Ziwei provided an explanation. Tao vessel divine rank materials are very rare even among divine rank materials. It is said that they can fuse perfectly with the user's divine Tao and unleash the true power of Tao. Not only that, but a divine tool with such an item as one of its constituent components would have an infinite potential for growth. And Lin and his fellow classmates were all astonished. That sounded really badass. And Lin felt like his trip to the tomb was more than just fruitful. Treasures, a battleship, an inheritance. He felt as if he had instantly reached the pinnacle of his life. Emperor Ziwei was very excited. And Lin, you've made an extremely wise decision by asking me to craft this divine tool for you. In the entire heavenly court, I am the only one who has the ability to not let these materials go to waste. His hands were beginning to itch. I feel like this divine tool will be an intermediate rank divine tool as soon as it is created, or perhaps an even higher rank. Emperor Ziwei was clearly very excited, as indicated by the flush on his normally cold and collected features. Emperor Ziwei, you're agreeing to refine this divine tool for me? And Lin asked. I am. Emperor Ziwei agreed in a resolute voice. And Lin? Then the price? Free. Emperor Ziwei waved a hand. And Lin was ecstatic, and he clapped his hands together. Done. He was finally going to get a divine tool. If a normal immortal wanted to ask Emperor Ziwei to refine a spirit tool for them, Emperor Ziwei would probably just ignore them. However, opportunities to craft divine tools were exceedingly rare, and each and every one of them was extremely valuable. This was a rare opportunity for Emperor Ziwei as well, so he was more than happy to help. Then, Senior Ziwei, you won't accidentally break the divine rank materials and sabotage the divine tool refinement, right? And Lin was suddenly a little concerned at the sight of Ziwei's elated expression. Emperor Ziwei's face fell. Are you doubting my skill as the #1 tool refinement master of the heavenly court? No, not at all. And Lin immediately replied. Emperor Ziwei was probably the only one in the entire heavenly court who could help him craft a divine tool. Apparently, all of the divine tools in the possession of the other emperors of the heavenly court had also been crafted by him. Hence, his reputation, skill, and experience were definitely all impeccable. This could be attributed to how rich the heavenly court was as well. Dao integration stage super mighty figures like the divine Bat Emperor were too poor to even afford a divine tool. However, the heavenly court emperors already had one each. I have carefully looked at all of your divine rank materials, and I can offer you 3 options, the first of which is a divine cauldron with the power of the 5 elements, as well as yin and yang. The second option would be a divine sword of slaughter, and your third and final option is a sure-kill divine dagger. What type of divine tool would you like? Emperor Ziwei asked, and Lin pondered this question for a long time. I am a badass sword immortal, so I should go for a divine sword, but I already have little Xie, and I'm a very faithful man, so I'll leave the divine sword. The evil-slaying sword trembled lightly in his storage ring. A divine cauldron doesn't look that cool. I'll go with the dagger. And Lin finally decided. Thus, everything was set into motion. Emperor Ziwei and Enlin established a commission contract. This was basically a contract to keep a refinement master honest. If they violated the contract by doing things like using inferior materials or cutting corners, their Dao heart would suffer backlash as a result. As an emperor, Ziwei normally couldn't be bothered with contracts like this. However, divine tools were on a completely different level. Those were treasures that were extremely sought after even by Dao integration stage super mighty figures. As such, it was best to take every possible precaution, and the commission contract was one of those precautions. Everything drew to a conclusion. Emperor Ziwei bade farewell to everyone and carried the divine rank materials back to the heavenly court with an elated expression. Su Xiaolin and the others carried Enlin's coffin and continued toward Xiao Chao's wedding. Who would have thought that while we're still worrying over immortal tools, classmate Enlin is already close to obtaining a divine tool? Shen Yuancheng sighed with envy and amazement. Please stop, class captain. I'm still worrying about spirit tools. Miao Tian clasped a hand over her glass heart that was about to shatter, clearly unable to take much more of this. Big brother and really is invincible. He's so young, but he's already going to have a divine tool soon. Who is going to be able to stop him? Luo Zipping also sighed with admiration and reverence. And Lin's heart was as still as water as he listened to the envious or reverent words being exchanged around him. Having a divine tool guaranteed invincibility? No, it was only one of the conditions required for him to progress to the return to void stage. Elder Xiao Chou of the 4-9 Immortal sect would be holding his wedding. This was a grand occasion for the entire cultivation world. The 4-9 Immortal sect had come under the limelight again as representatives from all over the world arrived to join in on the festivities. After returning to the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin was still not back to full health, but he could at least walk around without having to be carried in a coffin now. On the day of the wedding, countless immortals had gathered from all over the world. A series of ferocious, terrifying mutant beasts lay sprawled onto the ground like obedient sheep. This was because the 4-9 Immortal sect prohibited loud commotion. Within the kingdom of the 9 states, the heavenly court, 3 of the 4 great sects, the 9 imperials, and a bunch of other first-rate sects had all sent representatives to the wedding. Outside of the kingdom of the 9 states, there were also many powerful entities like the Creation Realm, the Western Paradise, and the Garden of Eden that had sent representatives as well. This wedding wasn't as significant as the grand opening of the sect, so there weren't that many sect leaders who attended the wedding in person, but all of their presence certainly arrived on time. And that was enough. And Lin wore a wide smile as the congratulatory presents poured in. A joyful atmosphere had settled over the entire sect. Bai Yao's mother, Bai Muyu, was also attending the wedding alongside a white fox tribe entourage. Thinking back, this was the 3rd time that she was attending her daughter's wedding, and she experienced different emotions every single time. Sect leader, there is a special guest at the gate. They don't have an invitation letter, but they're sure that you'll know them. The disciple responsible for the reception of guests, Chu Ming, spoke to Enlin as he extended a respectful salute. No invitation letter? And they're sure I know them? This isn't some random troll, is it? Have you verified that they're actually serious? And Lin's brows furrowed. Chu Ming nodded. I have. They gave me a tip of 10,000 spirit stones. And Lin nodded. All right, I'll go have a look. Outside the gate of the 4-9 Immortal sect, a figure in a white robe with their facial features concealed was standing silently. As a light breeze blew past, the black-robed figure looked up at the large plaque on top of the gate. The black robe fluttered in the breeze, and one could indistinctly make out a thin figure underneath. Tang Shimin was standing guard by the gate, and he looked at the black-robed figure with a tense expression. However, no matter how much he scrutinized the black-robed figure, it was like there was a layer of mist obstructing his vision, and he couldn't tell what they looked like. This must be a mighty figure who doesn't want to reveal their identity. I'm just going to leave them alone. Tang Shimin backed down in his customary cowardly manner before attending to the other guests. You wanted to see me? And Lin made his way over to the gate and looked at the black-robed figure before him with a cautious gaze. Even with his powerful divine sense, he was unable to see through that layer of mist. This black-robed figure was either extremely powerful, or they were using an extremely potent concealment artifact. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure nodded before cocking their head to the side and asking in a husky voice, Sect leader and Lin, guess who I am? And Lin rolled his eyes. I don't have the patience for time wasters. Hurry and tell me what you want. I still have a lot of things I need to attend to. The black-robed figure crossed their arms and twisted their body before speaking in a displeased voice. How could you talk like that to me? Can't you be a bit gentler and more accommodating? Goosebumps erupted all over in Lin's body. Was this guy flirting with him? This was definitely some perverted freak. A disgusted and disdainful expression appeared on Lin's face. The black-robed figure couldn't keep up the act any longer and dispelled the concealing mist. A pair of sapphire eyes and a set of fair, intricate features appeared. Big Boss and Lin, how could you look at me like that? Said a pleasant voice, and Lin faltered upon seeing this. If the black-robed figure was a man, then their flirtatious actions and words would have been quite disgusting. However, if this was a woman, then it was quite normal. Wait, that wasn't the point. Underling Lan, I'm so surprised to see you. And Lin exclaimed, Ha ha. Lan Xiaoni clasped her hands behind her back and inched forward as she stared at Lin with a smile on her face. And Lin took a deep breath before asking in a low voice, What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that I have to keep my connections with the Spirit Fish clan confidential for now? Lan Xiaoni pouted upon hearing this. That's why I went to all this trouble to conceal myself. My father told me you used your deep-sea super bomb, so he sent me here to give you another present. Also, I'm here for what I've done to Xiao Chou and Bai Yao. I want to apologize in person and present a gift to them. Lan Xiaoni raised her head and bit down on her lower lip with a firm expression as she spoke. It had clearly taken her a lot of determination to make this decision. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. The high and mighty mermaid princess, the cowardly yet willful Lan Xiaoni, was here of her own volition to offer an apology? And Lin was quite touched by this. It looked like his underling Lan had grown up. All right then, keep your disguise on, and I'll introduce you to everyone during our sect get-together tomorrow. You're my underling, after all, so you're technically a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin said with a smile. A vibrant smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she nodded earnestly. Sure, a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect. For some reason, a sense of belonging welled up in her heart upon hearing this. Oh, right, Big Boss and Lin, my father told me to give this deep-sea bomb to you. There are only limited materials for making the deep-sea super bomb, so he won't be able to make one in a short time. This deep-sea bomb still contains his power of the divine Tao and is capable of killing a return to void final stage mighty figure. All right, thank you for the present. And Lin accepted the bomb with a smile. As for killing a return to void final stage mighty figure, he was obviously not going to fall for it. This was just Lan Xingyang boasting to make himself look good. After all, the Moonlit Night Monarch was a return to void final stage mighty figure. If even the deep-sea super bomb was unable to kill her, how was a deep-sea bomb going to be able to achieve what the deep-sea super bomb was unable to? The two of them chatted for a while longer. Lan Xiaoni followed Lin and surreptitiously made her way into the sect. She was free to roam the sect after that, and she explored her big boss sect with curiosity in her eyes, wondering just what kind of place this was. Perhaps it was because Lin had acknowledged her as a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect, but she felt like everything here was very pleasing to the eye. Even Tang Shimin was slightly handsome in her eyes. Beside the lake, she discovered a vibrant red flower singing a beautiful song. Its voice was very pleasant, but she didn't know what language it was singing in. A large dog and a white wolf were chasing one another while bumping a white, furry snowball with their heads. They seemed to be playing some sort of energetic game. She also saw the little fairy and little butterfly she had already met once. Lan Xiaoni continued onward down the bluestone path, and a joyful smile appeared on her face as she looked around at the scenery and living beings within the sect. Before she knew it, she had arrived at a Dao Plaza. This was a cavernous Dao Plaza, and there was an exquisitely beautiful woman in a jade dress who was practicing her sword techniques. Lan Xiaoni was a little entranced by the beauty of the woman and her sword techniques. At the same time, she was very curious. Who was this woman? Lan Xiaoni's understanding of the 4-9 Immortal sect was limited to what had been broadcasted on the news. I heard that the 4-9 Immortal sect has a sword pavilion. Could she be the pavilion lord of the sword pavilion? Lu Qianhuan. Lan Xiaoni cocked her head to the side and muttered to herself as she enjoyed the beautiful display of swordsmanship. She was using a special concealment artifact so that no one would notice her presence. As such, she crept a little closer. No, Lu Qianhuan is apparently a very energetic woman who likes to cosplay. She wouldn't wear such a normal dress. Lan Xiaoni finally eliminated one potential option after much thought. She must be one of the renowned beauties of the 4-9 Immortal sect. After eliminating Lu Qianhuan, she could only be Bai Ling of the Purple Star Pavilion, Su Xiaolan of the Flame Pavilion, or Su Qianyun of the Moon Pavilion. Among those three, Lan Xiaoni's interest had been completely piqued, and she continued her process of elimination. Bai Ling is said to be a big sister-like figure who dresses in a white robe. Su Qianyun apparently does not wield swords. Then she should be. The mermaid princess' heart rate accelerated as she stared at the woman in the jade dress, and a peculiar light appeared in her eyes. At this moment, a tender voice suddenly sounded from beside her. "Big sister, what are you doing hiding behind a tree?" "Ah!" Lan Xiaoni had her attention fully focused on the woman in the jade dress, and the voice that had suddenly sounded from beside her gave her a huge fright. She turned and discovered an adorable porcelain-like little girl standing beside her. The little girl was also startled by Lan Xiaoni's scream, and she took a few steps back as her little face paled slightly. How did you see me?" Lan Xiaoni was still a little flustered. "How did I see you?" The little girl cocked her head to the side. "With my eyes." Lan Xiaoni had no response to that. Right at this moment, an extreme sense of danger suddenly erupted from behind her. An immortal sword pierced through the air and hurtled toward her like a bolt of lightning. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately summoned her white ball as a shield. A green figure flashed past and cradled up the little girl in her arm as her sword struck the white ball. Boom! The dual power of lightning and fire struck the white ball, upon which an earth-shattering boom erupted, creating shockwaves that had even cracked the fortified ground below open. Lan Xiaoni felt an overwhelming power sweeping toward her before her body was knocked flying through the air. "Who are you, and what business do you have trespassing on our sect?" The woman in the jade dress let loose a clear cry. She was none other than Su Xiaolan of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The Dao Plazas of the 4-9 Immortal sect was a restricted area to guests, and this was a black-robed figure who was concealing both their aura and their appearance. This was quite suspicious, so Su Xiaolan naturally had to investigate. Lan Xiaoni was starting to panic a little, and she immediately turned to flee into the distance. "You aren't getting away." Su Xiaolan spread open her holy flame wings and launched herself in hot pursuit. The two of them exchanged several blows in the air, and Lan Xiaoni was forced onto the back foot, so she was unable to run away. A pillar of flames fell from the sky and struck the black-robed woman, knocking her to the ground. Their battle instantly alerted everyone within the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin arrived at the scene first. He was completely dumbstruck at the sight of Su Xiaolan forcing her dragon sparrow sword against Lan Xiaoni's neck. What's going on? His underling had been caught by his wife? Hurry up and come over here. And Lin, I caught an enemy spy. Su Xiaolan made a reasonable evaluation while her dragon sparrow sword was still held firmly against Lan Xiaoni's snowy white neck. It looked as if Su Xiaolan was going to end her life if she dared to move. Lan Xiaoni had already given up on resisting, and she turned to look at Lin with a pitiable expression. There was a hint of guilt and indignation on her face from having her cover blown. And Lin's head was throbbing at this sight. Please let her go, Xiaolan. And Lin extended a hand and yelled in the end. Su Xiaolan turned toward Lin, and her brows furrowed slightly. You know her? Lan Xiaoni opened her mouth and was about to yell out, Big Boss Lin, but she resisted the urge to do so. She didn't know if doing that would spell trouble for Lin, so she decided to let Lin handle the situation. But how was Lin supposed to deal with this situation? He could only take a deep breath and muster up his courage. Put the sword down first, Xiaolan. This is all a misunderstanding. This is the woman I mentioned to you before. Lan Xiaoni of the Spirit Fish Clan. Su Xiaolan murmured to herself. She's Lan Xiaoni? She turned to look at the black-robed woman on the ground and was met with the sight of a set of exquisitely beautiful features as well as a pair of bright sapphire eyes. She was trying her best to remain calm, but it was quite easy to see how scared she actually was. She was indeed extremely beautiful. Lan Xiaoni was feeling quite unsettled by Su Xiaolan's intense scrutiny, and her body trembled slightly as she lowered her head like a little child who had made a mistake. At this moment, Dabai, Shen Yuanchang, Su Chenyun, and all of the other 4-9 Immortal sect members had also arrived on the scene. Su Xiaolan's expression shifted, and she withdrew her long sword before extending a hand with a smile. It's all a misunderstanding. Ms. Lan Xiaoni, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I really must thank you for everything you've done for my Lin. Lan Xiaoni nodded with a blank expression before holding on to Xiaolan's hand and standing up. Hello, you're Ms. Su Xiaolan, right? I've heard so much about you, Lan Xiaoni said as she also extended a friendly greeting. Thus, Dabai, Shen Yuanchang, and the others arrived just in time to see Su Xiaolan and Lan Xiaoni in a joyous and harmonious handshake. And Lin explained the situation to all of the other 4-9 Immortal sect members. Everyone actually already knew about Lan Xiaoni. There was no vendetta between them, so they quickly accepted this mermaid and made self-introductions one after the other. Lan Xiaoni was extremely flattered by everyone's friendliness and enthusiasm. She had actually already mentally prepared herself to be shunned and even insulted for what she had done during Xiao Chao's wedding. She didn't think that the reality would be so different from what she had anticipated. With this in mind, tears of joy began to flow down her face again. Su Xiaolan didn't really know how to react to this. She made her way over to Lin and pointed her chin at Lan Xiaoni. Does she always cry for no reason like this? And Lin nodded with a resigned expression. She does. She's very timid and cries very easily. Even so, she still had the courage to risk her life for you, Su Xiaolan said. And Lin was just about to respond when his heart suddenly jolted. This was a trap. Why would the cowardly Lan Xiaoni have the courage to save him? If he answered that this was the power of love, either one or both of Lin and Lan Xiaoni were going to die. Of course, Lin didn't actually think it was love. It was more so a sense of reliance and reverence. He couldn't say that either, as that would still be quite dangerous. And Lin replied with a tranquil expression. I saved her life in the tomb, and she is someone who is determined to repay her favors. Hence, she didn't even think about the situation when she decided to risk her life to save me. This was a perfect answer. It explained Lan Xiaoni's motive and gave her the image of a good woman who repaid her benefactors. If it wasn't for what Lan Xiaoni had said about recovering the spear, he would almost even believe it himself. This was the only explanation Lin could provide. And perhaps the only thing he could do for her was to protect her as her boss and be someone she could rely on. Su Xiaolan found this to be a valid explanation, and she gave Enlin a few hearty slaps on the back before warning him not to become a promiscuous man. The crisis was averted. Lan Xiaoni soon met most of the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Enlin was thinking that since her cover had been blown, he might as well let her meet Bai Yao and Xiao Chou straight away to settle their differences. He immediately acted without delay. Enlin led Lan Xiaoni to where Xiao Chou and Bai Yao were. The newlyweds were given a huge fright at the sight of Lan Xiaoni, thinking that she was here to crash their wedding again. Lan Xiaoni then pulled out a large pile of Spirit Fish Clan treasures as an apology gift. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a joyous and harmonious one. Lan Xiaoni offered a genuine apology, which Xiao Chou and Bai Yao accepted with ease. Both sides soon settled their differences and became friends. After her meeting with the newlywed couple, Lan Xiaoni felt extremely carefree, and a joyful smile blossomed on her face. Big Boss Enlin, everyone in the 4-9 Immortal sect is so nice. I love this place. These were Lan Xiaoni's true thoughts. She had been treated with more kindness here than she had ever dared to imagine. This had changed her outlook on the cruel and harsh cultivating world. At the very least, this was a place of kindness and harmony. You can come here more often if you like. This is your second home, Enlin said with a smile. I will. Lan Xiaoni was extremely elated as she walked on ahead. She was still wearing her black robe, which was an immortal tool given to her by her father. No one should be able to detect her presence unless she wanted them to. Come to think of it, how was Yi Ling able to discover her existence? Lan Xiaoni was confused for a short moment. However, she didn't think too much about it. The wedding was about to begin. Tens of thousands of representatives from all over the world gathered to celebrate this glorious moment. There were many familiar faces among them. This included the Vermilion Bird sect representatives, which consisted of Zhu Shuza, Yang Yuan, Lan Yen, Mo Hai, and a few others. Hi! Sect leader Enlin, over here. Lan Yen was wearing a purple dress today, and she waved at Enlin excitedly. Enlin made his way toward them. Lan Yen asked with a vibrant smile, I want to interview you about your thoughts on Xiao Chou's marriage. Is your agreement of 100 years going to be curtailed in the aftermath of this wedding? Enlin replied with a dark expression, I have no thoughts to offer. As for the agreement of 100 years, you're her best friend. Why don't you help me out? What kind of man are you if you can't even do something like this by yourself? Lan Yen stuck her tongue out, and she clearly couldn't be bothered to help him. The light in Lan Xiaoni's eyes faded slightly upon hearing this exchange. Enlin wasn't expecting Lan Yen to help anyway, and he quickly moved on and asked about how the Vermilion Bird sect was going. Come to think of it, he was supposed to be an honorary elder of the Vermilion Bird sect, so of course he had to inquire about the Vermilion Bird sect from time to time. After a short while, Enlin turned to another man. Mr. Yang Yuan, I have something that I want to speak to you about in private. What did you want to speak to me about, Mr. Enlin? Yang Yuan and Enlin found a place where they could talk in private. Enlin pointed at the ring on Yang Yuan's finger before speaking in a low voice. Have you triggered the power in your ring yet? Yang Yuan was the one who had obtained the 4 rings from the Vermilion Bird trial grounds in the first place. Each of these 4 rings had one of the characters of East, South, West, or North engraved on them in the ancient man language, and those who wore the rings had a certain probability of summoning the power of one of the powerful deceased beasts of the ancient man tribe. In order to express his gratitude for saving his life, Yang Yuan gave away all of the rings with the exception of the West ring. Enlin had received the East ring, Mo Hai received the South ring, and Shangguan Yi received the North ring. Enlin had initially thought that his ring only contained the intent of a powerful dragon tribe cultivator, but the power of the black dragon within his ring had far exceeded his expectations. Just the projection of its power was able to severely wound a return to void final stage mighty figure with a single exhalation, and it was even able to swallow a divine tool. Just how powerful would this black dragon had been during its lifetime? These rings were definitely much more extraordinary than they had initially thought. However, Yang Yuan's answer made Enlin a little disappointed. Ever since I progressed to the return to void stage, I've been fortifying my cultivation base this entire time, and I've never triggered the power within the ring. Why do you ask, Mr. And Lin? And Lin recounted the bizarre situation surrounding his ring for Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan was completely dumbstruck upon hearing this. Are these rings really that badass? Yang Yuan was astonished. And Lin was also astonished. You really didn't know? Yang Yuan and Lin. A peculiar silence ensued. Yang Yuan finally broke the silence after a long while. Mr. And Lin, I found these 4 rings in an underground palace within the Vermilion Bird trial grounds. You might not believe me when I say this, but among the monsters guarding the 4 rings, even the most powerful ones were only at the soul formation stage. And Lin? Yang Yuan continued. The underground palace I had stumbled upon was extremely dilapidated, and there were ancient man-beast skeletons scattered on the ground that exuded extremely formidable energy fluctuations. They must have been extraordinarily powerful creatures during their lifetimes, and it was exactly because of this that I deemed these rings to be extraordinary by extension. The 4 rings were silently floating in mid-air at the center of the underground palace. I took them with me and encountered no resistance. Everything went very smoothly, and that's the end of the story. Yang Yuan looked down with a slightly fearful expression at his ring as he spoke. Mr. And Lin, you say that when the being within the ring unleashes an attack, it will suck away your energy without any regard for your safety. If that's the case, then what if the owner of the ring doesn't have enough energy? Will they die? This was a very serious question, and Lin was unable to answer this question. He genuinely felt like he had come within a hair's breadth of dying when the black dragon last appeared. The Vermilion Bird trial grounds was where the holy beast Vermilion Bird was held captive. That underground palace. Could it have been where the 4 legendary holy beasts once dwelled? And Lin speculated. Yang Yuan was given a fright by this speculation. How is that possible? Are you saying that the 4 legendary holy beasts left these 4 rings behind? Is there any other explanation? And Lin splayed open his hands. Yang Yuan was still unconvinced. If that really is the case, then the dragon within your ring should be the holy beast Azure Dragon. Why is it a black dragon instead? And Lin, perhaps the Azure Dragon had too much sun exposure? Yang Yuan, can you even convince yourself with that? Thus, they came to another dead end. Their discussion could only draw to a conclusion here. The only thing Lin gleaned from that conversation was that his ring might have something to do with the 4 holy beasts. Of course, this was only speculation. He could only look forward to the day when the powerful black dragon reappeared so that he could pose these questions to it. Amid a flow of gentle and joyful wedding music, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao came together at the altar. They swore their wedding vows to the blessings of tens of thousands of wedding-goers. Everything went very smoothly with no wedding crashers and no unforeseen incidents. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao's second wedding went without a hitch. A rain of flower petals fell from the sky. Lan Xiaoni looked up at the happy couple on the altar with an entranced expression. What a beautiful wedding. This is what love looks like. She was once a wedding crasher, but she was now part of the audience giving the newlyweds her heartfelt blessings. Peculiar feeling welled up in Lan Xiaoni's heart. It had to be said that fate worked in strange and wonderful ways sometimes. It could bring Xiao Chou and Bai Yao together, and it could also transform Lan Xiaoni from their sworn enemy to a good friend. Lan Xiaoni stared blankly at Xiao Chou and Bai Yao with an expression of yearning on her face. And Lin also yearned for a wedding like this, and he unconsciously held onto Xiaolan's hand. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, but she didn't resist his advances. A shiny, golden beauty also extended a slender and translucent hand to hold onto Xiao Zhe's hand with a shy expression on her face. That's right, Fanny had come all the way from the Pill Tower of the opposite shore realm to attend this wedding. Attending someone else's wedding always struck people with many emotions. For example, a yearning for marriage. After the ceremony, all of the guests drank to their heart's content. As the hosts and Lin and the rest of the 4-9 Immortal sect members had to do their jobs and ensure that everyone had a good time. Lu Chenhuan also drank a lot of wine that day. Her intricate cheeks were completely flushed as she tapped her glass against Lin's. And Lin, The Heavenly Sword Sect didn't offer a congratulatory present. And it must be because of that bitch. Don't take it to heart. I'll drink 2,333 cups of wine as punishment. She drained the wine from her glass as she spoke. She had a soul formation stage body, so she had to have drunk a lot for her to become this inebriated. You don't need to drink that much. Just 666 cups are enough. And Lin persuaded. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianhuan faltered before bursting into laughter and raising her glass again. All right, I'll drink 666 cups as punishment then. I'll drink with you. And Lin also raised his glass. And Lin couldn't do anything about Lu Qianhuan's family issues, so he could only drink with her to alleviate some of her negative emotions. This wine was produced by Ling's Phoenix Small World. It was extremely tasty, but it also had quite a high alcohol content. Drinking it would give one a sense of relaxation and also help one forget all of their troubles. This was a type of wine that could intoxicate even an immortal. After drinking 666 cups of wine, and Lin stumbled away from Lu Qianhuan's table before being dragged by Xiao Zhe to another table. Master, Fanny says she wants to stay at the 4-9 Immortal sect, Xiao Zhe said in a hushed voice. Haha, that's great. But has her father agreed to this? And Lin was a little inebriated, but he still instinctively asked this question. He has, but only for a year as a study and exchange program of sorts. Xiao Zhe seemed a little disappointed as he continued. Furthermore, I can't do anything too out of line with Fanny during this year. Otherwise, the pill sage has told me that he's going to break my dragon legs. An involuntary blush appeared on Fanny's face upon hearing this. That's a very reasonable request. Make sure to control yourself, little Xiao. And Lin said with a solemn expression. He hadn't even done anything with Su Xiaolan yet. How could he let his disciple get there first? That would be unacceptable. Xiao Zhe nodded obediently. Yes, master. Fanny is quite adept at pill refinement, so she can assume the role of an elder at Su Qianyun's moon pavilion. And Lin began to assign duties. Oh, by the way, since the pavilion lord has to go to school and there are no disciples, I'm entrusting the entire moon pavilion to you, Fanny. Fanny? Xiao Zhe. Fanny's lips twitched. So I'm a lone general? No. And Lin shook his head and said, You're a lone lackey. Su Qianyun is the general. Fanny clasped a hand over her chest and nodded with difficulty. Thank you, master. Xiao Zhe was elated, and Lin drank 99 more cups of wine with them. And Lin stumbled out of his seat before being dragged away by the human fat ball. Ishi. He said something about making sure to invite him as a spectator when Lin devoured his divine pill. And Lin was too intoxicated to hear him clearly, so he just nodded and expressed his agreement. He then drank 99 more cups of wine with Ishi. He didn't stumble far after that before he was pulled away by Donggua and Su Xian of the Greenwood Imperial family. Donggua looked at him with a sulky expression. Have you forgotten about me? You didn't even notify me about Xiao Chao's wedding. I was only able to come here as a member of Su Xian's entourage. And Lin turned to him with bleary eyes. I'm sorry, you are? PFFF? A mouthful of wine exploded from Donggua's mouth as he turned to Lin with grief and indignation. I'm your slave. What kind of master are you? You forgot about me? Oh, it's you. I remember you, my slave. Let's have a drink. And Lin chortled as he wrapped an arm around Donggua's shoulder. Donggua looked at him expressionlessly. Do you remember who I am now? What's my name? Ha ha ha. And Lin cackled dryly. Names aren't important. Let's drink. And Lin tapped his glass to Donggua's. Donggua. He definitely forgot. My God. To think a return to void stage mighty figure like him would be reduced to this. Not only was he a slave, but he was also a slave whose name had been forgotten by his master. Donggua shed tears of grief and drank frantically with Lin to alleviate his sorrow. The wedding lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. All of the representatives from sects all over the world departed after that. And Lin fell into a deep sleep from excessive alcohol consumption. This was the first time he had gotten drunk since he started cultivating. It was a pretty good feeling. Not only did he not experience hangover symptoms, but he was also feeling completely revitalized, as if the wine had cleansed his entire body and filled him with energy. This wine really is great. It's much better than the vast majority of wines I've tasted. And Lin praised it with a genuine expression. No shit. I brewed this wine myself, and it has many health benefits. Immortal would be able to extend their lifespan by 10 years just from drinking a cup. You wasteful bastard. You probably drank in excess of 100,000 cups yesterday. Bai Ling was clearly quite annoyed, and she turned to Lin as if she were trying to shoot laser beams out of her eyes. She had gone to great lengths to brew so much wine only for this human water tank to guzzle it down like it was nothing. She was naturally feeling quite aggrieved as a result. And Lin offered an apologetic smile. Big Sister Bai's wine is the best. And you're even more beautiful than the wine. Oh? Is that so? A menacing voice suddenly sounded from behind him. And Lin shuddered before letting loose a panicked cry. Xiaolan, let me explain. Hee hee. Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Clatter clatter clatter. Puff puff puff. After some post-wedding physical therapy, the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect gathered all of the core members of the sect for a meeting. It was time to tally up their earnings from this wedding. There were two objectives for holding this wedding. The first one was to hold a wedding for Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao that had no interruptions. The second one was obviously to create profits for the sect. Aside from all of the presents that were specifically addressed to Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao, all of the other presents counted as sect earnings, as most of the wedding-goers had come to attend the wedding in order to build better relations with the sect. This didn't mean that Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao didn't receive anything good. The presents that they had both received had probably far exceeded the wealth of two Return to Void stage mighty figures. And Lin gave 2 7th-grade Immortal pills to the newlywed couple. These 2 pills were known as Blood Replenishment Immortal pills, and they could replenish life force and energy extremely quickly. When Bai Yao sucked Xiaoqiu dry, this Immortal pill could allow him to at least soldier on for another 2 hours. Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, Lu Qianhuan, and the others also gave the newlyweds many valuable presents. Aside from that, there was a mountainous pile of presents from other sects and powers that were specifically addressed to the couple as well. In short, Xiaoqiu and Bai Yao were rich. Of course, the sect was still the biggest winner by far. The treasurers, Bai and Xiao Zhe, had already finished tallying everything up. Everyone sat in the conference chamber, awaiting the result with bated breath and scorching eyes. This was the moment of truth, and it was extremely exhilarating. Bai slapped a paw to the table before clearing his throat. Woof woof. Please speak in a comprehensible language, and Lin corrected. Bai rolled his eyes before an elated expression appeared on his face. For this wedding, we sent out 1,000 invitation letters, and there were a total of 660 sects and powers that attended the wedding. Aside from that, there were also 230 itinerant cultivators of the Soul Formation Stage Cultivation base or above who had come to attend the wedding. And Lin slapped the table angrily. What a low strike rate. There were over 300 powers that dared to ignore our invitation. Su Xiaolan shot a glance at Lin. You had even sent invitation letters to the demonic realm and the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Do you expect them to turn up just so that they can get bashed by everyone else here? And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. The true demon tribe in Little Na's world is much more adorable. Bai ignored Lin and continued with his report. Our sect has made some huge earnings during this wedding. We received 36 spirit tools, 280 spirit pills, over 600 spirit fruits, over 100 tons of all types of precious materials, and we even received 6 immortal pills. Woof! Everyone was full of excitement upon hearing this. Now, for the part everyone has been waiting for, woof! Bai slammed the table with excitement again. Our sect has earned a total of 40 million spirit stones. Boom! Everyone let loose cries of surprise upon hearing this. For 40 million? That's even more than last time. Su Qianyun's dreamy blue eyes were wide with shock. You didn't miscalculate, did you? Shen Yuancheng was also very astonished. Xiao Zhe chimed in confirmation. Bai and I counted 3 times. so it's definitely correct. We only received just over 30 million spirit stones for our sect grand opening. To be able to make 40 million spirit stones of profit during this wedding is simply incredible. Elder Tang Shiman was struggling to wrap his head around this astronomical sum. Everyone was given a fright by this massive number. Generally speaking, the grand opening of a sect should be its greatest event. All of the celebrations following that should have been less important and earned less profit as a result. However, this trend had been completely bucked here. They had still underestimated just how much the 4-9 Immortal sect's influence had grown. And Lin remained the calmest among everyone. He interlaced his fingers before speaking in a slow voice. We made a profit of 40 million from the wedding, which takes our total liquid assets for the sect to 90 million spirit stones. However, we still need 10 million more spirit stones in order to reach our target of 100 million to repair the Starfire battleship. Everyone fell into silence upon hearing this. Was 10 million a lot? It was only 10% of 100 million, so it didn't sound like much. However, this was an unimaginably large sum even to the average first-grade sect. Lu Qianhuan waved the six-feathered staff in her hand. A medium-sized demonic sect has recently reared its head in the Wind Plane state. We should deploy the powerful beings from the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team to destroy their sect and see how much we can profit from that. And Lin turned to the young sorceress beside him with a gratified expression. Lu Qianhuan's proposal was one that he could certainly get behind. Bai Ling, I'll leave this to you, and Lin delegated with a smile. Bai Ling nodded in response. In any case, aside from instructing their disciples, the Pavilion Lord's only other job was to exterminate demonic sects for income. By the way, is there anything going on with the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas recently? And Lin suddenly asked. Bai Ling turned to Lin. What do you want to do? I want to borrow some money. And Lin provided a clipped response. Bai Ling. Everyone. Demolishing a medium-sized demonic sect would probably earn them 1 or 2 million spirit stones at most. However, they needed 10 million more spirit stones. What better way to bridge the rest of this gap than by borrowing some money from the Dragon Court? Master, you have to keep a level head and refrain from doing anything rash. Shui Zhantian waved his little wings as he spoke. The Dragon Court is fraught with perils, and you may not be able to return if you're not careful. Xiao Zhe also nodded. Little Tian is right. Bai Lian has told me that they have a spell formation that can pose a threat to even Dao integration stage super mighty figures. It would be very dangerous to try and rob them. Let me reiterate. I'm going to borrow, not rob. And Lin corrected. Everyone turned to him with skeptical expressions. And Lin? That's why I'm asking Bai Ling if any important event has taken place in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas recently. If there's a Dragon Court mighty figure roaming around outside the Dragon Court, I can go borrow some money from them. And Lin elaborated with a resigned sigh. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing this. He was gonna rob a Dragon Court mighty figure away from home. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? And Lin's chest constricted. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. They knew exactly what Lin was up to. Ever since the battle for the Spirit Stone Mine in the Flying Ball Tribe territory, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas has kept a low profile, Bai Ling said as she disclosed what she was aware of. However, I've heard that they're going to hold a ritual to pay respects to their ancestors. It's apparently going to be held on Heavenly Dragon Island of the East Sea. A ritual to pay respect to their ancestors, and Lin felt like this sounded familiar. Bai Ling provided an explanation. The Dragon Tribe was an extremely powerful and prosperous tribe on the ancient Tai Chu realm. The Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas is actually just a branch of the Ao family from the Dragon Tribe of the ancient Tai Chu realm. Hence, their ancestors are naturally the Dragon Tribe of the ancient Tai Chu realm. This ritual is most likely something to pay respect to that Dragon Tribe. Xiao Zhe nodded. Back in the ancient Tai Chu realm, the Ao family was slightly inferior to the Xiao family of the Dragon Tribe, but they were decent. And Lin turned an elated gaze toward his disciple. Xiao Zhe seemed to be slowly taking after him. Thus, and Lin slapped a palm to the table and made a decision. All right, then it's decided. We're going to go borrow some money from our Dragon Tribe brothers.